Hey, what is
Oh
up,
my
y'all?
god,
Being
dude.
back
It's
with
the
another
fucking S.
video.
Dude, this guy
And
wants me to cover the SML drama so fucking bad. What? I'm alright. Just got the news that Trump undid the Equal Opportunity Act. Too bad, bitch. You're going in the crystal. Cope about it. Seethe about it. You're going in the crystal. There's nothing you could do about it. You are going in the crystal, you stupid bitch. Cry, seethe. This is what you all voted for. I support. I always supported you, Trump, since day one. Day one, never had a bad word to say. We love him. We love him, don't we, folks? All right, where was I? Are you streaming from a hospital? Yes. Me and people have been persecuted by Trump. It's so over, chuds. True. True, true, true. All right, there's somebody, like, mowing a lawn outside, so I don't know if you guys can hear that. There's literally nothing I can do about that. So you're gonna have to deal with it if you hear it. Mayo Monkey Bowblax. Ladies and gentlemen, also, I'm gonna be a little unhinged today. I've not slept. But the Bobby tent is back. Bowblax is back. We got more Bobby tent coming at you guys live on the air. Cue all the gays fear-mongering about how their rights are going to be lost. True, I hope they take everyone's rights. I love when people's rights get taken. So he has this other account called like Mayo Monkey Bowblax. He apparently retweeted this. Let's check this out. I'm curious what this is.
What is straight and what is gay for me? I don't know. But I'm attracted to femininity. I'm pretty sure I'm straight, I guess.
Very interesting stuff he's retweeting. He liked that one. That one really ignited his fetish. So here's the deal. Tipster fucking sucks. I don't know why Augie and Nick and all them were like hyping him up because of the Bobby drama. It was really fucking stupid. Should have never been hyped up. Tipster sucks. But like we all know that Tipster sucks. And like the meme is dead, right? The sucky shit he did was like what, a year or two ago? So nobody cares. Bowblax, however, the only thing that like he likes to be a bully. He likes to feel powerful. So the thing that he did or the thing that makes him feel powerful is going at Tipster, because that's the only one he thinks he could get a dunk on, because he has no self-awareness. He doesn't realize the Tippy memes have been dead, and he thinks that, like, this is the thing that will ignite his live streaming career. He's like, yeah, I'm in on the, like, he wants to be that guy. He's not that guy, though. So Tipster likes to grandstand and shit. I don't know. Tipster says they're all about the drama content when it's profitable, but as soon as they're the one in the crosshairs, suddenly they are above it. Fucking pathetic. Is he talking about... Okay, it's weird that he thinks... I think this is a joke. I don't think he actually thinks he inspired this. But he's like criticizing people who like cover drama and then like want to shut it down when it's about them, which seems like that's like what Destiny's doing here. So Bobby quote tweets this and says, Lamau, you never quit drama either until you start accidentally defending Lolly and everyone stopped watching your shit. Now you're back to tweeting about drama after everyone got bored of clowning on you. Pathetic. He thinks he can grandstand. Tipster is so normal compared to you. He sucks. He absolutely sucks, but he doesn't suck in like an exceptionally bad way. Like, you're a horror cow. Tipster's a guy that like has horrible opinions on everything and is like really autistic and likes to fucking virtue signal all the time. You're an actual horror cow. You're a horror cow. And you're now quote tweeting Tipster saying, like trying to get trying to dunk on him. The 35 people that like this because you're giving the shithead validation. If you want to shit on Tipster, go quote tweet Tipster on your own account. Do not like this guy's tweets because he's gonna be like, yeah, I'm bullying Tipster. I'm cool, guys. I got power. It's like a way he can feel power over somebody else, as if he's not like the greatest joke that ever fucking existed. Sometimes I feel bad for him. Sometimes I think maybe we're pushing him too far, and then I realize like he's always wanted to be that guy pushing someone else. Also, I'm not quitting drama content. I've never said that. That's hilarious. I can't wait for this guy to cover other people. Also, never said I'm above drama content, only that I haven't watched majority of the videos made about me. And because nobody's watched majority of the videos made about you because there's like, it's like the fucking Library of Alexandria. It's like the Library of Alexandria. There's so much there's so many videos about you. I mean, you look your name up, you have to scroll through pages upon pages upon pages to find your fucking channel. So yeah, you've definitely watched videos about you. Nobody's expecting you to watch the majority. Sonic Josh, what's your thought on the Destiny leaks? I hear about fresh Destiny leaks so often now, I think they might be part of his overall content schedule at this point. Joking. Slash J got... What the fuck is that? Oh my god! What is that? What the hell is that? Holy fuck! Okay, I'm gonna like bleach my eyeballs when we're done with this. Alright. So, Bobby continues to tweet. Keep tweeting, little bro. Don't make any, like, videos. He wants to, like... There is nothing fun about, like... This is my psychoanalysis of Bowblax. I'm the Freud of commentary. My psychoanalysis, and this is a joke, by the way. It can take any shitter to tell. Like, this guy's had such a lack of power in his life, even before he, like, fell out of grace. Like, going at Tipster was his way of, like, being like, yeah, guys, I have a personality. People watch me for my personality. People are watching me shit on somebody else. Haha. Lol. So he didn't, so that's the one thing he focused on making. He didn't take the hint that it was, like, over. So he's going back at it. The one guy that's, like, shown him any faith. The one guy that's shown him any, like, good faith. You called me so Tipster said, Tipster totally mogs, by the way, in this one, even though he sucks. This is why no one fucks with you anymore, Bowblax. You and I have had civil conversations since your drama in private. Yeah, didn't Bowblax, like, hit him up and shit? And even though I think there's a valid criticism to be had towards you, I actually spoke in support of you coming out as non-binary, and even refused to engage in the pile-on of you doing sex work. Okay, such a good guy, Tippy. Good guy, Tippy. No, not good guy. Of course, engage in it. It's fucking hilarious. Make fun of him. Every time someone grants you even an ounce of goodwill, you find some way to fuck it up, and this is why, going forward, you will forever be a lolcow. We've moved past lolcow status. We're on, like, horror cow status. Like, is everyone just gonna pretend like he didn't get discovered in a dress, like, a week ago, and then tweeted out that he did it, and it was a violation of his privacy, blaming everyone else, and then tried to retcon it and claim it wasn't him? Dirty Bob owns Bobby? True. By the way, guys, Streamlabs fixed the glitch. We can now reset dono goals, so we don't have 0 displaying the whole stream. $3 TTS. It's a great deal. Always supports me because I'm not monetized. Make sure to like, sub. If everyone watching, like right now. If you can't donate, join the Reddit, join the Discord. Yeah. All right. Let's get back to this. I'm starting to believe BPD. I don't believe that for a second. BPD is not like this, like, sudden onset thing that happens out of nowhere. I'm convinced, like, when he says it's mania or whatever, I could be convinced of that, or just, like, severe autism. This is not BPD. Like, I don't think nobody knows what BPD actually fucking is. Like, this is obviously not BPD. There's no, why are your links not clickable? All right, mods, put them in chat. Do not give your money to Aiden. He doesn't need it. Okay, that definitely can't. Dude, is my landlord in chat on an alt? Is dude, my landlord is in chat on an alt right now. More bipolar, if anything. I mean, yeah, I'd probably be even more inclined to believe that, but even then, it's like, I don't even see that. Like, I just see irrational behavior. I don't see, like, he talks reasonably. He talks reasonably, like, but while saying unreasonable shit. Like, I know this is not the case for everybody, but, like, you know, I've known people with bipolar. It's like, you see it in the eyes, and they're, like, talking very fucking fast. And typically, like, I'm not saying that it's every case of bipolar, but they can go, like, full on, like, they have a great idea. It's gonna be the best thing in the fucking world. Like, and then they crash. This has been going on for several months, and he's not like, he's just being like a fucking lolcow. He's not like, he doesn't look like totally psychotic. I just think he's really autistic and doesn't know how to deal with pressure or stress. And this is his response to pressure or stress. And he's just a bad person, yeah. I was probably one of the only people to check in on this guy after the leaks to make sure he was okay. And in return, he starts talking shit. Fuck off, dude. Tipster, don't you understand? The last time he ever got an ounce of attention or taken seriously for some reason was when he was shitting on you. So he thinks it's going to work again. Genuine question. Does Bowblax's sister know about him revealing stuff about them? Probably not. And also the sister thing is in contention now because everything he has said about his sister is apparently applicable to him. So it might seem like the sister was just like the third party that, or he would like describe himself as if he were someone else. And that's not to say every case of bipolar is the same. I'm not discrediting the idea he could have it. I'm not a doctor, but I like the BPD bipolar cope or whatever. I just don't see any indication of that. He could, but I don't see. I'm not a doctor. So yeah. So he then replies with, where is it? Bowblax's sister is low-key fire. Okay, calm down there, buddy. Next topic. No one cares about Bowblax. All right, Blastard, sit out for 10 minutes. So, oh my god, this goes on forever. You called me a pathetic grifter out of the blue, and I responded, now I'm the bad guy for calling him pathetic back because we've been chilling DMs. This is so performative, Lamau. No, you took a shot at him, and his like prescription was totally right. You like the drama, unless it's like you'll cover drama until it's about you, and you try to sweep it under the rug. So his prescription is completely correct. Blastard wants SML drama. Well, Blastard's a fucking autist that has a hyperfixation on this one thing, and he wants me to hyperfixate on it too. I'm never covering it. I'm never covering the SML drama. It's never happening. Oh no, President Sunday is gonna come. This guy swept the SML drama under the rug. This is yeah, so where is it? Fuck, where were we? Yeah. So tips were just correct. He was totally correct. Did he just copy and paste what he quote tweeted? Okay, he just copy and pasted what he quote tweeted as well. I made an obvious joke about the no more drama trend by creators who end up in drama, and you got bent out of shape about it. But if it rustles your jimmies that hard, it must have struck a nerve. But hey, if the shoe fits, lace that bitch up and wear it, I guess. You're fucking pathetic. Joke, by the way. Can't you tell? What? What is that a joke? You're pathetic? He's doing like you're pathetic /J. Like, first of all, if it is a joke, it's not funny. If it isn't a joke, there's just a total lack of self-awareness. Dude, the replies are great. You wore a dress, small cock, beg Nick Diorio to pay your mortgage, faked BPD, Manchihi, your channel is dead. You got owned by Just So Tippy of all people. Only pathetic excuse for a human is you, Josh, and you're ugly as fuck in that dress. Oh my god. Oh my god. What the fuck? Dude, that's brutal. Dude, this is brutal. This is absolutely fucking brutal. Oh my god. Dude, this guy just destroyed him. No response, of course. Since you ignored my reply and decided to repost yours as a quote tweet. Yeah, he's calling Tipster performative, but he's replying to him and then quote tweeting with the same exact thing. So he wants to, he's trying to posture to the fans instead of genuinely, the non-existent fans, instead of like actually reply to Tipster. Yeah, why reply and then quote tweet the same exact thing you reply? I don't get it. Just retweet your reply. If you like want your fans to see it or whatever, your non-existent fans. Since you ignore my reply and decided to repost yours as a quote tweet, I will repost my reply here. I made an obvious joke about the no more drama trend by creators who end up in drama, and you got... Wait, Tipster did the same thing. This is so confusing, dude. They're like, wait, they're what is going... So they're quote tweeting and replying with the quote tweet. What is going on? Just do a quote tweet or do a fucking reply. Do a quote tweet or do a reply. Now replying in 3 minutes since you replied isn't ignoring, Lamau. Why are you so mad at my joke? It's a joke, yeah. Well, it's fucking unfunny if it's a joke. So then this guy replies with this video clip.
I've blocked a lot of people on my Twitter just because... I kind of don't want to do... Well, this has been a plan for a long time, even before the controversy, but I kind of... Well, I was going to dabble in it a little more on Mayo Monkey, but essentially I'm kind of done with the drama streamer community. I've said all I kind of needed to say, and at this point I was just...
This is why the tweet is perfectly applicable. This is why Tipster's prescription is totally applicable. Say what you want about Tipster. Tipster did complain about the drama against him, but he also stopped really going at other people that hard. Like, even though he's a cringe, fat, pathetic fuck, he did, like, there was no double like...
AIDS gang represent, okay?
Niggalip swept for Bobby's hot sister. He wanted some of that Downs puffy PAG4L.
Okay, but thank you for the last part. Okay, we're gonna ignore that. Yeah, like, Tipster's prescription was absolutely correct, right? Like, even though I don't like Tipster, he definitely did, like, live up to the standards he was enforcing on other people, it seems like. With Bowblax, he is, like, saying right now, I want to get away from the drama community. But this only occurred. He's saying this was before the drama. This wasn't before the drama. What are you talking about? He genuinely believed when Augie came back, he would be a co-host on RFC again. He genuinely believed that. So this was not before the drama, because Augie came back during the drama. This is a total outright lie. This is a complete lie, just like many other things he said. You are mad about the drama community that you've partaken in for years because the drama came back to you. So Tipster got it right.
Just gonna turn that whole, like, community, which is what I have been doing on Mayo Monkey, into kind of just like a comedic outlook or outlet.
What's up, Nick? I've tried to literally talk him out of it before we fell out.
Outlet.
Yeah, you can see his content. He was trying to move away. He didn't want the stigma of a drama tweet guy anymore.
Like, community, which is what I have been doing on Mayo Monkey, into kind of just like a comedic outlook comedic outlet to just laugh at some dumb shit.
By laugh at dumb shit, he means like laugh at one single person, because that one single person he is like genuinely hated and low-hanging fruit. So that's what's gonna get like validation and make him feel powerful. But now he doesn't realize it doesn't work anymore when he's even like when he's like even the lower-hanging fruit now. He doesn't realize the whole laughing at Tipster bit is just not gonna work anymore. He's just hoping. He's hoping it saves him. Slow reporter, let me call in. Who the fuck are you? Who are you? Who? I would let you call in if I knew who the fuck you were. Go to channel. 4 subscribers. Okay, you could call in later. Join my server, join callers. I'll let you call in later. Bowblax wanted the immunity to be an edgeless gay iDubbbz internet normie, but needed to bash tipster for rent. True. True. A fucking personality-less degenerate, and that everyone swept for years. I found that a year ago I'd stated that Bobby was next on one of my old streams. I'll go look for the clip and prove it. And I think I actually had Nick on a stream while I was talking about this, and this was like a year ago. Nick was not disagree. I forgot what he said, but I was just saying like he's just a huge fence sitter, which is just anyone could figure out. That's not like I'm not like fucking Nostradamus or whatever, but he has no like value. He doesn't offer anything. I never disliked him, to be clear with you. It's like Connor. It's like Connor. I don't dislike Connor is a friend of mine. I like Connor, but on a stream, he doesn't offer anything. Connor offers nothing to RFC. He brings nothing. I'm sorry, you could disagree with me. He brings absolutely nothing. There's no charisma. There's no personality. Connor does not bring anything to RFC. And was what I said about Bowblax. I didn't dislike him, but he brought nothing. He had no opinions on anything. He fence sat. He had way too big of an ego for his trade, for what he was doing. And it was quite, I don't know why he was a co-host. I like Connor. I do like Connor. We talk behind the scenes. I'm very cool, Connor. But just because I like you doesn't mean I'm gonna like, doesn't mean I'm entertained by you. You know what I mean? Nothing personal. Nothing personal. Connor's not next. He just there's a difference between being unentertaining and being like a lolcow on a leash. He's just a co-host, and that helps after hours. Bowblax wanted to be me and Augie. Well, I guess that's true. I mean, I don't see how he helps. I guess he pulls up stuff for Augie or whatever. He's like the more like logical, he'll pull up shit or whatever. I guess you're right on that. I feel like, unironically, I feel like Augie needs like a psycho as his co-host, and I think you're not gonna like this suggestion. Salvo Pancakes instead of Connor, RFC would blow the fuck up. And yeah, Connor's like strictly business. Connor's strictly about the money. He doesn't want to have Bowblax likes power because Bowblax is in this for the power because he has none in his real life. It's not a business thing for him. It's not a business pursuit for him. I don't care that Salvo doxed Nicholas Diorio. I don't care that Salvo sent a raging mob of people to threaten to dox everyone, including me. I don't care. He's funny. Let him back on After Hours. Welcome back, Salvo. Hashtag welcome back, Salvo Pancakes. Salvo would never work with any of these people again. Morale would be good too. I don't think so. I like Morale too, but I don't think so. Yeah, this is just pathetic. It's just totally pathetic. I don't even know what to say at this point. He's not in this for money. He's not in this. He wants power. He'll never get it again. Bobby, he/her. He/her. Okay. Truth, make President Sunday co-host of RFC. Sunday is more boring than Connor. Sunday's unbelievably boring. The only time I see Sunday have a personality is when you say the word destiny. You say the word destiny and Sunday is just like, honestly, it's like Hitler talking about the Jews. Like you say the word destiny around Sunday and immediately you'll get paragraphs in response. Like, you mean the fucking cum slinging fucking 18-year-old fucking butt plug wearing fucking doxing, blue-haired, fucking degenerate, dysgenic freak. That Destiny. All right. Even then, Sunday is a little bitch. He hates confrontation. That's true. He's running from the debate. Sunday's personality is being a thesaurus. Yeah, he has this monotone, laid-back, bland personality, but it doesn't, like, he's very bad at hiding the fact that he has the temperament of an 8-year-old girl. Cool. This guy hasn't seen the Sunday. I actually have not watched Sunday, so I don't even know if I could talk about. I've seen him in like conversations, but it was very boring. All right, let's move on to this next thing. Somebody brought up morale. I guess we could talk about that. Sunday is very emotional. Yeah. Hold on, I gotta send these links in somebody's DMs, so I could pull them up on my PC. Here we go. Just have some advice for Bowblax. If you have advice for Bowblax, I think his DMs are open. You could let him know. This stream is AIDS. That's how we like to keep it, buddy. Dude, I gotta stop saying buddy. Makes me sound like a Destiny skinwalker. All right, so from YouTube drama, just post it in topic suggestions. Queeman Orbiter Morale confesses his love of 17-year-olds when confronted and compared to Mr. Girl. Hello? Base department? Ring, ring, ring. Base department? Hello? Hello? Let's look at this clip.
Ban that guy. 24-hour timeout. Go chase another 17-year-old? Yeah, and I'll do it. And you want to know what that is? Not pedophilia, motherfucker.
Shit.
What's
It's not. He's right.
childlike about a 17-year-old with big old fuck?
Oh, Dicker's silencing the truth. Dicker's hiding the truth. Dicker's sweeping. Dickers is actively sweeping.
Go ahead.
Okay. Nice. So
ban that guy.
What did he say that was wrong? The guy's like 21. Yes, there is nothing wrong with finding 17-year-olds hot when you were 21. Now, should you go and flirt with them? Absolutely not. Should you act on that? Absolutely not. The age of consent is a good boundary we have in society to reduce harm to children. Now, there are cases where, like, on their own, there's no bad outcomes. Like, I'm sure there are cases where a 21 and 17-year-old could live a very happy life together, and there would be no negative outcomes. But it would just be better to have that boundary to reduce overall harm. So just, like, wait. And if you're just crossing that line for, like, temporary sexual pleasure, probably not a good thing. But there's nothing wrong with being attracted to 17-year-olds when you're 21. Absolutely not. Clipped Buddy, thanks for the free YouTube drama post. Well, I mean, I'll argue with anybody about this. The mere attraction to 17-year-olds at 21 is not, like, disordered. It's not disordered. It's not pedophilic. Acting on that tends to be the problem. Now, the one thing I'll say about this is, this is my problem with Morale. Morale's absolutely funny. I don't dislike Morale. I think he's learning. He gets very overzealous. I wouldn't really trust him. I don't trust him, but I don't dislike him. The problem is, when you take something that's, like, good or mediocre and hype it up to be the best thing on earth, you'll always be disappointed. And I was always told that this guy is like a fucking comedy genius. Like the funniest thing in the world. Like, he's hilarious. He's so fucking funny. And I'm like, okay. And then I check his stuff out and he is funny sometimes. But he's no comedy genius. I'm always disappointed. He's no comedy genius. He's funny. He's funny. But I think you're doing him a disservice by hyping him up that much. Aiden is seething? What am I seething about? What am I seething about? You're jealous he's funnier than you? You might be coping at that point. Aiden wishes he was Morale. Unlike the rest of you, I have seen his face. I have seen him. I know what he looks like, and I think I don't wish I was him. He tries too hard. Yeah, that's probably a good criticism. He doesn't know, like, the over-animated, like, shut the fuck up, dude! Like, that kind of shit can work, but you need to know when to do it. When you turn it on, like, instantly, it goes overboard. Stop? Stop what? Stop doing what? What do you want me to stop doing? What do you want me to stop doing? No, he's sent me what he looks like. I've seen his full face. Why are you doing... Okay, you know that. Let's look at these. Actually disgusting. Isn't this the Morale that was chasing after us? What is actually... Okay, I'm sorry. If you think that a 21-year-old being into 17-year-olds is, like, actually disgusting, you're, like, you're, like, trying to hide something. You're probably trying to hide something at that point. Like, you need to, like, let the world know how much of a non-pedophile you are, that you'll, like... try and, like, feign being disgusted by, like, totally normal, like, gaps of attraction. There's nothing disgusting about this. Is it reckless? Should you not do it? Yes. Is it disgusting? No. Not at all. Not in the slightest bit. Why people keep tolerating and boosting this guy is beyond me. Everything I've ever heard about him was against my will, and it's always him saying some weird shit justifying how he got caught hitting on a 17-year-old or defending Lolicon, crashing out over something stupid, getting caught in a lie, or doing some shady backstabby shit for no reason. But he's funny content, so are lots of people who wouldn't... Okay. This, like, defending Lolicon thing is, like, if you find any... I don't know exactly what Morale's position is, but it's, like, if you find any nuance to, like, this topic, you're defending it. You're defending it. I literally argued once that I don't know if there's a good reason to make, like, the mere possession of drawn images illegal. That doesn't mean I think lolly is a good thing. I think the distribution of it normalizes, will normalize for minors, a certain type of relationship that shouldn't be normalized that will make them easier to groom. And yes, I am skinwalking Queeman. That's a Queeman argument. So no, I do not defend lolly. I'm talking purely in a legal context. Oh, you mean the guy whose whole thing was, I hate women, no, I'm not joking, is a threat to women and girls? Well, how is he a threat? What? Oh, yeah, you're right. Jake Weddle's in here. Ha, 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 ha. Ah, ha, ha. Dude, I think he's mad that Morale platformed Lex. Morale was doing some shady shit with Lex. I don't think... People like to act like Morale was doing a 4D chess move, where, like, the 4-hour, like, E-Date stream was, like, this grand attempt at, was, like, this grand attempt to get her, like, to like him so he could confront her the next night. I don't think that's true. I don't think that's true at all. I think he genuinely thought he could friendly up to her. He wanted content. She was coming to him with allegations of abuse. He thought he could get the content. She was sharing hacked materials with him. He knew that she had access to his account. He didn't say anything about it. And then I feel like the only reason he was so hard on her the next night is because of, like, the criticism he got from, like, the people he kind of looks up to, or looks up to in regards to their opinion. Yeah, he was too cozy with her. It was an E-Date stream. Morale has a problem with women. I will say that. Morale needs to turn off the horniness. The criticism he got from Beckett. Speaking of Beckett, where is Beckett? Where is Beckett? I haven't spoken to the guy ever since the Sunday shit. I think the way the Pixie stuff was handled by Sunday and Beckett was reckless. My take is that what Destiny did was incredibly wrong, obviously. But I don't think it is to the extent where I would see him as like an immediate danger. And the reason for that is I think he realizes he was scared when he realized like how fucked this was, and he was panicking in DMs, which leads me to think he wouldn't do it again. The problem I have is, and should this be public? Absolutely. But when you're a victim, when the victim of this, Pixie, it is her decision to come out about this. She is somebody that has been mentally unstable, apparently has like talked about taking her own life or whatever. And DGG is one of the most rabid fan bases on the internet. So as an individual, you need to ascertain whether it would be worth it to come out about this and take on the brunt of DGG. And that is your choice, because you're going to get a lot of shit. It's going to be a lot of drama. And it is your choice and your prerogative to come out about that when you're ready. And I don't think you should be pushed to come out about it. Did you see Pixie is publicly condemned Sunday? Oh, will you link it to me? Like, as a victim, it is your prerogative to come out. And nobody should make them come out. If she wanted to handle it behind the scenes and get money from him to pay for his shit and thought that was like a better solution than taking on DGG publicly under the you know, understanding that he would never do something like this again, although it's not the ideal situation because this is something people need to know about, I don't think that like, I think that's her right. Sunday literally took away a victim's agency of her own story and blamed her for all past and future victims because she hasn't spoken out before. This was never about the victims for Sunday. It was about Destiny, always. Always. I'd never platform a victim. I keep them in my closet. That is a good fucking coffee. Sunday W. It's okay. He's used his top women understander skills to brand her as... I actually haven't watched his video yet, to be honest with you. Maybe we'll check that out later if anyone thinks it's worth it. So Diorio's been the #1 source on the leaks. We have a tweet here. Pixie agrees that President Sunday painted her in an unfair light and manipulated the situation. I agree. He never gave a fuck about anything other than destroying Destiny. That's why he wrote Pixie off as a suicide baiter. I'll watch it. Hey, I'm still worried for you. Are you okay? No matter what, please never hesitate to reach out. This is from Erudite. Hi, Kyla. I'm sorry for not getting back to you earlier. I've just been really overwhelmed with the situation. I didn't consent to President Sunday receiving those messages at all, and I feel like they painted both of us in a really bad/untrue light. I really appreciate the fact that you care so much about me and have been checking on me so often. Just asking if I'm okay. I don't think you'd go that far if you didn't care. I feel really guilty/bad because I didn't expect things to get leaked like this at all. If Sunday didn't force the issue, nothing would be happening. If the end outcome is Destiny is so rattled he never does anything like this again and the victim feels like she's been properly compensated and the other victims are satisfied enough to not come out, I hate to say it, but like that would probably be an okay. That would probably, ideally this would be public, but there was... like forcing it should have been on the victim, not Sunday. So Aiden, him banning anyone covering this story and banning Cherry when she came out about her story proves he's remorseful. I don't think he's remorseful. No, I don't think he's remorseful. I think he'll be so scared to save his own skin he wouldn't do something like this again. I think there's a difference between remorse and just like self-preservation. I don't think he feels bad for these people. I don't think he's remorse. That's obviously not what I'm fucking arguing. All right, we'll check out the Sunday video. Aiden, do you understand the gravity of Destiny's actions? Yes, it's fucking horrible. It is a total breach of privacy. But no, it is not like a case of rape where this person is an immediate danger to the public. If the victims and him had reached an agreement behind the scenes and the victims didn't want to go public and not take on the brunt of DGG, that is their prerogative. It would be different had he raped somebody. Does anyone disagree? I mean, you're welcome to come and argue with me about this if you want. Since he used his platform to violate all these women, should he be allowed to keep his platform? Well, he could have done this with or without his platform. I guess he met them through his platform. Queeman called it e-rape because it's I think he's being rhetorical. Did you see Queeman call him just as bad as a rapist last night? I mean, that was probably a joke. I'd have to see the context of that. He meets all women through his platform because of the way he looks, Aiden. Queeman went hard? Yeah, I'm sure he went hard. I don't defend what Destiny did. I think it's horrible. You're an I don't defend what he did. I think it's horrible. I think it's horrible. You don't need to convince me that Destiny is bad. I believe you. I believe you. Or I don't believe you. I agree with you. I think it's worse than what you think. What do you think that I think? What do you think that I think? I don't still like him. I don't still like him. I don't still fucking like him. What are you talking about? Oh my god, you're insane. You're actually fucking insane. You're a crazy person. You're a fucking you're a lunatic. Put this guy in a fucking straitjacket. Put this guy in a straitjacket. Is Destiny AIDS gang? If he comes out and support AIDS gang, I'll sweep.
Oh, President Sunday.
The only thing stopping Aiden from being a revenge pornographer is Colton snatching away kinetic hell before he got some to leak. Here's what you don't realize, you pathetic fuck, okay? She asked me to meet up in our first messages. She asked me to help with her Himpleton interview. I ghosted her for days and days and days. If I wanted to hit, I told you this before, if I wanted to hit, this wouldn't be a story about me wanting to hit. This would be a story about how I did hit. When I want something, it's mine. I always get it. I always get it.
In this video, I'm going to tell you a story about a man. It's a story that has been replicated over and over and over in government, in show business, in business boardrooms, restaurant franchises. This time, it's about a man with a small social media empire on YouTube.
Nah, bro, you're right. Nah, bro, because I think you're an ugly, crazy bitch. Yes, you're right. Nah, bro. That's what I said to you. Well, I didn't say it to you, but that's essentially what I did by fucking ghosting you.
A man who uses...
Why don't you call in?
His clout and his fame.
The Whore of Babel? Okay, good one, buddy.
Lure mentally and financially vulnerable women from his community into sexual encounters. Encounters which he records and then, without their consent, shares with others. It's about how that man developed such a stranglehold over his community that no one, no matter how disgusted they are, will dare call him out for this, even when it becomes public knowledge. And most importantly, this is a story about power, and of how normal human feelings can be contorted to serve a machine to make a man immune to the effects of the abuse he has inflicted.
God, I hate the way this guy talks, bro. Just get to the point. Get to the point, dude.
On an astonishing number of people. Stephen Bennell II, or as he's known online.
Oh my god, if you're gonna make an image pop up on screen like that, do the world a favor. Fucking, when you're keyframing it, ease it, bro. Or what is it? What's the word? Ease it in, ease it out. When it just goes in like that and comes to a sudden stop, it looks horrible.
Line Destiny, is a highly successful political streamer and content creator who has garnered infamy not just for...
All right, I'll 1.5 it. Wait, that was already 1.25? I thought that was normal speed.
Public outbursts and controversial political positions, but also for an impressive number of public threats, sexual scandals, and even outright criminal actions. This recently culminated on November...
No, I don't mean fade in, I mean ease it.
29th of 2024.
Do I need to show you how to do this? No, that's not what I mean.
When an anonymous Discord and Kiwi Farms user going by the name Solo Leaks published a large repository of private messages and pornographic images and videos of Destiny with various men and women to Discord and Kiwi Farms, recordings that Destiny had shared to strangers without the consent of the people in them. It's important to note that this is not the first time that...
When he says strangers plural, there was one person, right? Just to be factual. There was a single individual he shared this to, correct?
Destiny has been the subject of a large sexual scandal involving non-consensually leaked intimate material. All the way back in 2012, Destiny was caught up in a scandal involving a competitive StarCraft 2 player called Blue T, who had tweeted out a photo of his genitals. This was in retaliation for Destiny previously leaking nude images of her to his friends on Skype, wherein he laughed at how quote-unquote fucking hideous her face was compared to her quote-unquote beautiful body.
Leaked it. Did she send this to him in private?
In 2021.
No, he
Destiny
shared it to a ton of people? Cherry stuff was at least 3 people. There are a bunch of Discord shitters saying they've received the material from him? And provably so. Wait, so they've proven it? Okay, I need to see that, but I believe you.
He had a romantic entanglement.
Oh, and also, AI upscale your images. What is this pixelated garbage? Remini, AI upscale.
With a YouTube streamer named Anna Voir. Anna would go on to become known for insisting, often tearfully, that she was actually in a long-term romantic relationship with Destiny, which Destiny denied, painting her as crazy to his audience. It was later revealed that in fact, while Destiny was insisting to his audience that Anna was insane, he was actually sexting her.
Oh, this is good. I know nothing about this situation. I actually know nothing about any of this guy's interpersonal drama. There's a meme that I watch like 10,000 hours of Destiny a day. I'm so out of like all the lore. I've watched like a few debates of his, like from like years ago. By a few, I mean like maybe like 15, but
the entire time, and referring to her.
I've watched his political debates and his like other debates. I don't know anything about like the lore, the interpersonal stuff.
Terms such as
I've been learning about it.
Princess in their conversations. Anna threatened to post these sexually charged texts to prove that she wasn't.
God, she's mid as fuck, dog. What were you thinking? Aiden, you were leaked in one of the pics. Not a good look. What are you talking about?
AIDS gang represent, okay?
Oh, AG4L, 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 AG4L,
all right.
AG4L.
I appreciate the enthusiasm, and oh, good. All right, thank you. I appreciate the support. Who donated that? Thank you for no slurs this time. Who donated that? Isu, thank you for the $5. Appreciate it.
Wasn't crazy, and that this was all actually taking place. And in retaliation, Destiny threatened in public to leak her nude photos if she did so.
Like, if you and I had, like, sexted or something, or traded nudes, and you're like, I'm gonna leak your nudes, and I go, fuck you, if you leak my nudes, I'm gonna leak your nudes. Is that, like, blackmail? Or is that, like, abusive? I disagree.
So do you think that leaking sexting and leaking nudes is proportional, or do you think it's a proportional response in the way that you're reacting to them?
I think it's about proportional. Because you're leaking, like, sexual material and shit from another person. Yeah,
AIDS gang represent,
Destiny has also at least once admitted to accidentally
Aiden,
sending
I'm led
homemade
to believe
videos
that
of
you are Jeff Goldblum's long-lost son, possibly grandson. Can we have you say, that is one big pile of shit?
That is one big pile of shit.
him and his wife to people who his wife did not in advance approve of in accordance with a previous agreement that he wouldn't.
Me and Lee had a conversation about there were a few girls we talked to, was like, oh cool, like we should record videos of like us fucking shit and send it to people, like it's fun. I kind of like have like my little archive of like Coomer material that I'll send to people if I want to. There were girls that I talked to past that I'd send stuff of like either me or Melina.
Whoa! How hard is it, gents, to just like keep your dick in your pants, bro?
And Melina talked to me and she was like, hey,
nail the inflection too? I don't know, what does he sound like?
If you're going to send any videos to new girls that we haven't talked about, like, let me know that first. Because she wanted to be careful. It was like, oh, okay, sure, that's fine. I didn't think about it at the time because I didn't think it mattered. But for the first thing, like, okay, yeah, I should have, like, checked 100% with Melina. But, like, this.
Other examples of threats and sexual misconduct made by Destiny are plentiful, but the general point is this. Destiny has a very bad history when it comes to sharing intimate material of people that he is sexually involved with.
Oh, yeah, I saw this debate, actually, a few hours ago.
Without their consent, and of using the threat of their release to keep people in line. If this brings a certain Diddy to mind, you are not alone. Like with Diddy, when people speak out.
Listen, whoa!
About Destiny's misconduct, the responses vary from silence to dismissal to outright threats of exposing their intimate information and media. Unlike with Diddy, these aren't just allegations. We have the receipts. In 2023, Destiny's wife Melina publicly separated from him. In response, Destiny went on stream and indicated multiple times that he was confident that Melina would not leak any unsavory details about the relationship to the public because he too had compromising information on her and logs that would seriously harm Melina's reputation if they were revealed. Whereas, since his reputation around relationships was already so low, he would be effectively immune to the consequences.
Why do you think that she isn't going to leak or talk shit? Melina will not leak or talk shit about any of this because she knows that everything about this makes her look like a f***ing satanic demon. She knows that. She's threatened it a million times, like, I'm going to start leaking everything. Oh, yeah, let's go. Okay, if you really want to, holy f***, because my reputation is already zero in regards to our relationship. Everything's I'm a horrible piece of shit. We want to start leaking shit, we can do it.
Fast forward to November 2024. Due to the solo leaks, it has come to light that Destiny has been sharing intimate private messages, nude images, and pornographic videos with a 19-year-old OnlyFans creator called Rose, who he was sexually interested in at the time.
Rose is coming? Is that really her at? Rose is coming? Oh my god, dude. These people are total degenerates. Just wait until marriage. Just wait until how hard is it, guys?
Rose leaked these to a Discord and Kiwi Farms user called Solo Leaks, who may, for all we know, be Rose herself.
Wait, so Rose did leak. Wait. So some are saying it was a hacker, and this is only relevant for Rose's sake. Some are saying it's a hacker. Some are saying that Rose herself leaked it. I don't know what to believe on that front.
Who then published them to Discord and to Kiwi Farms. These leaks included intimate romantic and sexual DMs between Destiny and Lawrence Southern, who Destiny had long denied being romantically involved with while she became increasingly present in his public personal life and on stream, despite being publicly at odds with each other politically on the surface. Destiny even once described her activism as involving, quote-unquote, drowning refugees. These DMs revealed that, in fact, Destiny and Lawrence Southern had been mutual.
Waiting until marriage sounds like a great way to end up with a miserable sex life, not gonna lie. There's nothing miserable about being a virgin. I'm sick of this, there is a fucking societal, like, people will mock you by calling you a virgin. And it's like, I respect virginity. Virginity rocks, okay? There's nothing miserable about being a virgin. In fact, it's desirable.
Mutually declaring their love and admiration for each other, including expressing intentions to separate from the respective partners.
Dude, how do you know if you're compatible in bed with your spouse or even fucked? Why do I need to be compatible in bed? I don't need to necessarily have sex with the person I'm marrying.
To marry each other. All of this was happening behind the scenes.
If it doesn't work, it doesn't work. But if I love them, we're still going to stay married, if I can have sex with them or not.
Despite Destiny publicly claiming to his audience that he and Lauren were not involved, and while he was publicly accusing his wife Melina of lying and of being controlling privately when she would express displeasure about the relationship and when she requested that Destiny stop associating with Southern. In addition to these leaks, which not only severely compromised Lauren Southern's career and personal life, but also established that Destiny was lying when he accused.
Marriage does not only have to be about sex. You can have a marriage without sex. Marriage does not need to be about sex. Sex is like not even on my top 10 list if it come to who I'm marrying. Sex is not even, in my mind, not even close to the most important part of a relationship.
His wife of being delusional and controlling about the affair. Solo Leaks also published a massive dump of revenge pornography, which featured various sexual encounters with numerous men and women that Destiny had recorded and sent to Rose as part of their flirtations, which incidentally include references to how he recorded other people not included in the dump, including a recording of a sexual encounter with someone he met on the gay dating app Grindr with no mention of having
Oh my god, dude. My streamer is cooked.
Alerted this person to the fact that they were being recorded. Note, it is a felony to record sex acts without consent in the state of Florida. So to recap, Destiny, who has a long history of threatening associates, friends, and family with public humiliation and exposure through releasing revenge pornography and intimate messages.
A bad sex life can fuck up a marriage? I mean, if it's something both of you value. Listen, you're gonna think I'm capping. I've had the opportunity to have sex many a times. It's just not it doesn't interest me. It doesn't interest me. It shouldn't interest you. There's nothing special about it.
Actually did leak a tremendous quantity of compromising, sexually humiliating messages, images, and videos featuring other people to at least one person without their consent. These were then publicly leaked, and the reaction has been total silence. Nothing. Historically, Destiny has always been boldly willing to threaten leaking private intimate material such as during his separation from his wife, or to expose nude images to retaliate against women he was slandering, like Anna, or even just for the sheer pleasure of it.
Dude, tactical nudes. It's like how two countries have nukes, so neither will nuke each other. It's like mutually assured destruction. But let both sides have nude images.
Case of Blue Tea mentioned earlier, where the only purpose was revenge. This time, however, somehow, there is nothing. Not by Destiny, nor by anybody else. No streams, no video exposés, no tweets by any notable figures denouncing what is an obvious massive breach in ethics and consent. Nothing. Which begs the question, why? Why is everyone being...
Augie RFC. What? I'm not asexual. I just don't understand like this like need, like it's like not like a huge deal. I don't understand, like I don't think it's like a big deal. I don't think like sex is a big deal. Wild ass time. It's not wild. It's a normal take. It's a normal take. I just don't think it's like, if it happens, it happens. If it doesn't, it doesn't. I don't think it's like a big deal.
So silent about something that by all rights should be a massive sex and abuse scandal about one of online politics' biggest and most controversial figures. As I said at the beginning of this video, this is not just a story about a man, but about power and how power works. And it's not a story that is new. At the center of the scandal is
Dude, this is just like the funniest image to use of him. This is like literally like the Fox News stereotype what liberals look like.
a concerted effort by Destiny's friends, associates, and community to conceal and hide his wrongdoings by any and all means. This includes deleting any mentions of the leaks on Discord and Reddit, obfuscating the issue by acting as if the leaks only contain private sexual behaviors and therefore aren't anyone else's business.
Dude, the way she looks at him.
Or even offering money to the victims.
His Ghislaine Maxwell.
In exchange for their silence. Now, if one were to say that the creators around Destiny were simply remaining silent about this scandal in order to continue to capitalize on their friendship with Destiny and have access to his audience, this would be a misleading oversimplification.
Oh my god, dude. Dude, why does Tom look like that, bro?
Some people are doing that for sure, and some people in fact are even going out of their way to run
long hair does not work on everybody, okay?
interference to protect Destiny from the consequences of his actions. But this is not a story about the nefarious deeds of evil men and women, but about power. And it turns out that in fact a lot of people are simply afraid. Afraid of what they have a moral right or a public sanction to say given the sensitive nature of these leaks, and afraid of the retribution of Destiny and those in his audience if they say something that angers him. A very large creator in YouTube commentary called
Ooh, he's being brought up. Yeah, DGG is like a fucking rabid fan base to take on. Which is why, like, especially if you're like an mentally unwell person, it should be your decision if you want to come, if you think what happened to you was so substantial that, and it is substantial, I'm not discrediting it, but if you think it is something that you need to come out about, that is your choice to make. Knowing the consequence you can potentially face with that.
Nicholas DeOrio, disgusted at the obvious sexual abuse and public coercion he was witnessing coming from Destiny and his defenders, and frustrated by the fact that people were beginning to lump him in with the others who were actively covering for Destiny, reached out to me directly to clarify why he was not being more vocal. He told me that, due to the sensitive nature of the material, despite being very confident about Destiny's guilt, he was very conflicted about coming forward against Destiny on behalf of the victims in this story without them voluntarily coming forward first. This was for
that's totally reasonable. Let me just say this really quick, because Juice Stalker made like a fucking horrible tweet about this. I just need to I need to say this really quick. I knew almost exactly, with the exception of like the one screenshot he had, I knew almost exactly what Nick knew in regards to this story. Okay? And what, or at least I think I do, based on what I've heard. But essentially, right, let me just read this tweet for you real quick from Juice Stalker. Kyla had years of effort, that's in regards to Not So Erudite. Kyla had years of effort and essentially all of her income to lose. What did you have to lose, Nicholas? Why did you take so long to make a statement? Let me say this to you. I was told, and Nick was told this, okay? And this isn't even true. So some of the info that I had that Nick had at the time, not only was it limited, some of it wasn't even true. That they'd come to an agreement behind the scenes, and Destiny was going to be paying for her law school. Now, if you're coming out and you don't have support, the support of the victim involved with the story, and the victim is receiving like substantial, you have reason to believe the victim is receiving substantial financial compensation behind the scenes and is now like talking to Destiny or whatever, you have no reason to not believe that when you come out about this, not only will she probably not take your side, there is a strong possibility that she may even deny it or take his side, because that is a large amount of money you have reason to believe she's receiving. So this would be like a career implosion. If you've partial amounts of info, not the full story, which he does, and he's very good at spinning narratives, so he can spin it any way he wants. You've partial amounts of info. You have reason to believe the victim isn't going to support you, and she may even go against you. Right? You shouldn't come out about this. It's a career implosion. All it would take is Destiny he has access to all the information. You have little scatter bits of information, one screenshot, right? All it takes is him with the full information to release what he wants with the backing of the victim and spin the narrative in a way that is favorable to him, and you would be totally fucking destroyed. There was not enough to come out with this. There was not enough to come out with this. People have been demonized for going forward with allegations where they had less. Nevertheless, like, no support from the victim. So to claim that Nick had, like, any obligation to come forward over what he knew at the time is just totally fucking ridiculous. It is up to the victim if she wants to come forward, and if you don't have her support and don't even have the full story, that, like, why would you destroy your credibility? Are y'all getting pushback? I'm not getting pushback. I'm a nobody. Nick got a little bit of pushback. People thought he actually looked good in the Sunday call. Nick is like getting pushback here from Juice Stalker, the guy. And here's the other irony of it all for me. Had Nick come forward with what he knew weeks ago, had Nick come forward with this, fucking Juice Stalker literally would have probably been one of the people that would be trying to be like, well, he's not really releasing all the info. The victim herself isn't backing this. I mean, I don't know what's really going on here. It doesn't seem like he has a whole lot. So you're telling him to come forward. The only reason you're going at Destiny now is because he went for your friend, and totally reasonable for you to turn on him over that. But to pretend like you would have totally gone for him at the time and he come forward with the limited info he had. Like, it's like taking a ship out onto the high seas where there's a fucking hurricane and the ship is like a wooden piece of shit with holes in it. There's no reason to do that until you get a sturdy ship. Going at Destiny, this is somebody, whether you like him or hate him, is rhetorically gifted, very good at spinning narratives. He's destroyed people in the past for things that later turned out to be true. You want to make sure you are firing with strong ammo, nevertheless, not like ammo that is like cut in half, which is what Nick would have been firing with.
2 reasons. First, Destiny has a history of persuading his victims to come to his defense during a scandal. This happened once when a creator called Mr. Girl infamously attempted to accuse Destiny of lying about his relationship with Anna Voir, and in response, Destiny produced recent DMs between himself and Anna in which he got her to say that her own quoted claims against Destiny were false. And here it is notable that the fact that these—
It's rabid animals like President Sunday because they're stupid and don't think anything though. Yeah, there's like so much genuine criticism against Destiny here, but just like there was genuine criticism against Onision, but then you have like the anti-O community, just like you have the anti-D community where these are just like, they're totally rabid.
These DMs were between the alleged abuser and his victim did not seem to affect their credibility in the eyes of his audience. And second, because of Destiny's ability to use his hold over his massive audience to deal serious reputational and financial damage to people who he feels have slighted him. Nicholas refers explicitly here to the reputational damage Destiny inflicted on another commentary YouTuber called Chudlogic when he was approached by Destiny's now ex-wife Melina to give her side of the story about the Lauren Southern affair.
So, I mean, I privately told everybody I'm completely distancing myself from this guy, waiting for this bomb to go off, but I don't want to be the one to fucking light it.
I love how Sunday presented this like it was like a voluntary, like willing interview. It's so funny, dude.
But, I mean, I feel stupid. I sent Destiny, like, a message of support at the beginning of this, like, about his dick getting leaked, not about this part of it. Like, oh, it's a shame that your dick got leaked or whatever, which I guess is still valid.
Pause, Andy. I know. We're very pleased I feel so horrible about defending Nick on this, because people like Augie are like, the Cabal welcomes you back, buddy. If Nick is right, Nick is right, okay? I'm not defending the Cabal. He's just right on this. Has Nick swept for people? Absolutely. I thought he was light in his Mutahar coverage, lighter than he'd be on normal people. I thought he's tard-wrangled Bowblax for years, just like you. But he did not sweep. He's just right here.
I didn't realize how bad it was initially. I thought the big thing was the Lauren Southern leaks. I thought, oh, he's got sex tapes. Okay, surprise.
Well, in the back of my head, I was thinking, why would all these people consent to their fucking nudes being exchanged?
Well, the answer
why would that even happen? They would absolutely not. They absolutely wouldn't. Yeah. And it's like, and I haven't really been able to talk about this with anybody because I'm not like it's a huge risk to even discuss it because this guy's got such a chokehold over his community. But I legitimately think if it ever comes up, I absolutely think that's career ending. I don't think that could be defended. And if it can be defended by his community, it would fucking completely destroy. I mean, yeah, his reputation's in the toilet. It could be lower.
It could be. It's also it's in the toilet with people who care to know.
Yeah, no, I think this is a viral everyone story, video, like community-wide story if this cover-up ever comes out.
What specifically would have to happen to trigger some kind of, determinate position on this in public for you?
I mean, I'll be super candid about it. We would need to talk.
Yeah, would you have to talk publicly, or do you just have to see it?
No, I think I've already seen it. I think she needs to talk publicly because if anything, if it comes down to it, and Destiny
I just sent a message to Sunday. I asked him to talk about this a few nights ago. He said some other time is now. Get in here, Sunday.
To take that other look what happened with Chudlogic and Lauren Southern. He had Melina come.
Listen, I'm gonna say it right now. The worst part about this is I'm a lib. But my problem with liberalism, as I said before, is we can't say retard. We can't say shit like retard. Liberalism is so cringe. Destiny was like the guy where you're like liberal, but you can like, but like we can still do the shit I like. And now we don't have any other streamer like that. So somebody was talking about it. Many have spoken. AIDS Gang will fill the DGG power vacuum minus the sex tapes.
Coming to him and telling him these things directly. And he was put in a position where he can either eat shit and be hated by that community and lose a huge percentage of his audience to the point where I had to pick up the other half of the slack and like help him out, right, to keep him afloat, or he could just leak those messages and be justified immediately, and it would start like a huge conflict. And I guess he did the right thing by loyalty, but like, you know what I mean? It's like if you don't have the person, then it's you fighting on behalf of somebody else. And I've seen this go down so many times with content creators where if they don't have the support of the actual victim in the situation, you're fighting a losing battle from day one.
Exactly. You know, people, if you don't have concrete evidence, you're fighting a losing battle. Nevertheless, against like a war machine like Destiny, who's very good at spinning narratives, nevertheless, the victim's not even on your side, and you have reason to believe the victim might not even take your side, because we have reason to believe at that point in time, based on what we've been told, which wasn't even true, by the way, that he was paying for her law school.
So principally, your concern is that you're going to take a pretty big financial / audience hit. If you were to
well, I think there's a genuine risk that I'm gonna get left out to dry here, because if she doesn't.
All right, Sunday just said to me, if you donate $100 in a super chat under my Destiny video, I'll talk to you. Good one, buddy. What a money-hungry loser, bro.
Say anything, or even worse, if she comes out and says it's not true, then I'm fucked.
A lot of people who would otherwise potentially be ready to support the victims of Destiny's systemic abuse of female and male colleagues are stuck between wanting to call foul on some truly reprehensible behavior and the realization that if they did, there are so many ways to spin them as the villains through Destiny's further manipulation of the victims and of his massive following. Two particularly aggressive defenders of Destiny have been Not So Erudite and Dan Saltman, who are both colleagues and close members of his inner circle. Both have gone out of their way either to dissuade attempts to bring up the issue of Destiny's non-consensual sharing of intimate material of other people publicly, or to directly discourage his victims from speaking out or taking legal action.
I'll donate $100 to Hayden if he talks to you, but I'm not giving him a dime. Good decision.
A major consequence of Destiny's silence and the silence of the people around him on this issue is that all of the negative consequences for these leaks have been—
Why does everybody like want, like, people are so scared to debate me. They all like want money to like be willing to talk to me. They're like fucking terrified. I don't get it. I really don't get it, dude. The show the other day, now we've got to deal with this. I mean, what's it going to be next, dude? What's it going to be next? They're putting everything behind a fucking paywall, dude. Just talk to me, buddy. I make 11 a stream. I don't got fucking... Nobody's gonna give you money.
Been born by the victims, who are still being publicly shamed and harassed as I speak.
To be fair, you did pay Flamenco, and I made it all back in the same stream, and more.
However, faux concern for their
Never doing that again, though.
Being and their wishes to remain as anonymous and private as possible has been used to shut down any discussion where Destiny might be held responsible for endangering them in the first—
More like Rabbi Sunday.
True. Very, very true. Give me the money, goy. Give me the money to talk to me.
place. The perverse result is that Destiny's crimes against these people are effectively being weaponized as their own defense against others who would call him out for them. For example, when one community member known as Fairy Queen questioned Not So Erudite's continued association with Destiny, given the revelation that he had been sharing porn of people he streams with without their consent, and given Not So Erudite's own avowals of being a mental—
Bro, don't you make people pay to one guy? I mean, it's in the rules, but we haven't really been living up to that standard lately.
Health expert and a feminist, Not So Erudite claimed that she was in communication with the victims behind the scenes and that they didn't want any additional attention. And so therefore, Not So Erudite was actually doing the moral thing by not holding Destiny accountable for victimizing them in the first place and for personally continuing to profit from the reputation of Destiny by whom she was employed. When pressed on this, Not So Erudite promptly terminated the conversation. But it turns—
Ooh, this isn't— Wait, hold on. I gotta go back.
Is that Destiny's crimes against these people are effectively being weaponized as their own defense against others who would call him out for them. For example, when one community member known as Fairy Queen questioned Not So Erudite's continued association with Destiny, given the revelation that he had been sharing—
Do you not acknowledge Melina is claiming Steven shared these videos without her consent? Have you confronted Steven privately about this? Will you disassociate from him for sharing another woman's sex tape without her consent?
Porn of people he streams with without their consent, and given Not So Erudite's own avowals of being a mental health expert and a feminist, Not So Erudite claimed that she was in communication with the victims behind the scenes and that they didn't want any additional attention. And so therefore, Not So Erudite was actually doing the moral thing by not holding Destiny accountable for victimizing them in the first place and for personally continuing to profit from the reputation of Destiny by whom she was employed. When pressed on this, Not So Erudite promptly terminated the conversation. But it turns out that Not So Erudite was telling the truth when she said she was communicating on behalf of the victims, because as it turns out, she was from very early on the primary middleman negotiating the price of their silence.
Yeah, she was his, like, Ghislaine Maxwell, dude. I know she's his assistant, but she actually was, like, the intermediary for, like, the people he fucked over. It's so crazy, dude. It's so crazy.
Enter Pixie. Pixie is a tiny streamer who, like Destiny's wife Melina, was visually identifiable in the leaks. Pixie had been working closely
She blocked me by the... Oh my... Holy mother of foreheads.
with Destiny since she turned 20 years old in 2019. And in addition to appearing on stream together regularly, Destiny also got her involved in paid positions organizing for canvassing projects like with
This is not a good look. This is not a good look. I'm bullying the victims.
Victory, who he partnered with in 2024, and she would accompany him multiple times to large podcast appearances such as the Whatever podcast, which he would pay for her to be flown out to. Pixie had for a very long time repeatedly tried to present herself as an example of a woman who could succeed as a part of Destiny's orbit without being a member of his oft-rumored harem of women who offer him sexual favors in exchange for exposure and stream time.
Dude, this photo... This is edited, right? This was edited... Like, I'm gonna sound stupid. This was an edited picture, right?
Orbit without being a member of his
I always find posts like these funny because Destiny literally had a reputation of having a harem for a while.
oft-rumored harem of women who offer him sexual favors in exchange for exposure and stream time. In light of these leaks, that image has obviously been shattered, and she has received the brunt of negative reactions to the scandal, since people who hate Destiny and hate the politics of the people in his group are eager to laugh at the hypocrisy of one of them, even if it means joining in the mass harassment of someone who is in fact a victim of revenge porn. Unfortunately, Pixie did the worst thing that someone in her position could do. Rather than seek legal recourse or make a public statement denouncing the violation of her consent and dignity that these leaks represented, she seems to have ultimately chosen to try and profit from the situation by extorting Destiny. An American citizen who finds themselves a victim of revenge pornography has several valid actions they can take. Let's go.
It wasn't wait. Let's just be very clear here. President's intellectual son. We need to be using proper language when talking about allegations this serious. It was not revenge porn. It's the sharing of explicit images without the consent of the other party.
Go over 3.
There is a difference, believe it or not.
First, they can seek
It is not revenge porn.
legal recourse. In fact, there's a federal law on the books as of 2022 that allows victims of non-consensual exchanging of explicit material to be compensated up to $150,000.
Yeah, that's what it is.
And that's even if the leaks were not necessarily done maliciously, but only with reckless disregard for the consent of the victims. The victims may even have their identity concealed. Second, they may make a public statement denouncing
Revenge porn is like a fuck you bitch, I'm gonna publish this to ruin your life. This was him sharing something without someone's consent to entertain his fetish, which I agree is also bad, like just maybe close to just as bad, but it's not the same thing. I'm being a little autistic about the terminology.
the person who leaked the material and violated their consent. And in fact, this can be done in conjunction with the first option I mentioned.
No, I think revenge porn is a lot more malicious, but the outcome is like the same. So I feel like the consequence should be similar. I don't even know if I'd say, I think so.
And finally, they can choose to do nothing. They can stay silent and hope that it all blows over. And this is their right. But Pixie did not do any of these. In an exchange that I've learned has since...
Dude, why is he playing like African tribal music in the background right here? Like, are we going hunting?
...and circulated among the entire commentary community on YouTube and virtually everyone in Destiny's circle. Not so Erudite can be seen haggling with Pixie over the amount of money that would be appropriate.
Typically with revenge pornography, it's like published, right? Because you're doing it to like humiliate the victim to like the maximum extent. He did send it to one person, but because of that, it ended up coming out. His intention wasn't to publish it to the world. It did come out to the world, though, because of his recklessness and total disregard for the privacy and consent of these women by sending it to that individual. But yes, like it would be more malicious had it been a case of revenge porn and was published in mass by him.
...appropriate for Destiny to pay her to not involve the court system or to denounce him publicly. First, Pixie uses the implicit threat of her impending suicide and a scheduled note announcing it to pressure Destiny to pay out a significant sum of money, and then later switches to vague threats of public denunciations and legal...
These went public. He didn't publish them publicly, but he might as well, because he sent them to some random 19-year-old Discord shitter. Or it wasn't just one person. Okay, sorry, I'm now being informed that it was several. I was just informed that a few minutes ago. This is the first time I'm hearing this. Can you send me something about that? That's also just as bad. That's bad. Yeah, that's horrible.
...action. Meanwhile, behind the scenes, her friend Straighterade was colluding to advise Destiny to offer to help her financially as penance to stave off her threats of self-harm. A situation that would obviously be a reputational...
Yeah, this Straighterade bitch is like a horrible fucking... Okay, I believe you that he sent them to multiple people. I just need to see something about that, because I've been told up to this point it was a single person.
...disaster for Destiny. Note. Straighterade has also explicitly said that she did not consider the situation serious enough to warrant a wellness
He sent
check.
the cherry stuff to several people, but didn't... What was the cherry stuff? Did he send her nudes?
As revealed in earlier DMs between Pixie and Destiny prior to this conversation with Not So Erudite, Pixie and her friend Straight had used the specter of her impending suicide to alarm Destiny enough that he would be receptive to suggestions of financial compensation. Apparently, Pixie was hopeful from the beginning that she could get as much as a $1 million payout from Destiny.
Okay, so this is the other problem I have. He's painting Pixie as some sort of like fucking extortionist. But Pixie had entertained this idea behind the scenes with a friend. She never did she ever she never asked him for $1 million, right? He recorded audio of them having okay, yeah, that's still really bad. Do we have has she published proof yet, by the way? Not saying I don't believe her. Yeah, he's trying to Sunday has a gripe with Pixie. So he's trying to paint her as some sort of extortionist. She never asked him for $1 million.
Which Straight had to repeatedly talk her down from. The condition of this financial compensation is, of course, Pixie's continued silence. This would seem to imply that Pixie's decision to not go public is not because she is afraid of the repercussions, or else she wouldn't be threatening Destiny directly with legal action or public denunciations, but because she wants to profit personally off of extorting Destiny, who also...
No, she said she's not doing a PR war and has gone straight to the... Okay, if there's no evidence... So he allegedly did it to multiple people. We only have proof of one right now.
It must be remembered, is a victim of revenge porn. Destiny
or he
may be the one
allegedly sent
responsible.
it to multiple... He allegedly sent it to multiple people. We only have proof of one. He recorded without permission multiple people.
For the leaker having the images in the first place, but he shared them recklessly, not maliciously. And of course, he has endured public humiliation as well for this. Destiny's close friend and podcast co-host Dan Saltman, the CEO of Redact, had also reportedly gone behind Destiny's back to advise Pixie to make financial demands of Destiny, as well as to ask her to dissuade Destiny from taking legal action against Kiwi Farms for hosting the leaks. Pixie has since said nothing publicly. There has been no evidence of legal proceedings being pursued, and she has seemingly ceased communications with the people she was previously working with, instead posting on X about taking the LSAT in pursuit
Yeah, but I believe her if she's actually going and filing a police report. I believe her.
law school. It appears as though her attempt to extort Destiny has probably paid off.
I don't think she was trying to extort him. Didn't he like offer her? But wasn't he the one that entertained the idea of giving her money before she asked for it?
Albeit at the expense of every other person Destiny has victimized in the past and will victimize in the future. And so we can see the circuit completing itself. Destiny seeks out vulnerable women in his community who are enamored by his fame and success. He engages them intimately and records the interactions. Then he hoards these recordings and he shares them with reckless abandon, even occasionally
Yeah, I think it's really weird to try and paint her as like some sort of extortionist. I've seen like zero evidence of that. I think that's bizarre. Especially like because of like private convo she had with a friend that she didn't even ask Destiny of.
their release if the people in them do something to displease him. And when finally, the obvious result of recklessly sharing these intimate images with strangers occurs and they are publicly exposed for all to see to the detriment of these people's reputations, mental health, and safety, he is able to buy off his victims and use their purchased silence as more
The fuck is that noise?
ammunition to shut down anyone who would try to hold him accountable for what is
AIDS
clearly
gang
grossly unethical
represent,
conduct.
okay?
Josh Moon of Kiwi Farms has contributed to her legal fund.
I did see that. Yeah, that's very funny. I appreciate it. Thank you for the $3.
Destiny, and the web he has created around himself, is creating victims. And if it is allowed to continue, it will create more. I urge everyone to pay attention and to warn people about the danger they are putting themselves into by engaging with Destiny and his community. These are people who have been handpicked for their willingness to not just remain passive in the wake of intimate and potentially life-ruining abuse, but to also become accomplices in silencing the victims. And the victims are also selected, either for mental illness, allowing them to be easily construed as hysterical or deceptive when they complain about their treatment, or for financial vulnerability, allowing...
Does he have... Okay, what Destiny did is so bad it will stand on its own. Do we have proof he's seeking out people with mental illness? Because it seems like he's seeking out, like, e-girls. And when you have e-girls, you just have a lot of mental illness. We don't know if that's the reason he's seeking... Like, do we have evidence he's specifically going after people who have mental illness? Like, I feel like you need something to substantiate a claim like that.
...paid off by Destiny for their silence. Thanks to certain
What he did is bad enough. You don't need to, like, start padding it with, like, unnecessary shit that, like, can't be substantiated.
...was revealing to me the extent to which people are knowingly allowing or even actively taking part in the system of abuse and cover-up.
I'm not sweeping at all.
I have realized that by withholding what I know of the situation...
I'm just being fucking fair.
I am playing directly into
I've said this about other people I don't like.
Game. Someone needs to break the chain, or people are going to continue to be hurt. I've linked my full conversation with Nicholas Oreo in the description of this video.
No, I absolutely agree he makes an attempt to paint people as crazy after the fact. But that's different than purposefully going after people who actually are crazy to begin with.
As always, thank you for listening, and take care.
So that was Sunday's video. Yeah, I think this was... There was unnecessary padding, and I think he improperly painted Pixie as some sort of extortionist, and I don't understand why. This was clearly about... And
second,
Beckett and Sunday both came out with their videos, and apparently that's why Pixie ended up coming out, but it should have been done on her own prerogative, or under her own, like... It should have been under her own volition. I don't agree with, like, going forward with this without the involvement of the victim. He said on stream he likes crazy girls. I haven't seen that. I haven't seen that. Your axioms are not grounded enough to be covering this? What do you mean? What are you talking about? Because I don't think that we should go forward with this without the... What? What are you talking about? My axioms are not grounded. What do you mean? Claire, elaborate, please. Please elaborate. Please, entertain me. Amuse me for a moment. My axioms are not grounded enough for this. Tell me. Go ahead. Type. Say it. That's what I thought. That's what I fucking thought, you retard. He's mocking you. I'm very much aware. People mock me because they have no, like, real substantial criticism against me. Fuck me, dude. When I'm in a getting one guide challenge and my opponent is Aiden. Good one. My criticism of you is that you wear stripy shirts and it looks silly. Okay? Well, what do you wear, buddy? You're probably one of those kids that wears, like... Dude, nothing pisses me off more than people that wear pajamas in public. People my age now will, like, leave the house in, like, fucking slippers and, like, these, like, checkered, like, pajama pants. It's, like, so disgusting. Fucking stained shirts. God, dude, I look at... Listen... I'm not one of those people that, like, things used to be so much better, but I look at photos from, like, the 40s. People used to just dress so much better. Who the fuck does that? Have you ever been to, like, a public high school? Have you been to a public high school? There were these stupid fucking checkered pajama Have you not seen this shit, dude? Like this shit. People, okay, people leave the house wearing this shit, dude. You know what I'm talking about? Okay, yeah, if you're not from the US, I guess you're not gonna get it. Nice, this is the auto wallpaper they've given me. I didn't set this wallpaper. My only criticism of Aiden is you seem too eager to debate. You've gotten better, but that's what put me off at first. There was a time where I didn't debate. There was a time where I let people walk all over me, disagree with me, and fucking smirk as they did it. But one day, I decided to be the guy that would no longer sit there and take it, and now I'm a debate autist. All right, let's move on to our next topic. Let's move on. Hold on. Where the fuck is my... Bro, what the fuck? Hold on. Dude, where is my fucking Chrome? Dude, I can't find my fucking Google Chrome. Where is it? Where's my Chrome tab? It's totally disappeared. How do you bring a tab back to the forefront of the screen if you've lost it? Oh, it's like in the oh my god. This is so AIDS, dude. Windows needs to fix this. It's like in the very bottom, and when I go to click it, the taskbar pops up, so I can't fucking get it. I can't get it. There we go. Got it. Grabbed it. Grabbed it. We got it. All right. Let's get back to... By the way, we're almost at we actually hit 200 a little while ago. If you're enjoying, everybody make sure to like. It always helps me out. And donate $3 TTS. If you can't donate, like, or I will come to your house. All right, so Not So Erudite made a statement on Turkey Tom's stream. This was given to us by our on-the-ground AIDS gang reporter, very trustworthy source. Federal rape.
Doing this.
Sure, but the law and morals are different, right? In the case of like recording somebody against their consent and then releasing it against their consent is a totally different action to me than like having it sent to them and then thinking it would stay private because they're sending it to somebody else and giving it to somebody else, which they shouldn't have done.
Yeah, it is fundamentally different than publishing it versus sending it in private. But it's like, for me, it's like distinguishing like getting behind the wheel drunk and killing somebody and murder. No, not even then, because you are inherently knowingly sharing it with somebody. I was going to say, it's like getting behind the wheel drunk and killing somebody versus murdering somebody. But even then, that's a horrible comparison, because when you get behind the wheel drunk, you're not intending to kill somebody. So this wasn't recklessness. He knew he was giving it to somebody without their consent. I don't know what a better comparison would be, but yeah, there's an obvious difference between the two. But the outcome is the exact same here.
And like, these are just the intention and everything behind it is a lot different to me.
So is your concern entirely the legality versus the morality? Like, is the morality not really a big question for you?
Yeah, this is still morally indefensible.
No, I think morality is a really big question. But I'm saying that basically, to some degree, I suppose I'm saying I agree with the law here. I agree with the law drawing a line here saying like this is a even more severe action. Both are really bad. The issue is that one of them is like criminologically bad and the other one is like...
Criminologically bad? Criminologically bad? I know criminology is a thing, but is that even the... Criminologically? Okay, I don't think that's correct.
You're a fucking piece of shit.
She seems like she likes to... I don't know her very well. My impression of her is she seems like somebody that, like, says things in the most complicated way possible, but, like, can really, like, simplify it. Like, intelligence is, like, taking complicated things. If you're able... I think you're more intelligent if you could take complicated things and put them in the most, like, be able to explain them with, like, the most, like, concise wording possible, as opposed to being as complicated, using as many big words as possible. Like, those are just people who want to look smart.
Okay. So you were okay with working with the piece of shit, to be clear.
I was willing to work with somebody who fucked up and then also showed remorse and was, like, willing to try to help the person that he fucked over and correct it.
Yeah, but the willingness to help... I believe that he would have never done it again, but that solely would have been out of, like, self-preservation because he realized, like, how much this could damage him. I don't think this was, like, doing something, like... I don't think he wanted to help her out of the kindness of his heart. He wanted to help her to keep her quiet. Aiden, you used to do that all the time. Do you have an example? Do you have an example? I don't really ever use big words. Like, ever. Do you think Destiny's a sociopath? I think he probably has Asperger's. I don't know if he's a sociopath. By the way, Asperger's doesn't make you do this, by the way. That's not, like... Asperger's does not make you do this, but, like, I think he's on the spectrum to some extent, and that can, like, that can create problems with empathizing with people, but I don't think he's, like, a sociopath. Half the time, I don't understand the words you use, too. Well, do you think he's a sex addict? Probably. And I think he has some sort of, like, exhibitionist fetish. He has narcissistic traits? Yeah. Yeah, of course he does. Of course he does. Yeah, I agree with you. I agree with you. I mean, we all have narcissistic traits. He just has, it's like, you know, it is substantially present with, especially like what I notice is like the need to like paint everyone he falls out with is like crazy. This is like a very common narcissistic tactic. By not using your college language, I haven't been in college that long. So when you say used to do, what, like 2 months ago? I don't even think that's true. I don't think Destiny's a sociopath. I don't. I think you can lack empathy without being a sociopath. Is exhibitionist a big word? I use something with the like in the most simple way you can explain it. And how to like exhibitionism is the most simple way to explain that. He gets off to people watching him have sex. Right? Maybe I could say that. He gets off to watching him have sex. I don't think exhibitionism is like a very complicated word. It's a common fetish. That's not like a big word. Oh my god, everyone's gonna like police my fucking language. I shouldn't have said anything, dude. I shouldn't have criticized her. But now everyone's gonna like police my language. Exhibitionist is not a big fucking word. When you debated morale, Chud told you to not use overcomplicate. No, those weren't, oh my god. Those were just like debate bro-y words that weren't like trying to make things complicated. I was just calling out what he was doing. Give me a better, more simple word for gish gallop. Give me a better, more simple word for the term gish gallop. That's just in a like that's something someone does. Like that's the best word you can use, right? In that for the point you're trying to make, that is the best word you can use. For her, she's like, I don't think he's like criminologically like liable for the. You could just say, yeah, I don't think he did anything criminally wrong. Gish galloping is not talking over people. That's not what gish galloping means. It's when you give as many fucking points as possible in a short amount of time to like overwhelm your opponent so they can't reasonably like fact check every point in the moment. So it looks like your argument has credibility because you're listing so many things at once. Even if those things, when you actually break them down point by point, mean nothing. You sound like a nerd? Okay, well you sound like a fucking retard. What is this? The cringe! The cringe! The cringe! Make it stop! Make it stop! 800% watches videos on debating. I've watched debates. I've been in debates. Make the cringe stop. Does anyone have that clip of her like refusing to debate me? Does anyone have that clip of her running from the debate? Aiden, why are you watching someone barking? Because we're talking about her, and that's a really cringe clip. Oh, like this kind of shit. Gender, psychology, science, and metacognition. Like, those aren't big words, but, like, you're throwing them in. I mean, are you a psychologist? Are you a scientist? I mean, you don't need to be one to know about psychology, but, like... Do you go to debate websites? What is a debate website? What is a debate? Do debate websites exist? What is a fucking debate website? All right, let's read this statement. I only ever looked into the leaks and reached out to Pixie because I was concerned for her well-being. Aw, bullshit. After I spoke with Pixie in person, she made clear her desire. Hey, want to chat or just have a friend? I'm worried about you. I don't really know what to say. I'm not planning to kill myself or anything at this moment, but I feel so tired over living, and I feel like I'm never going to live. Yeah, we should push this girl to come out with her allegations without her consent. I'm not a good debater by any means. I don't know anything about, I don't know the first fucking thing about debate. So if I'm actually going to debate websites, whatever the fuck that is, I'm losing. I know Andrew Wilson offers a debate course for $500, but that tells me everything. I'm really sorry. I won't begin to tell you. I understand because I don't, but I do care. I do want to see you safe, just to find peace and pursue justice. Can I be annoying and ask to spend some time with you? Are you in Florida right now? Can we do 1 p.m.? Also, it's super windy where you're at. Yeah, it's quite windy. I have a train to catch this evening, so let me know. There's a river. Okay, I don't need to see all of this. Okay, I don't need to see I don't need to see this. My greatest concern the whole time has been her well-being. Here are the logs. Okay, I'm not clicking on every one of these. All right, we'll just read it. I mean, Aiden, you should start smoking on stream like Andrew Wilson. I'd be banned for it. I'm too young. And I don't smoke inside. Upon learning of the leaks and Pixie's potential involvement, I investigated privately, contacting Aaron. I then spoke to Pixie and Steven in person separately. I never defended, supported, or minimized Steven's sharing of Pixie's intimate images. Yeah, but you acted as a mediator to cover them up. Let's be honest. Okay? You swept. I fought with him and advocated for reconnecting with Pixie. I don't think she wants a payday. She wants you to have a consequence for what she thinks is a major breach of trust. There's merit in that. You should engage with her because she was/is your friend, and you genuinely do feel bad. If she's genuinely trying to fleece you, you'll be able to catch it in the convo. If you're wrong about her and she's just fucked up over this and icing her out makes it worse. So is this in response to him trying to... Was he... Okay, the context of this makes it seem like he had made a statement like she's just in it for the money. Because if you're wrong about her, and she's just fucked up over this, meaning distressed, so what would he be wrong about here? Is he saying she's just in it for the money? If you're wrong about her and she's just fucked up over this and icing her out makes it worse, that's the worst possible outcome. Option 1, add her and talk to her. Pro, she doesn't go nuclear for now. Con, maybe she's trying to fuck with you and the texts are annoying. Worst outcome, you have to block her later because she's trying to get a payday from you. Best outcome, she just wants to know her friend feels bad and knows it was wrong and settles. No nukes, and you did it right by your friend. Option 2, you continue avoiding her, and that's the worst possible outcome. Option 2, add her and talk to her. Or, wait, no, we're already... Is this a repeat? Alright, that's a repeat. I mean, even then, she's being like, you do genuinely feel bad, like, very coddly. Like, this doesn't prove that this was, like, any sort of confrontation. Like, I don't know, dude. She definitely swept and, like, facilitated his attempts to sweep this. My DMs with Pixie were not given to Sunday or others with Pixie's consent. Hey, I'm still worried about you. Are you okay? No matter what, please never hesitate to reach out. Hi, Kyla. Sorry for not getting back to you earlier. I've just been really overwhelmed with the situation. I didn't consent to President Sunday receiving those messages at all, and I feel like they painted both of us in a really bad/untrue light. I really appreciate the fact that you care so much about me and have been checking on me so often, just asking if I'm okay. I don't think you'd go that far if you didn't care. I feel really guilty/bad. I think she did care, but I think she cared about keeping this under the rug. I feel really guilty/bad because I didn't expect things to get leaked like this at all. So yeah, she's very overwhelmed by the fact that this is out. I don't think it was a good way to release this. I think it should have been done. And apparently there was evidence that she was planning on going forward at some point. She may have been like she made like a draft statement. She should have come out on her own. And this shouldn't have been like, her hand should not have been forced. Wasn't Thomas sweeping as well, though? What he did was, he said, well, we have no way of knowing, even though it was, like, more than likely true. And we talk about a lot of things without 100% certainty on here, but we don't preface the not knowing part as much as Tom did about Destiny. we say this more than likely happened. That gives you plausible deniability because you're saying more than likely. So it turns out it's not true. You could say, well, I never definitively said it happened. He keeps saying, well, we have no way of knowing. Well, that's the part he's emphasizing, even though it is almost certain at that point in time this was done without without the consent of the parties involved. So that's the sweeping part, the language he chose to emphasize, the framing he did with this. So yeah, Tom definitely swept. I agree with that criticism. Smoke crack on stream, please. Base department? Base department, hello? You say it happened because okay, what the fuck was that? Alright, somebody's apparently... Okay, Ivana, you said someone made a video about me. You haven't linked it anywhere, so I don't know what you're talking about. What the fuck is this?
תלמיד ישיבה הולך עם תספורת מעליות. זה תספורת של גוי, של יהודי? גוי. תספורת שוקוניל.
Dude, the way he like bounces. What the fuck is that?
יהודי או גוי? גוי. פלורית, זה תספורת של יהודי או גוי? גוי. נכנסיים.
Everybody, my new game. This is a preview of my new game show. It's coming out.
צמודים כמו נקניקיה מסלוסי. זה גוי היהודי! זה גוי, שתי מקלות של מטאטא של סנוקר הולכות. אדם גנב! אדם גנב!
מה יש לך? למה את בוכה?
What is the context of this?
אוי! מה יש לך? גרביונים עם כוכבים. שמעתם? פעם כוכבים חשבתי רק בשמיים. הם ירדו לגרביונים. משקה חדש יצא.
Then link the video on Tom. Link the video on Tom.
פסיפלורה משוגעת. ראשי תיאור פסיכי מטומטם. גימטריה אהבל. יש כאלה צועקים.
So incredibly based. My new game show. Average Israel News Network. True. Well, yeah, why is he bouncing like that? What is this thumbnail? Donald Trump's situation is insane. Kino, dude. It's Kino. Dude, my live streams are actually going to be broadcast on Israeli television. Check stream suggestions. Gulf of America is based. I mean, it's like, who gives a fuck? Who honestly cares? Who gives a shit? Who fucking cares? Nobody cares. Nobody gives a fuck. Who cares what the Gulf of Mexico is fucking called? So fucking performative. All right. What else did we get here on the docket? So, new Lerix drama, everybody. New Lerix drama. Remember Austin Jones, common alias of Lerix? Well, his channel got reinstated. He's serving, how long is he serving in prison? He was a YouTuber, and he's a convicted child sex offender, and it came to light that he, was receiving videos from fans. He was, receiving videos from fans that were inappropriate in nature, and he made, a whole weird... Yes! It was, the most manipulative apology I've ever seen. I was receiving twerking video... We'll watch that in a sec. But, a petition started by an anonymous 15-year-old girl to revoke his planned participation in the upcoming Vans Warped Tour. Surfacing in light of these events did not accumulate enough signatures, but Jones eventually withdrew from the tour and addressed the allegations in a video he uploaded called Setting the Record Straight. Hold on, I'm going to check this out really quick. Fuck, I don't give a fuck that this is old drama. We're going over it. I want to do some investigating real quick. You can go cope with it. Dude, Lerix has blackballed me from his streams. It's crazy.
Hi guys. I know a lot of you probably have some really harsh and negative opinions towards me right now, and I understand
This is Lerix, bro. This is Lerix.
why you do. But I'm asking you to please put those opinions aside for a few minutes and listen to everything I have to say. And if by the end of the video you still have the same opinion, then so be it. But at least you will have your opinion based off of the full story and the truth.
We need the truth, Austin.
I've recently come under some fire on social media for mistakes I've made in the past. I used to ask fans for twerking videos. Yes, twerking the dance move.
Look, he's trying to like take accountability, but he's also trying to downplay it. He's like, I asked them for a dance move. Yes, the dance move. Like as if you just wanted to see them dance.
It's not something that I'm proud of. It's not something that I think is right. And I shouldn't have done it. This really blew up online when a YouTuber and someone that's very popular on social media somehow found this out and decided to blast it out there. I'm not going to say any names because I've come under attack on social media from my name being spread around, and I don't want to put that on anyone else. So,
dude, this guy is like 150% being raped in prison. There's no way he's like there's no way he's not like, dude, this guy is getting like destroyed in prison. Dude, prison for pedophiles is like fucking hell, dude. Hell. Especially when you look like this and you're not like a fucking beefed up like he's a dream catcher on the window. What do you think he's dreaming about, guys?
Throughout this story, I'm not going to say any names. It really blew up online. And,
yeah, I can watch the Tro video for this. Then go watch the Tro video, you fucking retard. I'm covering it. If you want to watch Tro, I'm cool with the guy. We've known each other many years. If you want to watch a 8 fucking hour Tro video where he talks like fucking David Attenborough with like no jokes or anything, go watch a Tro video. Be my fucking guest. You're not wanted here. You're not liked.
sent me down a path that is pretty scary, and I'll go into more detail about this. But first, what I want to do is set the record straight. Since this started online, there are a lot of rumors and a lot of lies. They're just not true. Nothing ever went further than twerking videos. There were never any nudes, never any physical contact.
So that was a fucking lie?
It never happened. So I just have to get that out there because nothing ever went further. Now, I was on tour at the time that this came out. This was in May, this was early May. I was on the road when this got blasted out there. We were in Boston, it was in the middle of the night. And when this happened, I made the decision to come home from tour. I knew that I couldn't be on the road.
I don't give a fuck. Jones was arrested at O'Hare International Airport by agents of U.S. Immigration and Customs. This is after the apology. Homeland Security investigations on 2 counts of producing child pornography. Jones consented to a search of his phone and signed a written consent form. HSI transported Jones to its offices to conduct a videotaped interview, and Jones signed a written Miranda waiver. In each case, he allegedly persuaded an underage female fan to make sexually explicit videos of herself, according to his directions. At a June 15th court hearing, Jones was released from federal custody to house arrest in his mother's custody after posting $100,000 bond, but he was ordered to abstain from using the internet while he awaited trial. He pleaded guilty to a single count of receipt of child pornography and was sentenced to 10 years in federal prison on May 3rd, 2019. He was given permission to remain under house arrest until he reported to prison. He was also... So when is he getting out? Oh, he's getting out in 2027. Okay. Very interesting. You think he's going to come back to YouTube? Very, very interesting. All right. Well, that's that. Now, apparently, speaking of allegations against people, we've got an allegation made against Nutshell Allegations.
Hey, hi.
Nutshell Anime, not Nutshell Allegate. It's 49 minutes. I know this guy, Beto.
Hey, hi. How's it going? I'm gonna be real. This video is, well, it's a little different from my typical post. Instead of me just watching some videos and adding absolutely nothing to the topic like I usually do, today I've actually got a topic that is for the most part serious and like an actual genuine issue that I have with the channel. An issue that is largely
Nutshell
swept under the
I haven't slept. Give me a break.
rug, just like caked under the fridge. Pretty much nobody is talking about this. And do I feel like I'm qualified to do it? No. No, not at all. But this information just kind of fell into my lap, and I would honestly feel bad if I didn't say at least something about it. If you've watched my videos, pretty much at all in the
Shrunk
past
Shepard's
year,
this guy?
then chances
True.
are you've seen or at least heard of Nutshell Animations. Pretty much it's a channel that just takes literally every trending audio to ever exist and animates their little group of characters acting out said audio. It's a
This sucks. The animations suck. Stop. I'm on the fuck artists campaign. Okay? For some reason, artists are treated like monks. Dude, I said this before. You can never disrespect them. You can never say anything bad about them. You say anything negative. People are like, she's an artist. She put a lot of effort into this, whatever. Fuck artists, dude. If your art sucks, your art fucking sucks. Artists online are held to like this insanely like high standard. I can't do it, but you don't need to be a chef to tell the food shit. If your art sucks, I'm going to say it sucks because it's my fucking opinion. If you say art sucks on Twitter, they eat you alive like a bunch of fucking piranhas.
it's a harmless channel, or so I thought. But I found
and the other problem too is all the artists are fucking crazy people. I've never seen a normal Twitter artist. They're drawing their fart fetishes. They're caught liking weird shit. They're getting pedophile allegations made against them. I don't see any normal fucking artists. Where are all these good artists you hear about?
Content to just be cringe as f***. So I made a video, literally just reacting to their shorts. That's it. I was just making stupid jokes. You know, the Beto classic. And when I originally dropped that video, it was received really well. Matter of fact, that video is still to this day one of my best performing videos ever. And when it came to the general consensus, you know, people were agreeing with me, with most of the comments just talking about how cringe he was. But there was a few comments that were just kind of like weirdly incriminating. They weren't like saying anything like that's legally bad, but it was definitely enough to raise a bit of a red flag. Things like, fun fact, they literally pay animators to animate for them. These animations aren't theirs.
So they're using other people's work and taking credit for it?
Which in and of itself isn't really a big deal. Like, sure, it's kind of scummy to, you know, steal an audio and then on
with their
top of that,
permission?
do none of the work and have other people do it for you. I agree, it's scummy. But what really kind of shocked me, and again raised the red flag, wasn't necessarily that he was paying for animations, but more for the fact that I did not see any kind of credits given to said animators.
There should be credit given. There should be credit given. But like, this is no different than like what Tom does. Does he credit the people that do his scripts and everything? I mean, he pays people to write his scripts. He pays people to edit for him. He pays people, like, he's just narrating. So this isn't really a whole lot different from like what someone like Tom does. It's just in the medium of art. If there's an agreement made where they don't ask for credit or want credit, sure, it's scummy. Sure, it's misleading. But I don't think like, I mean, even if they were doing this themselves, they're still talentless.
Ever, not once. And you'll see that throughout this video, it becomes a bit of a trend. But either way, again, those comments weren't terrible. So for the most part, I just kind of brushed it off. But then the comments started slowly getting a lot worse. From an animator's perspective, the animation is impressive. Seems like it takes a couple days of video.
It's not. This is the problem. This is the problem. The animation is impressive. It's not impressive. It's not impressive. I could draw that. It takes time. I could draw that. The animation's not fucking impressive. Give me a break. Give me a break. It's not impressive at all.
But they never got any credit.
What are you talking about, dude? Impressive? Yeah, give me a fucking break, dude.
There's about 20 animators working for his channel, and he doesn't know any of them. For his sake, I don't want to reveal his name, but he overall says the experience working for him is fine, but it's so unfair the artist never got any recognition. It's weird.
The artists should ask for it. If they're not getting credit, like, there are people that pay editors and don't credit the editors, because sometimes the editors don't care about that. It's good practice to do so, but if they're not asking for it, I don't think there's, like, a huge deal there.
Now, about the time that I received this comment, as well as the hundreds before them calling Nutshell out for the same shit, that was about the time that my general outlook on Nutshell changed. He was no longer just a cringy animator, and more just like clearly not a great person, which seemed very weird to me because amongst the comments calling him out for, well, just not crediting his workers, I also saw a weird mix of people saying that he's a great person and about how when they were younger and just starting out in animations, Nutshell would actually comment on their work and say how good they were. So I was kind of in this weird spot where I was receiving opposite information from like half the fan base. And obviously I'll go into more detail on this later, but I eventually figured out that he was really only commenting because they were, well, young, aspiring animators that he could manipulate into doing his job for him.
Okay, if he's paying them, is it manipulation? If he's getting it for free, that's a whole other issue of its own. If he's paying them, I don't really see like a huge, like, substantial problem if they're being paid for their work. If they want something extra, they can ask for that. Like, I don't see people, like, most YouTubers who use editors, I don't see editors credited in the description, and it's good practice to probably do that. But if there's like a financial agreement made with the editors and they don't care, it's like there's not really a moral wrong happening.
At the time, I didn't know any of this, so I decided to do the most noble thing I could do, which is to just forget about it entirely. I mean, like, dude, to be honest, that shit way above my league. I'm not the type of dude to call somebody out for, you know, like actual bad business practice. And to be honest, I'm doing it now, and it's still above my league. But whatever, I think I'm doing all right. Anyways, like I said, I just decided to forget about it. And I did for about 3 months. That is until I stumbled upon yet another comment on this 3-month-old video of another person calling out Nutshell. And this one, though not much worse than the other comments, brought up an entirely new point that in conjunction with all the other comments really started to make shit line up, exposing this shitty company. I worked for these dudes. They pay their animators $50 to make a fully animated TikTok with the worst sounds I've ever heard and give 0 credit. It may sound like that's a lot, but trust me, it's horrible pay compared to how many hours go into animating each animation and how much they get for them. Their monthly pay.
$50 to make fully animated. Yeah, that is bad pay, but like, don't take the job, I guess. But I mean, just don't take the job.
Pay is around $234K. Bros are greedy. I'm pretty sure they're not even doing it legally.
Pays around $234K. Okay, yeah, they should definitely be probably paying you more. I mean, it's not, their animations are not colored, the animations are not shaded, and they're like a minute in length, right? And it depends on if multiple animators work on a single video. You're gonna get as much, you're gonna get money based on your work rather than like the overall profits of the company or the people making it. So like, how much they're making is irrelevant, but they could certainly be paying you more. I need to know more about the details, the amount of work this person did.
Now, obviously, the whole monthly pay / they're not doing it legally thing, that's all just hearsay.
How much money to say a slur? $30?
Type shit. Like, there's no real backbone to that. And I guess technically them paying $50 per animation doesn't really have a backbone either. Like, there's no real proof there. He's just saying it. But that piece of information, plus all of the other shit I've already heard about Nutshell, just kind of seemed to fit in. Now, obviously, it didn't sound 100% true, but like
actually 50.
Maybe 50%. Either way, it led me to at least looking into Nutshell after 3 months of just forgetting about him. Now, in my initial search, I didn't actually find anything that led me to believe he was underpaying or whatever. But then again, I didn't really look. Like, I'll just be completely real. I wasn't actually searching. I was really just looking at his new videos, and I realized that he had gotten worse. His videos were significantly more cringe. So I decided to make yet another video where...
No, you don't get to pick the slur.
I just say nothing important and laugh. But this time, near to the end of the video, I decided to include that comment that I just showed. And obviously, I said that it was all allegations and I didn't 100% believe it. But that, mixed with the fact that he doesn't even animate his own videos and the fact that he doesn't make his own jokes, just kind of rubbed me the wrong way. So I felt like including that made sense. And I definitely didn't think that anything would come from it. I kind of just threw it in there as like a, whatever. Literally the entire video is kind of a shitpost. I did the stereotypical devil horns on a guy that I found cringe. Again, definitely a shitpost. But fast forward literally 2 days, and the shitpost became... well, a lot more than just a shitpost. Basically what happened is that I was contacted by 3 different people, all claiming to be animators for Nutshell, and outright saying...
No, this isn't Lerix, this is Beto. I played Minecraft with him. He's a good guy. Subscribe to him. I don't know if this video is going to be any good, though. I haven't seen anything, like, too crazy yet. I've seen somebody that's, like, essentially paying people for labor, but they're allegedly, like, not paying them enough. But we don't have, like, any details about the work these people have done, and based on what I've seen, these seem like incredibly simplistic animations that are like the length of a regular TikTok, and we don't know how many editors are working on one animation, so maybe they're not being underpaid. I'd have to go and see more of that.
That these are not allegations, and he does in fact pay $50 measly ass dollars for them to...
Yeah, but if you're gonna say that, you need to explain like what he's paying 50 for. Like if it's a video 1 minute in length of like animations that are essentially like just outlines with no shading, no coloring, nothing too complicated, and that are like TikTok length, and you have multiple people working on one thing, there are circumstances where that would be $50 worth of work. We need to know the amount of work these people are doing. And also, yes, it is their decision to take the job, but still, you shouldn't underpay people.
His job. Which let me just say right now, because I already know that you're prepping your nothing burger comments and you're saying, oh, that's plenty of pay. No, it's not. No, the it is not. I know literally nothing about animation. Never done it in my life, and I still know that $50, especially coming from...
Then tell us what kind of work they're doing, and give us like give us the normal pay for that kind of work.
This large is nothing. And trust me, later on I go into very extensive detail about why that pay is horrible. But anyways, after proving that they were, in fact, all animators for Nutshell, I, of course, decided to press them for any information surrounding all of the comments I had gotten, and they were more than willing to share, under the stipulation that I just keep them anonymous, which of course I will do. So from now on, they will go by Animator 1, Animator 2, and Animator 3.
Okay, and I also, did you receive verification that they ever worked for this person?
And later on, when we get into the messages, Animator 1 is going to be green, Animator 2 is red, and Animator 3 is blue. So the conversation started like this. Hey man, saw your Nutshell video you posted the other day with a few friends, and wanted to reach out and let you know that it is not alleged. He pays $50 per video, and I can provide concrete proof, along with screenshots of the conversations we've had too.
How many people are working on one video, and what is the length?
Use this in a video, please keep me anonymous. Now, this is just one message from one of the animators, but the other two basically said the exact same thing, so I'm just not going to include them. Either way, after this message, obviously I asked them to prove that they worked for Nutshell. And while I can't show any of what they sent me because it would just blatantly out them, I am 100% sure that they work for him. And by the end of the video, you guys will be too. They basically sent me videos that they had made for him in the past, as well as progress pictures, like outlines, you know, project timelines, all of that. So at this point, I was 100% convinced. And Animator 1, being the person that seemed to have the most information, is the one that I talked to the most. So after proving that he worked for Nutshell, I asked, wait, so on average, how long would you say it takes to make one of his videos? He said it varies because of the length of the videos, but for me it takes at least 1 or 2 days each. I said
that doesn't. How many? We're measuring it by hours. If you are distributing those hours across to, like, how many hours do you spend? Like, that doesn't. Like, that's like me working a 5-hour shift and saying it takes me a day. We need more than that. We need hours.
Said, wait, so how many?
Unless you're like actually working for 48 hours.
How many hours do you put on them per day? Also, just real quick, gotta say, don't mind the profile picture.
Good job, Beta. Good job,
I don't even have to
Beta.
explain myself. This
Good
shit's
question.
hard. Anyways, he said that he works about 4 hours per day. So it takes him around 8 hours per animation, and he gets paid $50.
4 hours per day, and he said, so how many are one day? 4 hours, $50. I mean, what would that be? What would that be? 4 hours, $50. That would be what? Like fucking I don't know. Actually don't know. I'm too tired to do math. Something like, hold on. I'm too tired to do math, dude. I'm too tired to do math. $12.50. Got it.
Which again, I'll break down the pay for all of the animators later, but that is like $6.50 an hour, which is ass. Complete ass. Honestly, I think that I explained it perfectly when I was talking to him. I said, so basically what you're telling
shut the fuck up with your skull emoji, okay? Shut the fuck up with your skull emoji.
Me is that if you're a skilled animator, you're better off.
I'm fucking tired. I haven't slept. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Flipping patties than working for Nutshell, which is 100% true. If you are good at animating and spend time perfecting your craft, you literally will be underpaid by Nutshell. So if you're
no, but this isn't like, dude. The problem I have with this, like, $12.50 an hour. Sure, that's low, but I mean, let's look at the work they're doing. If it takes 4 hours to work on an Nutshell animate, like, is that under, like, we need to know what the industry standard is for these kinds of animations. And these are all...
Are you gonna jump?
What?
What's up? Are you gonna jump?
Wait! I can tell the panels apart. I used to make glass for over 30 years. Usually you can't tell, but when you look at tempered glass on the side, you can see the faint stain marks.
There's no background, there's no shading. You can just use the fill tool for this.
Watch.
Are you gonna jump?
Wait! I can tell the panels apart.
I don't...
Hey, what's up, bro?
Is 50 underpaying for this?
What a beautiful day. Time to go bother my best friend.
And do we have any proof they're making... No, but they said one... They saying sometimes 1 day, sometimes 2.
Martha,
is 50 like really egregious? Like, he's saying perfecting their craft. I could do this.
Hey, why are you...
And I can't draw. I could use the shape tool, and then I could just draw that, and then I could move them around and use the fill tool if I want to give them a shirt.
I'm gonna block my
use S shake
girlfriend and see her
to make it shake. I mean,
her reaction.
I'd really...
Okay, let's go.
Is it, I mean, if it's 50 a day, like that for 4 hours of work, is it that bad? No, they're not saying that, we don't know how many, they could divide the 4 hour, it's the same length for every video. So they're saying someday it's 1 day, someday it's 2. We want to, are you working, like, is it on average 2 days, or is it on average 1 day? This all looks like a day's worth of work, and it's 4 hours.
And what's
we have no...
your blood type?
This is not 8 hours worth of work. I'm sorry, it's just not. This is not 8 hours worth of work. And I know I'm gonna get a bunch of people like, you don't understand art, but the artists, their art, but it's art. Dude, they treat artists like fucking war veterans on Twitter. Oh my God. Would I pay more than that? Sure, because I think it's always good practice to pay people very well if you're able to do that. I would not be able to pay someone for this. I don't have the money to do that for $50 a day. But if I was doing something like this, I would pay them a lot. But that's why I don't do this.
You thinking about working for him, I would strongly suggest that you don't. Anyways, later on, Animator 3 ended up backing up Animator 1's claim about how he spends 8 hours. Not that I didn't believe him, because his videos definitely look like he spends quite a bit of time on them, but basically Animator 3 said, I know Animator 1 takes like 4 to 8 hours, but our other homie, Animator 2, shits these videos out the fastest. 1 hour each because he has like presets for the mouth movements and stuff. He played it smart. Us, on the other hand, we like to do frame by frame, which basically means like we make original drawings for each frame, rather than focusing on copy-pasting stuff, and holy bro, actually not worth it. I just recently started animating for Nutshell last month, and I'm just gonna do it the way Animator 2 does it. I was a bit too passionate with my first work. And that's when I brought up the point of, as sleazy as it is, your best bet is to make shitty animations that take like an hour max, because 8 hours for $50 is just robbery. That's like $6 an hour, which is—
But they said some days it's 1 day, some days— wait, hold on. It takes like 48 hours, but our other homie shits these videos out the fastest, an hour each, because he has like presets for the mouth movements and stuff. He played it smart. Us, on the other hand, we have to do it. Wait, so why not just make presets? So he's doing an hour's worth of work. There's no way this is taking you 8 hours. Make preset like S-Shake and shit. I even know some of the presets they're using. This would not take you 8 hours.
I was a bit too passionate with my first work. And that's when I brought up the—
This is something you could do at your desk, 4 hours. It's not even a full-time job. And it's not like, I mean, I don't know if this is really like underpaying that egregiously.
Point of, as sleazy as it is, your best bet is to make shitty animations that take like an hour max, because 8 hours for $50 is just robbery. That's like—
yeah, but they're saying it sometimes takes 48 hours. We want to know the average. So it's not that this is like 8 hours worth of labor. Like, they're just saying they take 8 hours because they're admitting the other guy's able to do it in an hour.
It's like $6 an hour, which is true. Listen, the system that Nutshell has set up for his animators literally rewards people for being lazy. If he pays a flat rate of $50 every time, and you're doing that shit in an hour, honestly, that's good pay. 50 an hour is not bad, but that doesn't change the fact that that's just not a good way to run a business. And it's also not the way that most people run their business when it comes to animations. Look right here, Animator 3 says, also he pays $50 per video, but if it's over 30 seconds, he pays 100, which is actually so f***ing shit. It's such a shitty way to pay. Most companies or commissions pay by the amount of seconds you animate or per hour you work. This motherfucker pays per video as a whole. That's so unfair. Which I agree, that is unfair. If the way that he was paying was like industry standard, I would totally understand it. But it's just not. And for good reason too. There is a clear separation between the animators and between skill level, right? The one that is more skilled, that is delivering a better product, should be paid more. You should be paying for their time because they are just objectively worth more than someone that isn't putting any effort into it. But in the—
No, but that's not more. Wait, the animations look pretty uniform. You'd have to show us that the animations of Animator B are like more complex in some way. It just seems like Animator 1 knows how to use presets and Animator 2 doesn't. Just because Animator 2 doesn't know how to make his process more efficient doesn't mean the end product is more complex.
In case of Nutshell Animations, that is just not what happens. And to really prove it, just to really push this point to you, I asked Animator 1 to send me a screen.
Okay, we gotta interrupt this really quick. So, this is totally alleged now. As of about 22 or 2 hours ago, there was a school shooting. I'm not kidding with you. There was a school shooting and the shooter mentions Turkey Tom in their manifesto. I'm not kidding. I'm not kidding. This is as of 2 hours ago. So, Antioch High School in Tennessee. We'll read this really quick and then we're going to read the alleged manifesto. I'm not kidding with you. I don't know if this is real. This is unconfirmed at this point. Some are saying 2 dead. Some are saying 1 dead. This is just breaking. A female student has died and 1 other injured in the shooting at Antioch High School in Nashville. Police spokesman Don Aaron said in a Wednesday news conference the male shooter killed himself. At least 2 students were wounded Wednesday morning at Antioch High School in Nashville when another student allegedly shot them in the school cafeteria. Metro Nashville police said the shooter then shot himself after the incident around 11 a.m. local time. Police said Antioch High School is on a lockdown due to shots being fired inside the school building. Metro police are on the scene. Antioch High School. Okay. So there was a shooting. The guy killed somebody and killed himself, allegedly. This is very unfortunate news, and the guy released a manifesto. I don't even know if I want to open this. So he released this he was allegedly a member, supposedly he was a member of like some sort of incel group. The Antioch High School shooting appears to have been perpetrated by an associate of 764, a known pedophile extortion clique, which has groomed at least one other person in active violence. The FBI urgently needs to eradicate this group. And allegedly, the shooter released some sort of manifesto. I'm going to read this now real quick. I don't know if this is true, but apparently Tom is mentioned in this. There is some very strong language in here. I don't know if this is going to TOS me, but let's read this. So I'm not going to read this. This is I'm not going to read out parts of this. I just want to make sure that this is going to be safe for me to pull up on stream.
AIDS gang represent, okay?
Here you earned this a G4L.
Yo, thank you for the... I feel this is a really bad time to take donos. I'll read it after. I appreciate it. I want to click on this. Fuck. Okay, hold on. Thank you so much. All right. Okay. They've already vandalized the document. All right, it's a good thing I didn't pull it up on stream. Oh my god. They've covered... The guy forgot to set his manifesto. Does anybody have an original copy of the fucking manifesto? Because he forgot to remove editing access. So now everybody on the document has editing access, and they've just filled it with a photo of a black guy sucking a dick and like lolly. So I'm gonna get off of this. Does anybody have the original manifesto? It's a good thing I didn't pull it up. Okay. Holy shit. We'll show you the Turkey Tom section though, because somebody sent me a screenshot including it. This is allegedly from the shooter. I'm not reading out some of this. I don't even know if I could... Am I allowed to show this on stream? The stuff they wrote? Basically, the guy writes a lot of stuff about disparaging comments about black people that I can't even read on stream. Like, he just talking about doing things to black people that I cannot read on stream. And then states, is there a particular group or people that radicalize you the most? And he says, Candace Owens, Ethan Ralph, Nick Fuentes, Turkey Tom, Ruben Sim, Mr. Beast, Cobson Talks, Wayne Lamright, iDubbbz, Destiny, Hassan Piker. So I think the guy's trolling. But I think this, if this is truly, this just seems like a terminally online person. No, I think this might be legit. I think this might be legit. I can't pull it up on stream for you guys right now. I think this might be legit. I'm not trying to spread misinformation. This is apparently the shooter, which makes it really weird, all the stuff he was writing. He is black. Apparently this was the shooter. I don't even know if that's true. This is alleged at this point. But apparently, yes, he mentioned Tom in his manifesto. I don't know what this guy believes. I don't know what this guy believes. I don't know what's going on. He allegedly titled it, this is apparently the manifesto. So yeah, he's writing that he was radicalized by Tom, but this is obviously a troll. Like, he's obviously trolling because he fucking also wrote that, like, Hassan Piker in Destiny inspired him as well. This is just somebody who's terminally online. Obviously, horrible situation. Rest in peace, the person that died. But yeah, that is, I felt like that was pretty imminent news. Felt like that was worth interrupting for. This is all alleged, by the way. I know it looks like a troll. Apparently this might be real. Is the doc a Google Doc? It is, yeah. I mean, the guy has... Maybe I'll try and go into editing history here. Hold on. This is insane. Actually crazy. Okay, they've totally vandalized this document. Now I can't even look at... It's lagging now. They're leaving a million comments. They're defacing it with porn in Rule 34. I'm gonna go to the history. View history. I can't... Hold on. History. It won't even let me go to version history. I don't know what's going on. I don't know what... You can't even access this thing. It's just pictures of, like, Rule 34 and, like, black porn and, like, comments talking about Jews. I can't even, like, access it. I got PDF from Kiwi. Let me try and go to Kiwi Forums. Yeah, this... Alright, I'm gonna read this for... I can't pull this up on stream. Okay, yeah, so apparently he posted the manifesto on Twitter. He has a Twitter account. Wait, but it says it's labeled as a parody account. Okay. Alright, this might be legit. This is legit. This is legit. Apparently. The kid posted 2 hours ago, right when the shooting commenced. He posted a photo in the school. Would appear on the this is the Twitter account that posts the Twitter account with the Tom stuff. It was posted here. He seems to be some sort of self-hating black kid. He's posting about like this is insane. So 2 hours ago, he posts a photo with a gun in the bathroom stall. This is where the manifesto came from. This seems to be somebody who's like insanely terminally online. Let me read the... Yeah, this seems to be legit. Teachers calling school hard and thus implying you feeling miserable is a personal failing on your part for not overcoming adversity makes my blood fucking boil in anger. Wait, I don't want to... I want to see what this video is. I don't want to... Yeah, this might be legit. I think this might be legit. Alright. Yeah, this is very... Hold on, I'm gonna message Tom. Yeah, this is crazy. Actually crazy. His kick name is Honorary Yakubian. My first stream 3 hours ago. Oh my god. Dude, he streamed it to kick. Okay, I'm not gonna play this. Does he actually stream it? Okay, I'm not playing that. Okay, you can watch that on your own time. You could show that on your own time. His profile picture is like the fucking Black Wojak, the racist fucking Black Wojak with the name Honorary Kubian. Okay, yeah, this might have been live stream. I'm not even gonna fuck with that. It's still up. It's still up. It's still up. This is very recent. If somebody wants to archive that, they can. I'm not... He live streamed it to Kick. Okay, that's insane. Aiden, maybe don't tell people how to find this. Why not? This is... Wait, why would there be a dilemma about me? This is... What would be wrong about me telling people how to find this? What would be wrong about me telling people how to find this? Why should I not tell people how to find this? How big is the download? I'm not sure yet. It looks pretty big. Here's what I think we're gonna do, guys. I think we are going to... I just gotta check something out. I think we're gonna quickly cut to break. I'll be like 5 minutes. This is probably a good time to break. I gotta go check this out. We'll be back here in a few minutes. See if any developments happen. I don't really know what to say right now. This is pretty big shit going on. I don't know what to say. We'll be back here in a few minutes. What's the Kick account? You'll figure it out. Go to Twitter. Like, you'll go to Twitter. Wait, fuck. All right, there we go.
Walked into it.
All right, I'll leave you guys with this. Like a classic. We'll be back here in a few.
Deep into the story, you don't even know what we're linking you is like different shit. There are DMs that have been leaked of him like taking advantage of like a mentally ill schizophrenic like BPD like coagulation of mental illnesses woman.
Was it this girl?
No, it was a different one.
So
There's multiple women who he's asked to build shrines for him. Multiple women.
There are. So wait, link this to me.
Yes.
I didn't then link
You're
it.
sweeping, Aiden. You're sweeping.
I didn't see this. You have to link this to me. You can't just drop that and not link it. You have to show me this.
What? You're not even doing like research.
I was covering the.
You're a day one sweeper. You're getting this information. You're gonna send it straight to Augustus Achito, and you're gonna get him to fucking delete this.
So
you're gonna fucking sweep for him.
Okay, so are you lying right now about what you're?
No, I'm not. Let me find the fucking.
Back that up. You have to back that up.
Yes, I agree. Hold on, give me a second. Uno momento, por favor.
No problem.
Here. I know who to contact. Here. So okay. Can I screen share for you?
Yeah, let me pull this up for the stream. Hold on. Oh, wait.
You're good. I'll start screen sharing and then I'll
Yeah, I'll pop it out. I'll let you know when I go. Hold on. Pop out.
Yeah.
How do I pop this shit out? Oh, there we go. No capture. 1 sec. Best streamer ever. I don't want to accidentally. There we go. All right.
All right. So I'll start over here. So we have a Cheeto. So we see the Achito shrine, right? This is Instagram story. Achito replies, "What?" Right? And then he says, "You need to make a 4-minute tour, and I'll react to this for a video." Okay.
Wait.
Then this exchange goes to Twitter. Okay. This exchange switches to Twitter. Okay. So these DMs, I don't have a lot of DMs. I'm in contact with the girl. I'm going to see if I can get more because we obviously this is not a lot to go off of. But Achito says, "I thought you were 18 or something." She says, "I'm almost 17." So this is another 16-year-old in addition to the previous 16-year-old who you were just on call with, who was 16 at the time. And then she says, "No, I turned 17 in June. Tons of people assume I'm 18. Well, take care and be safe." And then we have an Instagram story of her saying, thinking about how my therapist told me to stop obsessing over random YouTuber men, and how my reply was, he follows me on Instagram. This is in relation to a Cheeto. So he's taking advantage of like an extremely parasocial woman.
Stop. Hold on. Were there any further exchanges when he found out she was 17?
From what I know, yes, but from what I know, it's not like I'm not making a claim that he's like a fucking pedophile or predatory, to be clear.
So what is the
I'm not making the claim of like, oh, he kept talking to her or whatever, right? I just think it's weird that he's like getting girls to try to make shrines for him so he can make fucking videos on it and LARP as a Turkey Tom Skinwalker. That's the claim that I'm making. I don't think it's anything like more than that. He was like 19. I think he's 20 now. So like even if he was interested in this girl in like a romantic way, I wouldn't care.
So
I just think it's
so
weird.
he's just being cringe. This is like a nothing burger. Okay.
You think DMing like 16-year-old girls to make shrines for you is a nothing burger?
No, this is exactly what
you're sweeping. You're sweeping.
No, you have to be very careful because you are like you have to tread very.
You're a
I know
sweeper,
you're new to
day one
this.
sweeper.
No, I know you're new to this, but like the way you like go about like talking about allegations is totally reckless. You have to specify your language. And
You're sweeping.
And
You're sweeping. You're sweeping.
I don't like the guy. I have no reason to sweep for him. But when we're dealing with something like this,
I didn't know Aiden was a brand of brooms.
Oh my. Hold on.
Swipper. Swipper mop.
You're literally doing the fucking Jalen thing from the other day where like Jalen makes a serious argument and then starts trolling. I'm being serious right now. I'm not joking.
I'm being serious too. I think this is genuinely weird.
To
claim that this is a nothing burger is like retarded.
I get that it's weird, but when you say it's weird and you throw in the fact that there's 16 in there, there is very clearly an implication here.
Okay, the implication is that this girl is very, hold on, Aiden. The implication is that this girl is very clearly and very publicly mentally ill. And there's no way he couldn't have known this. She's like very openly and publicly mentally ill on her social medias, on Instagram and Twitter, right? And he DMs her and he's like, oh, let me get fucking videos of the shrine and shit.
Wait, so because
to be very clear, no accusations of pedophilia, no accusations of grooming, no accusations of predation, nothing like that. I just think this is fucking insane. And to claim that it's a nothing burger is retarded.
It is a nothing burger. You have one fucking store, and by the way, this guy probably,
this is a nothing burger to you.
Hold on. You're interrupting me because you know I'm like about to like destroy you. Okay, what you've brought me here is one fucking Instagram story from a guy who probably realistically follows hundreds of people, where she admits she goes to a therapist. Do you know how many people go to therapists?
Hold on, why? What reason would he have to follow this girl?
Because he saw she probably did the shrine for Tom and wanted one of his own. Yeah, sure, that's like odd. But like,
and you don't think that that's weird?
But like when you throw in that she's 16 in there, it very clearly sounded like there was something else being implied here that is just not the case.
I don't know how you could come to that conclusion.
What does her age have to do with this if it's not pedophilia?
I think her age has a lot to do with it outside of pedophilia. What do you mean?
Can you answer my question?
You asked, what does her age have to do with it outside of pedophilia?
Yes, that's exactly what I just asked. Thank you for repeating it.
Well, I'm sorry. I want to be clear, Aiden. I apologize.
No problem. Can you answer my question?
Of course. I would love to answer your question. I think her age matters outside of pedophilia in the sense that she is still a 16-year-old, right? And she doesn't fully understand or comprehend what she's doing, right? This is probably not good to be making shrines of YouTubers and forming really weird, unhealthy parasocial relationships that the YouTubers who you're obsessed with are capitalizing on, right?
Do you not?
You don't think that's weird?
Do you not? Okay, no. I think it's this is literally the same situation as what got you in trouble last time. I agree that it's...
No, it's... I agree. In trouble with what?
Because do you know what you did the last time? There was a VC where somebody moaned at you, and there were minors in that VC that were deafened beforehand. This person deafened all of them and then made this joke.
Okay, if you want to be like an optics-brained cock, you can like make that claim. But this is like really... This is such a retarded comparison, dude.
When you're talking about shit like this, you can't get reckless with it. You can't get reckless with it.
How? What have I been reckless with?
So what happened with the situation where with the moaning at minors in VC, you said when you talked about this person later on stream, you said, yeah, they were moaning around minors. The problem with that is that before they did this joke to you, which is weird because it's moaning, is that they deafened everybody else in the call. So the minors couldn't hear or were not present for anything that was going on. So when you throw that in there, there's a certain implication that this
guy's being weird around minors, which he was. Yes,
he's not
fuck
around
off,
them.
you retard. Okay, Aiden. Do you think her age has absolutely nothing to do with what happened here?
In this context, no, I don't think it does.
Okay, so you don't think an impressionable 16-year-old who has had who is clearly displaying a very obvious parasocial relationship, you don't think that that matters at all?
Wait, clearly she said she's going to a therapist. You know how many fucking 16-year-olds go to therapists?
So you don't think her age matters here at all?
No, explain how it does. You have to argue for that.
I've been explaining it. She's obviously an impressionable 16-year-old who's showcasing a very obvious parasocial relationship, right? And Achito is taking advantage of this.
So he saw that she did something for Tom. He asked her to do the same thing.
No, this is a different girl.
No, okay.
He did this to multiple girls. Some of them aren't even public.
Okay.
Some of them I can't even talk about.
Okay, the one he goes and asks for the shrine from, why did he hit her up to
on Twitter, the one that you just called?
Wait, also, are you in contact with this girl? No,
yes.
I'm talking about no, not the one I just called. I'm talking about the other one, the one you came in here to talk to me about, the one you just displayed evidence of. That's the one we're talking about here right now. This girl, why did he hit her up? How did he know who she was?
How did he know who she was?
Yes.
She was in his Discord server, and that is how he found her.
And he just he right-clicked on a random person and said, "Hey, can you make me a shrine?"
He didn't. I believe that is how things went. Obviously, I'm missing some core details here, some fundamental details here, right? But he was in contact with this girl for a while before this, supposedly.
So here's the thing, right? In every dynamic you're ever gonna have, there is always gonna be a gap of intelligence, of impressionability. Like even when you're dealing like.
Okay, yes, but I understand this. I understand this. I've done this argument before. The issue here, Aiden, the issue here is that this person is very obviously showcasing a parasocial relationship, and Achito is taking advantage of that, right?
So you want to argue for the parasocial relationship, argue for the parasocial
and the fact that she's like an impressionable, fucking mentally ill 16-year-old. She's obviously not well in the head and doesn't understand like what she's doing.
What we're arguing about right now, we can go to the next points in a minute, because like you're like gish galloping. What I want to argue with about right now is the age, the relevance of the age. So, her being 16, I don't understand how that's relevant to his request. You're saying she's an impressionable 16-year-old. Sure, there's levels of impressionability to every dynamic, but the burden for you is to prove that she was so impressionable that he was taking advantage of her. There's power dynamics in every exchange we ever have. There's a power dynamic between me and you right now, okay? But it is the level of the power dynamic is important to assess to know when it reaches the point of trouble. Now, him being 19 and her being 16 is not a significant enough age gap for us to argue that that the age plays any relevance in like the impressionability in this context.
Okay. The Achito could have been fucking 14. It doesn't matter. This person
But when you
is
add in the age.
Okay, Aiden, shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. You're retarded. I don't understand how you could possibly not agree with me here. This girl is 16, right? This girl is not fully matured mentally. She's displaying very clear mental illness. She's going to therapy. She was well known in Achito's Discord for being mentally ill. She was well known on Instagram and Twitter for being mentally ill. That was literally her shtick, right? That was literally her persona online, was that she was a fucking mentally ill retard. And then she meets Achito in his Discord server. They move to Instagram. She makes the shrine, and he's like, "Oh, take a video." And like they keep talking. They keep having these exchanges. And then even like fucking this screenshot, right? I believe it's this one. Yeah.
So the other thing too, I want to
this screenshot. Do you guys think if I start taking my medication again, my obsession with Achito will fade out? Achito, do you want that to happen? And Achito replies to this saying no.
First of all,
he's playing into the mental illness.
Oh my god. First of all, when she said, like, you realize like there's no medication that's gonna make you stop obsessing with Achito. I think she's being like one of those like, I'm not like the other girls, like look how quirky and like mentally ill I am. Which, by the way, there's so many 16-year-olds online who do that shit. The burden for you is to prove that she was so mentally ill that she reasonably would have been taken advantage of in this context. Because
she made a fucking shrine.
The other girl did too, but he stopped asking her when he found out about her age.
The other girl did not make a shrine. The other girl did not make an Achito shrine.
He requested that she do that. She denied it, correct?
I believe so, yes.
Yeah, that's the first girl. The girl we're talking about right here did end up making a shrine, correct? because he wanted content for a video, so he said,
Okay,
hey,
the issue here is that this girl was obviously obsessed with a Cheeto. Through his Discord server, through all forms of fucking social media, she made a Cheeto cakes, she made a Cheeto shrines. Like I can't prove the cake thing right now. I can get proof of that, whatever. But like,
so there's a 16-year-old that's
he was
fangirling
entertaining
over
like a fucking genuine like schizophrenic girl who was obsessed with
Wait,
him.
how do you know she's schizophrenic?
She's like schizophrenic and has BPD.
She said she's schizophrenic.
I believe so. Yes.
Can we?
Obviously, I'll correct myself if I'm wrong on that, but I am almost certain.
Well, why don't you just say she's mentally ill? I don't understand the age part here.
I have tried my damnedest to explain to you why I think the age matters. If you still come out of Aiden, if you still come out of this thinking that the age doesn't matter, when I've explained why I think the age matters, I don't know what to tell you. The age to me, genuinely, wholeheartedly does matter. This is a 16-year-old girl who is mentally ill, who is obsessed with a YouTuber, and the YouTuber is taking advantage of that for content.
So, okay, so we have 3 variables we've identified here for like the problems with this dynamic. She's mentally ill. There's a parasocial relationship.
I don't care about a power. I'm not making a power dynamic argument. You can't. No, shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up, retard. Holy fuck.
Then why bring it up?
There is no time in this fucking call have I made an argument about power dynamics. You're pulling that out of your ass. You're punching ghosts right now. I don't give a fuck about power dynamics.
All right, folks, we're back. We're back. All right. All right, cool. Yeah, so I just verified it. It all looks legit. He was mentioned in the manifesto. I mean, I guess that's not really the relevant part. Hold on, one sec. It seems to be a legit account. He did seem to live stream parts of it, but it seemed like the names he included was just troll. The whole like manifesto seemed to be a giant like troll. This guy seems like insanely like terminally online. Because he put like Destiny and Assam Piker in there. I don't know. It's just a fucking it's insane. Actually fucking insane. Why is my chat not showing up? Yeah, that was crazy. I mean, yeah, Tom's in it. Candace Owens is in it. Fucking Hassan Piker's in it. Destiny's, everyone's in it, dude. But it's just like, it seems to be a bunch of rambling about nothing. I mean, the guy's obviously mentally ill, terminally online. He seems to be like self-hating, racist, African-American. All right. Apparently, Yakovi Goodman has uploaded another video.
I just want to let my staff know I'm discussing my Torah and learning. I'm Torah of the positive people that are learning through the Tsar, through all the suffering that was caused due to my loss of my job, my house, and everything that I lost.
He lost his job and his house?
I caused a lot of Aniyim to suffer and me to suffer as well. And the terrible injustice of the judges, that they judged such a terrible verdict against me, which is brought down the Zohar Kodesh, Shlos of Shemei Choy. It brings down the Zohar Kodesh that I die, and it brings.
Or I don't know what the fuck. What is Yakovi talking about, dude? What is Yakovi on about, dude? Yakovi's off the perk. Yakovi is off the fucking perk, dude. Dude, Yakovi's a 4chaner. He wears a fedora. Most sane person from New Jersey. Alright, we might have Bunk on for this Chud conversation. Let me get up my notes here. He's coming on in 5. I'm totally sleep deprived, so I don't know if I'm going to do good here. Yeah, I'm very sleep deprived, so we'll see how this goes. I mean, I'll bring him on. I'll do a sleep deprived conversation. Guess the one question I want to answer is, if you lose a debate to Bonk, I'll never let you hear the end of it. I mean, I'm not gonna. He's good at what he does. He's a good debater. He's a good debater. I mean, we'll see how it goes. I mean, can somebody send me the Chud DMs to this girl so we have it for reference during the course of the conversation? Does anybody have the Chud DMs? We'll say you won anyway. Based as fuck, dude. Based as fuck. AG4L. Yeah, the Chud allegation DMs. Does anybody have those on hand? Anyone have those? Anyone? Anyone? Yeah, the Chud DMs. I guess I could go look for them, but why would I do the research myself when I've used slaves to do it for me? It's over, Chud bros. My position is Chud Logic is a predator that needs to be locked away. If I win the debate, though, we'll make a deal. If I win the debate, we hit dono goal. We're halfway there, and we're only 3 hours into streaming. Somebody give me a dono goal idea. I'll do it. If we hit dono goal, I will eat a hot fucking pepper on the next stream. So while we wait for that, well, let me just write. I just need to write some stuff down. I'm not. Fuck! Voice crack. No! No! California Reaper? I don't even think that's a real pepper. It's like Carolina Reaper, isn't it? Why is this so big? So my position is a 33-18 age gap can absolutely be exploited in like a relationship dynamic, and the outcomes would probably be bad. But I feel like for for a one-night stand or like temporary flirtation, I don't think that it's like that. I don't think that the dynamic plays like a super big role, and the outcomes are going to be like that bad. One day, Sunday had a voice crack the other day, and that guy's the deepest voice on planet Earth. That guy's the deepest voice on this fucking planet. I come back to you talking age of consent again. Yeah, dude, I love arguing the age of consent. Dude, is that Bobby's sister? Yes. Yes. Yeah, this is Bobby's sister. This is the one he's always talking about. Well, I need to get, because the question that's going to be asked, okay, why is 18 and 33 okay, but 18 and like 13 isn't? And it's like a 13-year-old by their nature, probably 90% of the time, is not going to be able to understand like flirtation or what it is or what's involved with it. Well, a 33-year-old is. So they're going to be getting them to engage in an activity that they don't understand the implications of, so they can't really consent to it. They can't consent to it. An 18-year-old generally will understand the concept of flirting, the implications of it, and the outcome of it is unlikely to be bad if it's like a few nights of like temporary flirting over Discord. Sending a nude, on the other hand, way different. Having sex, probably gonna be a lot different. And someone's like, okay, why is 17 and 33 not okay? And my argument would be, there are no hard lines in anything. Setting a general age of consent allows us to Setting a general age of consent minimizes harm to children because generally around 18 is when you're probably getting the ability to like understand the implications of relationships, flirtation. You've gone through high school or getting out of it. Typically younger than that, they are easier to take advantage of because they don't understand the implications of what they're engaging in. Even though there might be some 17-year-olds that do, but setting that hard line makes it so we don't have to judge every individual case of somebody hooking up and minimizes harm. So skirting that line for the sake of your own sexual pleasure is a bad thing because that boundary exists to like reduce harm to children. That would probably be my argument. I'm just thinking of like possible arguments he could give me here. "1,000 years of age of consent." True. True. Voice cracks can literally happen to anyone. Once you're past, it's not related. True. Very, very true. The intricacies of innocence brings me back. Brings you back to what? To what? What is it bringing you back to, buddy? Want to tell us something? Want to share something with the class? Yeah, I remember the moral dilemmas I faced over the innocence of the people I was messaging. All right. I'm seeing if he's ready right now. But yeah, I mean, in regards, so apparently dude, I have nothing. I'm waiting for somebody to call in, Nico. I don't have anything to fucking say right now or talk about. I'm sorry. If you want to give us a topic or ask me a question, I'll gladly go and talk about something. I'm sorry you're falling asleep. Okay, this isn't a Lerix stream where I'm just gonna talk to you like this the whole time. I'm trying to do my best here. Okay, I'm trying to do my best. Lerix isn't live. I wouldn't have noticed if he was. I wouldn't have noticed if he was. If somebody wants to do me a favor and send me the Chud DMs, that would be very based. Dude, Nico, what the fuck did you send into my DMs 9 days ago? Holy shit. Aiden, why are you gay? I'm not gay. I am homosexual. I linked the Tom vid if you want. I've already seen it. Show us your pretzel. What does that even mean, dude? I wish this was a Chud stream, then fucking leave, you retard. So today we're gonna be talking about... No, that's not a good Chud accent. We're gonna be talking about the same drama that everybody else has covered for the last 5 days, so you get to hear it again. I don't do that here, buddy. I don't do that here. I don't cover your dream drama 8,000 times in a row. I'm sorry, if you want to hear a guy with a British accent cover the same thing everybody else is covering for the last 5 days, go ahead. This isn't my stream. I'm calling Bunk.
Oh shit, what's up, dude?
Wait, let me pull your... Oh, you want me to pull your cam up? I'll pull your... Dude, you look like
you want to.
You look like the fucking Unabomber.
Damn, you can't fucking roast me like that just for having glasses.
That's
I got
not a...
prescription glasses. I have to wear to see shit. And you're like, we look like a terrorist.
That's not a bad... The Unabomber's not a horrible looking person. Hold on, let me...
You would say that. You would say that in particular.
Let me pop out your thing.
To be honest, looking like it's not a bad thing to be the Unabomber.
Wait, hold on. Bear with me
here.
Not
that bad.
All right, so I'm gonna share the screen, and then we'll put it. We'll do window capture.
Cool. You gotta do all that.
Yeah, sorry, I've never done it. Listen, this happened with the Jake Weddle.
You don't gotta. You can just have the audio. Just the audio is fine,
it's
sure.
cooler. No, it's cooler. Hold on.
Oh, it's cooler.
It's
Okay,
cooler.
then turn your camera
Makes it
on.
more
If
professional.
you get to have the video debate.
You
I
can
gotta
watch
have
it
the
on
video
my. You
debate
can
too.
watch it on my. Because if I turn it on.
Oh, so I'm supposed to like do the thing where I like pull up your stream in the background, like the long ass
yes,
latency.
yes.
You're a fucking gaylord.
Yes, you've got
You
it now.
suck.
You've got
You're
it
evil.
now. All right.
What's been up? Holy shit, long time no talk. What's been going on?
Yeah, everything's been fine. You know, just been streaming, living the life.
Dude, your stream is like popping right now. Okay.
It happens.
The Aiden projects, AIDS gang is rising.
True.
Before my very
Hardest
eyes.
in the listen, we advocate for the position of we think AIDS is like a morally neutral thing, and we need to spread more of it.
It's morally neutral, yet you need to spread more of it.
Why does Bunk look white now? Dude, he race swapped?
No, I'm like Logic Black. I can say the N, I choose not to, out of the kindness of my own heart. But I can say it. If you ever find a clip, I can say it. It's okay.
Based. All right. So listen, people have been. I watched a bit of your coverage. People have been, you've been making a bit of a fuss about the Chud stuff recently. I want to get your opinions on it. Maybe have a discussion about it. I will inform you. I'm very sleep deprived, so you're gonna have the one up here, but I'll do it anyways.
Shit. I'm not prepared for a stream either, to be honest with you. I got like I woke up at like fucking 5 o'clock or whatever the hell. It's cold as fuck where I am, so there's like no chance of sleeping.
Fair enough.
No, the take is like really fucking simple. It's like piss simple. Having the Noah Samson shit come out and people like freak the fuck out and like burn him at the stake for calling Chud Logic a pedophile is really, really bizarre to me. Because whenever we bring up the Chud Logic allegations and we actually take a look at the morals as it concerns to the type of relationship he was engaging with there and what he had knowledge of whenever he was doing so, it just bears out that it's like very, very clearly an incredibly morally wrong thing. Almost all of the same things that make a relationship between a 33-year-old and a like 17 and 8-month-year-old bad, like all the dynamics that exist there, all those social discrepancies that are there are all instantiated as well. They're just like barely 18. There's not like this magical line that ticks over. We all seem to understand this whenever we're talking about Call Me Carson. I'm just saying, I'm like, do we all understand this whenever we're talking about somebody like Call Me Carson? That's like not a fucking controversial take. But all of a sudden, it's fucking wild to call this person out for this 15-year age gap that existed in this relationship they were engaging in with a fan. That's just absurd to me. We burn people at the stake for far less. We would ridicule them endlessly if we didn't like them, and I think that's just like a clear showing of bias.
Wasn't it like
I don't think we should associate with somebody like that.
Okay, too fair. I'll address everything else in regards to like the double standard point. Like, I'm pretty sure the community's overall position was that the Carson shit was like super overblown. Like everybody in like the commentary sphere. I don't know who you follow.
No, but the reason that we said that is we understood that all of a sudden when somebody's 17, it's like they're a fucking retard, and then when they become 18, they're divinely intervened with like all of this knowledge and understanding of the world and all of that shit. Like we understood that. We understood that this is a gradient, right? Maturing is a gradient. There's development that happens there.
Sure, of course. Nobody thinks there's a magic switch that flips overnight, although I agree they act like it does. Hard lines don't exist in society, so you have 17-year-olds that might be more mature than certain 18-year-olds, more socially experienced and understand the implications of like a sexual or flirtatious relationship than some 18-year-olds. But the age of consent, the line exists to generally reduce like harm to kids because
I agree that
we can't assess every individual case, so we have to set the hard line somewhere, and the hard line goes there because 18 I think is generally you're getting out of high school, you've lived through high school, you have a general understanding of like sexual and flirtatious relationships and the outcomes of that, although you are like always you are always learning and garnering wisdom through your life, trial and error. But around 18 you kind of most 18-year-olds understand the nature and expectations of a sexual, romantic, or flirtatious relationship.
Yeah, so when you say we can assess every case, yes, we certainly can. We can morally evaluate any given relationship. You should be morally evaluating any given relationship, even if it's between two individuals who are like of the same age. For example, like if you've never had a sexual relationship before, you're not going to really know how to lay down those types of boundaries with somebody. If you're somebody who's more experienced, you're going to be more cautious whenever you're pushing through those things in a relationship, right? There are a few things you could be more socially mature, obviously, and there's like understandings about certain types of like past relationship experience, some social maturity that exists there, but there are many things which are also at play there, which make this incredibly difficult to like to say that it's like there isn't a moral wrong being committed. While we do have laws that instantiate a certain age of consent, And those laws are taken to trial. You take somebody to trial over those things, and the decision to prosecute or not is done when that's done with discretion. I'm not really making a legal argument here, but if we're talking about legality, it's totally legal for Chud Logic to fuck somebody who's 17 and 8 months old, right? It's like completely legal in this
but when
country.
you're saying, yeah, but when you're...
Whenever we're talking about, oh, I'm sorry, I'm trying to address all the things that you said, but if you want to like interject, that's like all good. Yeah. No, go ahead.
Yeah, I know. I just want to like just stick to one. I mean, you are saying one thing, but okay. So sure, I know we're not making a. I'm not saying obviously. I'm not saying we can't individually assess like moral examples given to us when you were talking about like obviously people don't magically change 17 and 18.
Yeah,
that seems to be like that statement seems to be related to the fact the age of consent is 18, and then I'm explaining like why that exists, and in a legal context. Yeah, it would be hard. The legal system would be totally overloaded if they had to if a judge had to assess every relationship that people were engaged in. But yes, I agree with you that morally speaking, yes, we can assess like individual circumstances.
Yeah, we can assess individual circumstances. And we take a look at the circumstances that exist here, the things that make the relationship bad, the reason why we have this age of consent, why we find these types of relationships to be abhorrent. When you take a look at the things that make that be the case, right, the reason behind the intuition itself, you'll find that like almost, if not all of them, are instantiated in Chud Logic's case. Like just about all of them.
Sure. So
right? This person they believe to be somebody. Yeah, they believe them to be a virgin. The Chud Logic at this point is divorced. He's been through an entire not only sexual interactions with people. He's divorced. He's had a kid. This person is a content creator who they look up to, which is like it's on its own. It's not like an insane thing. They're 33 years old. There's a 15-year age gap which exists there, which is wildly outside of the areas of the social acceptability as it is broadly. When you look at polling data, when you look at the types of things that we're trying to look at whenever we're talking about somebody's ability to engage in a relationship, this person is going to have incredibly hindered social maturity, broadly speaking. That includes things like their ability to communicate things with other people, understand the implications of these types of relationships and these relations that they're having with individuals, having the inability to really assess the way that they feel and as far as their emotions are concerned to like some motivated reasoning, if you will, as their brain is currently developing. And this is one of the times they're like just now kind of getting to experience these emotions. You'll find that there's this crazy power imbalance between these two individuals. And this crazy power imbalance between these two individuals is instantiated on a bunch of things which we see, while age is not like 100% predictive factor, actually has all of the things that we're talking about whenever we're talking about somebody's inability to engage in this type of relationship.
Sure. So you made a few points there. So I'm going to... if I interject, it's because I want to address one point for you, because you do, and it's not a fault of yours. I'm just saying it's easier for me to go.
No, you can interject
point by point.
in any of my sentences or whatever. Like we're chill. I'm assuming we're not having like a super
I'm not
conversation. I take it that normally whenever you talk to me, you're not talking
AIDS
to me.
gang represent, okay?
Of like acting dishonestly.
Bunk is a complete F slur, and I am tired of hearing him speak.
Okay, thank you for the
Dog is still skinwalking
disavow.
Destiny after he got exposed for revenge prawn.
Okay, thank you.
Bunk also likes to goon with femboys and troons.
Okay, thank you for the $3. I'm sorry, I have text to speech on. Yeah. So essentially, so yeah.
You can say whatever you want on the Aiden Project stream for $3.
True. I got to make my bag somehow.
Abuse the fuck out of that.
Literally, you can do $3 to sexually harass me. I allow it. But yeah. So okay. So in regards to like what's like socially acceptable, I guess like, I mean, what most people consider acceptable, I don't like. I mean, that's like a popularity thing. I don't really know if I care about that so much. In regards to like ability to communicate.
Well, there's a reason why people have this intuition, and it's not just like an intuition that's carried. I'm sorry, I'm interrupting you, but it's not just an intuition that's carried around like most people or something like that. Like that's just a point in favor of the idea that this is not like some absurd stance that I'm taking. This is something that's like majority of people would agree on. It's also the case that whenever you take a look at like psychology papers on the subject matter, they're going to find that this is a substantial age gap. There's all the things that you're talking about whenever you're actually looking into the effects upon these individuals. The reasons why these relationships can't work are all in play.
Yeah, but okay, but the papers you're talking about, don't those refer to like actual relationships as opposed to like temporary flirtation?
Well, I mean, do you think that like temporary flirtation is like completely distinct from like a relationship between individuals?
Of course.
No, it's a sexual relationship. That's what they were engaging in, right?
A multi-day, like engaging like flirtatious DMs.
Well, it's not a multi-day thing. It's like over the span of a month thing, at least a month.
Okay, I don't know how many. I don't have these DMs in front of me. If you have a copy,
yeah, that's okay, right? I'm just assume I'm not lying on that. If you don't want to, you can scroll up in our DMs. You can see that the timestamps are at least a month. Yep. So like broadly speaking, these are not like wildly distinct things. Let me put it to you this way. If I were to just ask you, what is the reason for why you can't fuck somebody who's like 17? What would the problem you would have with some child fucking someone who's 17? What would the issue be?
So the issue would be, it would be violating a boundary that by setting it at 18 overall would minimize harm to children. So even if the 17-year-old was more mature than the 18-year-old in question, and as it stands on its own, maybe like would be more understanding of it and better able to consent.
Just a second. Don't think about it as in relation to an 18-year-old of any kind. What is the thing that is morally wrong about this? Because I don't think that you would say to me the thing that is morally wrong about fucking a 17-year-old is that you violate a social boundary.
It depends on the 17-year-old. Depends on the 17-year-old.
You don't think that with a 33-year-old?
Yep. Depends on the 17-year-old.
Yeah. So for this particular 17-year-old, let's take a look at this particular 17-year-old. Do you think that if everything remains the same, everything remains constant, do you think that this person, we have reason to believe that this person is one of those 17-years-olds?
Even if everything remains constant, they're one of those 17-year-olds.
Right, because as far as I'm concerned, Chud Logic believes him to be a virgin. He fetishizes it within the messages.
I'd need to see more. I have to.
You need to see more.
Well,
you want to see the messages where they're calling him a shy virgin over and over again.
Do you actually have the messages? I was trying to find them.
I do have some of the messages. A lot of them are going to be archived in things like Destiny, streaming about it, and there's like dumb fuck coverage. But if you want, I can pull them up.
Yeah.
Like, if you don't believe me on this,
no, I do. It's not that I don't. It's not a matter of not believing you. It's not a matter of not believing you. It's a matter of I just want to see like the specifics of what this person was saying. Is if they're saying like, yeah, I have. Oh, actually, I don't know. There's several things I could say.
So, what are you looking for specifically within these messages?
I just want to see.
They talk about like, okay.
The general level of like understanding this person has over what's happening.
Over what's happening. So, do you think that if somebody just has it, because in my mind, right, there's a lot of things that you just cannot have an understanding of. Like, it doesn't matter. Like, it almost like. Yeah, it doesn't matter which 17-year-old is. If somebody's 33 years old, there are just too many things to be accounted for in that type of relation. That's why we're against them, like categorically.
You don't think
right? There are things like the understanding of your own psychology that have to take place.
You don't think there's a 17-year-old out there that exists that could potentially just like understand the implications and potential outcomes?
No, I don't think there's a single 17-year-old. I'm okay with fucking somebody who's in their mid-30s through a divorce. No, I don't think there is. Is there a 17-year-old out there that you think you're okay with doing that?
A few.
For like any given, so for a 33-year-old, there are cases you'd say it's okay to fuck a 17-year-old.
No, I don't think it's, no, wait, hold on. Just to clarify, I don't think it's okay because I think we shouldn't violate the age of consent. The reason I don't think we should violate the age of consent.
No, in Chud Logic's country, the age of consent is not that of 18 years old.
Well, I think their age of consent is retarded. I think 18 is a good place to set it, and when you're that age, you should.
Why is it arbitrarily setting the line at 18? If you ask me, because we're talking about the morals of the situation. Okay, no, go on.
So if you look at studies relating to high school, as you go up by year, the like amount of people that have been in relationships and the quantity of relationships they've been in goes up substantially. So by 18, you're exiting high school, and
typically these relationships are with other people of their age, and they're not very serious relationships.
Of course. But at 18, you've greater relational experience. You've greater relational
experience. Yeah, and at 17, you have greater relational experience than you do at 16. And at 16, you have greater relational experience than you do at 15.
Of course. But
okay. I don't think that those relational experiences are enough to make up for a 15-year age gap whenever one of these people has a marriage underneath their belt, right? Like, there's like a lot of things that go into a relationship. Sure. Relationships are hard for people who are of the same age. Sure. Or the same age, trying to parse out their feelings between each other, the push and pull that exists within a relationship. Like, you understand why there's this like this wild power imbalance leads to negative psychological outcomes with individuals, right?
Okay, what evidence do you have that this kind of like these types of interactions of like flirtation lead to like negative? I totally agree with you for like long-term.
All of the data that we have in terms of like relationships between individuals.
Isn't that data related to like like when we say relationship? I know like.
Do you have any data? I'm sorry, do you have any data that refers to just specifically flirtation, or because otherwise what we're going to do is we're going to intuit off of the data that we do have.
No, I don't, but I don't need to prove a negative if we're arguing harm. If we're arguing.
Well, no, you do. That's not how things work within philosophy. They're broadly speaking. If I say something is not the case, there's like you could say there's like some absence of things that obtain on the hypothesis, right? There's like an absence of the evidence it's evidence against the hypothesis. But you can't say like there's just because we don't have a study on this very specific thing, we can't pull from studies that broadly to talk about the psychology of these things. But if you want to talk about the relationships between individuals, we also do have just like psychologist testimony on these types of things.
Okay,
if you want to look at that.
Do you not think there's like an inherent difference between like when we say relationship? I agree. Like technically, this is a relationship. Just like me talking to you right now is a relationship in the form of like acquaintanceship, friendship, whatever. But like when we talk about relationships in the romantic context, we're talking about a form of commitment. We're talking about the intertwining of lives.
No,
we're talking about.
We're not talking about all of those things.
So the
but
outcome,
like to some degree, they're intertwined.
So the outcome. So there's a difference. The power dynamic plays way more relevance in that than it would in like a month-long like flirtatious exchange over Discord.
So provided, so let's think about it this way, okay? So provided that it was just the case that like some individual engaged with a child on grounds that they were like there was just flirtatious conversations or something like that, do you think that'd be permissible, or do you think those like the same types of boundaries have to be put in place?
How old?
Well, how old do you think it would be permissible for someone who's 33 years old? Like how young do you think you can go?
I think you should 18. I think you should anything about 18 or over.
18, right? Between a 17-year-old who's like a 17 and 8-month-old and an 18-year-old, do you think that there's this large cognitive difference that exists between these two?
No, it's not about a cognitive difference, though. I just don't think we should skirt the age of consent.
So the only issue you would have with these given interactions is just violation of a social boundary, which I would say is false. I think the first thing that comes to mind whenever we think about what's wrong about like having relations with a kid in this type of way is the effects on that of a child.
Okay, sure.
I think that's like primary thing that's morally wrong. I think that's where the disgust factor comes from, and I think that the only way we'd ever pivot off onto something like the breaking of a social rule is if we liked the person.
Okay, I would hold this like same standard for any adult that believed they were having a flirtatious relationship with an 18-year-old. I'm against the position people say that anything over 18 is fine. I agree that 18-year-olds are inexperienced and can easily be manipulated, taken advantage of, and have dynamics where they're being exploited. For a good example, like Boogie 2988 and his girlfriend. I think she is inexperienced, looking for a surrogate father figure, and he's fulfilling that role in her life for the sole purpose of garnering sex. And I don't think that's what she thinks she's looking for in regard. Like I think he's using his. I think he is using. Like when you talk about being married, being old, whatever, my question would be, okay, there are discrepancies between these two age gaps. How does this dynamic, how does this gap bear relevance to the nature of the interaction? And Boogie's maturity in this case bears relevance to the fact that she's looking for a surrogate father figure, and he's using his maturity and like knowledge to try and fulfill that role to garner sex out of her. I don't see any, like based on the DMs I've seen, and I don't know if you. Sorry, keep going. What were you gonna say?
Sorry, no, I was going to go on to talk about, but it's all good.
Yeah, I was gonna say like based. I haven't seen anything in these DMs that would show like he was using like any aspect of like the power dynamic or like maturity gap to solicit this person to do something she reasonably couldn't consent to.
Yeah, so I understand the sentiment, but this is what you have to understand, like that they reasonably can consent to. I don't think they can consent whenever there's such a power gap exists, and there's like a couple of reasons for something like that. One thing is like you don't have to directly violate the boundary. That's like one of the reasons why these types of relationships are so bad, right? There's like there's no way to like account for this type of discrepancy. Whenever you're engaging with somebody who is of that age, of that much of a junior to you, 15 years, and it's also the case that they're like a fan in your Discord server, and it's also the case they've never had a relationship before, and it's also the case that all of these things are instantiated. What happens is there are a lot of places where they just might be willing to be conforming towards things that they generally wouldn't be okay with, or they're not able to identify the faults of the individual within the given relationship, or they're not able to actually communicate those faults to a degree of which it's actually capable of having a productive and healthy relationship. And that's why you see it be the case whenever we take a look at the outcome data of these types of things, why it's so bad on people.
I mean, I'm 19.
Right, like I can take you down like a few things. I guess like what are the like whenever you put it at 18 years old, and that's like the line you want to draw. Why is like there the line that we want to draw?
There's the line because I think generally around that age, your general 18-year-old is going to have enough of an understanding of like the nature of sexual and romantic relationships where they can consent.
Mm-hmm.
I think
there you go.
I think that there are some 17-year-olds where that would be true as well. But the lower you go, the less likely it is. We have to draw hard lines because the courts can't assess every individual case. So we have to set a boundary somewhere to minimize potential harm. And that is a good boundary to set. and skirting it for the sake of temporary pleasure, I think is a bad thing. So I think you should stick to fucking 18 and over.
I understand what you're talking about, and I agree to some extent. I think it's a little bit more complicated than that, but yeah, like they don't have the experience with these types of relationships. As I was saying, they're not like able to really understand what's going on in the relationship in like a greater context. So whenever we're talking about this individual, Chud Logic believed to have had no sexual experience whatsoever. Right? There's an 18-year-old with no sexual experience whatsoever, and there's one of these people who have had many relationships in the past and is going to proceed with them, by which, like, they would proceed with many other types of relationships.
Well, didn't she just say she was?
That's the issue. You can't like make the accounting for.
No, I agree. She had no like. I agree she was a virgin, but did she say she had never been in any sort of relationship? Was she not familiar with like flirting?
Well, no, it's sexual relationship, right?
Yeah, okay. But there's when she's
like they call them a shy virgin specifically. Like they're not like, you understand?
Yeah, they're
like in these messages, they're very, very, very recluse.
So she hasn't engaged before in the act of sex, but there's nothing to suggest she hasn't engaged in flirtation before.
So let's think about it this way, and there is no evidence to believe it's the case that this person is a particularly mature individual for their age, right? There's evidence to believe that they're not. And even without that evidence, when we take a look at the actual outcome data of these types of things, what is a significant age gap whenever we're talking in terms of a relationship and the effects on individuals, we're seeing that around like, I think maximum acceptability tends to be about 10-year age gap between individuals.
Acceptability,
right? Broadly speaking, when we take a
what,
look at like papers on psychology and relationships.
In what's like socially acceptable. You mean like,
no, like it's like socially acceptable, like what is like a really significant age gap that's like seen to be a significant age gap, a significant difference between the two that's meaningful in the relationship.
Can you link me one of these papers?
I can.
Can you yeah that would be good.
Yeah, sure.
Because I want to see what these papers are like referring to.
Yeah, sure. Look right there. I'm citing page 8.
Hold on, let me pull you back up for the stream. I accidentally turned it off. All right. Hold on. Fuck. Dude, best streamer ever, guys. Here we go. Cool. Oh, just send me an IP grabber. You said page 8?
Yeah, absolutely.
8. Additionally, the cutoff.
So, specific quote that I'm taking, it is proposed that an age difference between more than 10 years is likely to carry some meaning to partners in any relationship, regardless of the actual age of the individuals involved. Earlier on that page, it says, scroll through, it's basically at the top of the page. A 5-year gap likely means little to a younger partner who is 50 years old. In contrast, however, a 5-year difference likely means much more whenever the younger party is only 16 or 17 years old, which meets the age of consent in most Western countries, but just barely. So it's instantiating that the age gap that is significant here, right? Like a 10-year age gap is significant for just about any type of relations for people who are of any age, right? It's going to be somewhat significant, right? Maybe not like this crazy meaningful thing, but specifically in the cases of those who are of younger age, because you see the way that development actually happens, and not only the brain, but also just like broadly speaking, the types of things you're allowed to do within society, right? The things that you are allowed to do, the ways that you are allowed to mature, and the way that you are like able to live your life and mature in such a way. It makes it more significant whenever we're talking about somebody who is of younger age.
Sure.
And just like taking a look at that, because I promise you, this is like, I wouldn't come out and say something like this if I hadn't taken a look at a lot of things whenever I'm trying to figure out my opinion on these things. I like to ask myself why I believe things. Like there is very, very, very little evidence for the contrary.
Okay.
It's something that is like held to be true by most of any type of counselors, quotes who I look at, and held to be true by just about any type of study where you look at.
Sure, I agree like an age gap. Okay, so but I'd also agree that like an age gap between what would be a good example? Like somebody who's like in their early 20s versus somebody who's in their like early 30s would be more significant than an age gap between somebody who's in their early 30s and somebody who's in their early 40s. So this paper,
exactly. That's what the paper's saying.
Yeah. So this paper seems to be claiming that there's a significance and a difference between the two age gaps, which isn't up for debate. I've never disagreed. There's a significant difference between these two. What I'm essentially asking for me to like take your position is that the discrepancy here is to such an extent for an 18-year-old, what he believed at the time, if I'm like assessing his like moral culpability, the discrepancy, the discrepancy exists to such an extent where either the 18-year-old there is more, you talk about expect utility, there's likely to be like a negative outcome to the nature of their relationship. They're unable to understand that negative outcome might occur, or the implications of such a dynamic. Therefore, like they probably can't consent to it, or that he is exploiting the dynamic between the two in some sense to like take advantage of her for the sake of garnering personal pleasure.
So, like, again, what exactly are you looking for?
I guess I'm looking for example, what would be a good example? Harvey Weinstein. This is a good one. These are girls who they're like girls who he's an ugly fuck. Nobody would fuck him. They have a yearning to like make it in the industry.
Logic.
So the power,
Sorry.
yeah. So the power dynamic, so the power dynamic that exists between the two is like his financial status and status in the industry, and they're like up and coming. And they don't have a lot of influence in the industry. So that's the power dynamic. So Harvey Weinstein.
This
hold
individual
on.
does not have a
Wait,
lot
let me
of-
finish. I just gotta finish.
okay.
So Harvey Weinstein
go on.
exploits this dynamic by essentially saying this thing that you want due to our like mutual discrepancy, this thing I can give you that you don't have that you want, due to our power, I'll give it to you if you have sex with me. So he's taking the dynamic between the two. He's utilizing the power dynamic for the sake of garnering sex and getting them to consent to something they wouldn't have otherwise consented to. With like a child. With a child, they can't consent at all because they don't understand the implications of they don't understand the implications of it.
Yeah, sure.
I think
which specific, so the implications that I'm talking about, right, broadly whenever I'm speaking on something like this, is the idea of where that power dynamic exists. Right, the very core fundamentals of the power dynamic, because it's very hard to understand what you don't understand about relationships. You don't have a knowingness of your knowledge gaps, if that makes sense. So whenever we're talking about this individual and whether they're able to fully understand the power dynamic that takes place here, a lot of things still remain true, right? You have like Chud Logic, who is a content creator that they specifically met through his Discord server. They're a fan of this content creator. If I'm not mistaken, they specifically said that they wanted attention from Chud Logic. They very clearly did whenever you're looking at the actual messages in between the two. And whenever we're talking about the actual discrepancies between the two's ability to handle the relationship, whenever you're looking at the past relationship experience of the individuals, the age gap that exists as it already is, whether you're looking at the ability to communicate from the individuals or their like emotional development, all of these things seem to like not point in favor of Chud Logic engaging in a moral action.
Hold on. I gotta get these fucking DMs in front of me, dude. Destiny Chud dude, I'm like debating blind here. I should have got this up for. Hold on.
Dog, you were the one who like surprise debated me. You were like, you wanted to debate in 5 minutes.
No, you're saying you want to talk. I was live. I'm like ADHD as fuck. So I would not have like. I remembered it. So I'm like, let's just.
If you want, we can like push it on. I don't want to like ambush you with a bunch of shit.
You're not.
I'll send you my like research notes. If
no,
you really
you're not.
want it.
You're not. I don't need your notes. You're not ambushing me at all. I just would prefer to have the DMs up here to like assess what was like specifically going on.
No, it's all good,
Hold on. Got him. All right. Cool. Where is it? Fuck. Hold on. God, my fucking content slaves are useless. You guys didn't send me the DMs. What am I paying you for?
I'll
I'm
send
not.
you the link to the stream bot if you want to take a look at it. You can scroll through some of this. I don't know. I don't believe the Twitter thread's still up. I couldn't find the original Twitter thread.
Okay, thanks. I thought Dioria sent me the fucking messages he sent. Okay, this is retarded. Okay, so we're talking about the Haley bug person. This wasn't the 30-year-old that claimed she got groomed. All right. So these are
According to them, this also occurred over many months, not just like a month or whatever. So like, as far as I'm concerned, these are the relations between the two. Like, I don't know, any reasonable person would interpret that as that.
I mean,
they have flirtatious
I thought you said it was
conversations.
over
They have
a month.
conversations about things that are not flirtatious. Yeah, it's over a month. Many months would be over a month.
Okay. So I thought when you said over a month, then you mean over
I'm
the
saying that
span
I'm
of a
looking at
month.
their Twitter thread right now, and it's at least the span of a month due to the messages that I had just taken a look at as far as the time stamping, which is concerned of them. Whenever you take a look at the Twitter thread, they said over many months.
Did you link me the Twitter thread?
I don't think the Twitter thread is the original Twitter thread is still up, as I said earlier.
What are you looking
but
at
I
right
did
now?
link you the VOD specifically.
Oh, got it.
The VOD from Destiny
cool,
where he covers them live.
No, got it. I got that up. All right, cool. All right.
6 sec.
Many months. All right. So we've got here April 1st, April 19th, April 5th, March 29th, April 5th, March 31st. Okay, so this seems to go over. Yeah, it seems to be like about the length of a month.
Yeah, that's why I was able to confirm at least a month.
Yeah.
What I'm saying is they testify to it being more than a month. As far as I'm concerned, if you're engaging with somebody with flirtatious conversations, as well as conversations about their personal life and what they're like doing, that you're in relations with them. Right, by any reasonable person's
also
interpretation, you could have like a month-long relation.
Wait, you don't think there? Okay, you don't think there's like people that like I know people that like horny DM multiple girls on Snap. They don't consider themselves in relationships with. They're just trying to get like, they're just trying to fucking.
Well, you're not in like a committed relationship with them. I think they're using relationship in a different sense.
Yeah, I don't think
But
it's
no, they are
committed.
in like a relationship in the sense that is like relevant here.
There. Okay, yeah, technically yes. This is a relationship. Isn't a relationship just like an?
Well, it's like a sexual relationship, right? They would be in sexual relationships with many of those. If you like started like flirtatiously, like sexting them
Yeah,
and
so
shit
they're
like that.
they're
like,
in a
you'd
relationship where they're
you'd be
engaging in
sexual
flirtatious
relationship
conversations with somebody over
in the same way that like
I'm
I'm not okay with like saying that somebody is like engaging in relations with an individual if they're just,
Sure,
like,
but
flirting
typically when
with
we're
them.
talking about like okay, you said sexual. Typically, like when I think of like relationship in this
we're talking
context,
about
we're talking about like a
sexual
romantic
relationships.
relationship
They're
where
sexual and
two people's
romantic, yeah.
where two people's lives are like significantly intertwined in some way, in which I think like
Well, they don't have to be significantly intertwined.
but that's
in some way.
generally what I think people like think of when you're
Do you
referring
think
to like.
Clancy and I were in a relationship?
Do I think you were in a? Did you got were? I don't know like the full nature of it.
Yeah, you don't know the full nature of it. If somebody like comes out and visits me and I like talk to them as like somebody who's like of close proximity to me, like as far as trust is concerned.
Did they call you
if I
their
talk to them-
boyfriend and?
Yeah, like that's a committed relationship before that.
So you were in a committed relationship with Clancy.
Yeah, but before that, when our lives were never significantly intertwined in that sense.
So what happened before that? Were you just sexting?
Like, yeah, there was like a hookup thing, yeah.
Okay, so it was like
It was
a
hookup thing where you like had conversations with the individual, and still at that point in time, I would say there was a power dynamic in play that I was trying to be cognizant of.
So it was okay. So that's like I consider that how I use relationship, and you're
Like in
probably
the same way,
formally
like,
right. How I use
yeah.
relationship, but you're probably formally right. That's like a pre-relationship where you're like testing the waters, flirting with them, and then it eventually becomes something committed. Sure.
Yeah, and as you're testing the waters and flirting with them, it's really hard to test the waters with somebody who's not able to assert themselves in the way that you need to have them doing.
Sure, but I don't.
Like this Chud Logic's a content creator they look up to, right? Like that's not on its own enough to like instantiate a power dynamic that's too great to like overcome with just like paying attention to what you're doing or something like that. There are a lot of things at play here. There are many things at play here which make this feel morally unacceptable.
What do you think
That's
about?
why
What do you think
people
about
have
like
the intuition?
What do you think about like PewDiePie and Marzia?
I'm not sure about their relationship. I know very little about PewDiePie.
Okay, so I think Marzia, I don't remember how old she was. I think she was like in her 20s, maybe. Somebody can correct me on this if I'm wrong. But she was a huge fan of his. I think she was like in his fan emails. They ended up engaging in a relationship together, and now they're married. Just to be clarifier, Chud was 100 Chud was like 100 viewer Andy at that point. But no, I agree. She's a fan, right? I think like you're typically
Well,
though.
I think 100 viewers is significant. Whenever you're talking about a live stream, that's pretty significant.
To be like totally
It's fairly large. Yeah.
But to be like totally enamored to the point where you're like gonna be willing to entertain their like
I mean,
flirtatious
if you're
advances.
pretty young, like I'm not gonna lie. If somebody like that starts interacting with you, if you're in their Discord server already, you're enough of a fan of them to be in their Discord server.
Listen, it's not working for me. It's not working for me. So I don't know what to do. I'm kidding.
You're just not going young enough.
Yeah.
You're not going young enough. You're not doing the YouTuber thing yet. You gotta get on it.
Look, if her age is on
It's
the
all
clock,
the rage nowadays. Have you seen the Destiny stuff?
Yeah. If her age is on the clock, no. Okay. Bunk is only saying sits at 10 views. Okay, well he just came back. And
oh no.
To be fair, you did have like 60 viewers, right? So.
Yeah, I did have like I have a live stream that I didn't announce that I was doing out of nowhere with no pop up at a random time when I'm doing like you know what I mean? It's like fucking who cares?
Yeah, or
who cares?
Yeah.
I make this the money kind of stays same either way, right? I'm just I want to be live to have the VOD on my end.
Sure. So we know she looks up to him or idolizes him in some way. What I would need to see in these messages is him utilizing that to like get her to consent to the flirtatious
Do you think
exchanges.
you have to directly say something in order for that to be a factor in that type of relationship? Or do you think that somebody might just consent to things they're not otherwise like okay with for the sake of appealing to that individual?
I don't think
as far as it seems like they
I don't
kind
think
of
you
bend over
need to.
backwards
I don't
to
think
some
you need
degree.
to. But when I'm assessing like the moral culpability of like the person of Chud
and
in
that's
this
not
circumstance.
that's not the biggest thing that's at play here, right? There are other things which are also at play, like the seniority of the individual is at play as well.
Sure,
Like there's
so
the
then we can
tendency
argue
if
that.
you're a younger individual who's had less relationships, you're more likely to default to that individual
This is the
as far as like what's normal in a relationship, what like the tendencies for them to interact with you tend to be like your kind of baseline whenever you're trying to assess the relationship. You just don't have the perspective to do so, is what I'm saying.
Yeah, exactly.
Right, it's like the same reason I have a problem with somebody who's like significantly older fucking around with somebody who's like 17 18 years
Yeah,
old.
but when we're
right?
saying
the way that I would like have the laws be different is like a completely different story. We can have a conversation about that if you really want to.
Yeah,
but,
we're saying stuff like
the
Chud is
moral facts about the situation kind of remain pretty similar.
Yeah, so when we're saying stuff like Chud is like, I don't know if you said Chud is disgusting or whatever. Somebody were making claims about Chud. So for like talking about like his moral culpability here, of course, whether or not whether or not he's exploiting that is relevant to his moral culpability. But
well, yeah, I don't think that he directly, like, again, what I'm saying is this is one thing which stacks on top of many other things which are all at play within the relationship.
Sure, so can I give you a hypothetical?
Right, that's like these are many things which all result in a relationship which is disgusting.
So if you so do you think, and I know you said, so if there's, I know you're going to say there's other factors, so then I'd prefer to stick to those factors. But let's say, for example,
it's
yeah, it's like, yeah, okay, yeah. So let's say there, for example, there's like a fan, an inexperienced fan of like a bigger YouTube, like just in general, doesn't matter of the age, and they are totally enamored, obsessed with this guy, and he's sexually into her, and they start DMing and flirting. Would that just be like if he is not, should he just not continue talking to them by virtue of the fact that he's a fan and he has no way of knowing if the fact that this person is a fan of his is like playing into their ability to like consent?
I don't think that you should just like completely write it off if that's what you're asking. No, there's other things, but like what I would say is like, yeah, you have to be a little bit more careful.
How would you tell?
This person might just be willing to. How would you tell? Well, you wouldn't be able to like exactly tell, and that's kind of the issue.
So
right?
should
the
you
issue
avoid?
is like with these types of things, you can't exactly tell. You can't read into somebody's mind or something like that.
So why not write it off?
I didn't say that either. Just a second. I'm trying to answer your question. Just a second. So the problem is that you can't just know indefinitely into like somebody's mind. You can't like mind read from them. What you can do is you can take their certain actions in the relationship to try and make the relationship more comfortable for them. So like imagine, for example, you were engaging with somebody and like that you had like, say, I'm not sure, say you've had sexual experiences in the past, right?
I've not.
Okay. Maybe that's the disconnect here. Okay. So let's just say that like if so I, as somebody who's been in a few relationships in the past, I have some experience when it comes to relationships, not the most experienced guy in the world, a little bit of a retard with it. But if I was engaging with somebody who had never been in a relationship before in their entire life, then in that case, I would be a little bit more careful whenever I'm pushing certain boundaries, right? I was like, by pushing boundaries, I mean like trying to progress the relationship in certain ways, right? If somebody had never had sex before in their entire life, I'd be a little bit more cautious whenever I'm initiating a sexual interaction with them than if I was interacting with somebody who had done it many times in the past. Does that make sense to you?
Yes, sure, but virginity is...
Okay, and at some point, there are so many of these factors that play in where you're not really able to compensate for such a thing, right? There are like many things which play into the factors of a relationship. As I said, relationships are hard for individuals who are of the same age, where these dynamics don't exist, right? For an individual like Chud Logic, in this case, there are just too many factors to be accounting for, and that's why you'd see them come out with some shit on Twitter saying that they were uncomfortable afterwards.
Sure, this person's virginity...
They're not going to indicate to it earlier on, because they're just like, they're not cognizant enough of it. They don't know their psychology well enough. They don't know relationships well enough to have that kind of understanding.
Sure. Virginity is relevant, though. Hold on, give me 1 sec. Gotta give me a sec here.
Yeah, you're all good. Yeah. a debate pedophile problem. Is truly what it is.
Yo, sorry about my mom just showed up. She's not. She doesn't even.
Absolutely.
Okay, this is bizarre. Hold on.
Hold up. What the fuck is my? Sorry, my buddy just called me 3 times in a row.
Give me a sec.
3 times in a motherfucking row. Look at this motherfucker.
Hold on.
He called me an hour ago twice, actually. No, I'm just an asshole. I'm just a piece of shit. I might have to get going soon. It seems like it's something that's important.
Oh, okay. I'm just at a loss for words right now. Sorry. What was I saying? Yeah, I don't know. She was on a flight somewhere, got grounded in LA, and apparently I missed her text.
Fuck.
So she showed up.
Wait, do you have to dip?
She just showed up.
Wait, she like Ubered to you or whatever?
Yeah, she showed up. It was. I'll talk. It's.
Oh, so she's just at your house right now?
No. Where was I saying?
Wait, what? Okay.
She's in the area. I'm gonna see her in an hour.
I gotcha.
All right. So where were we in this conversation?
You hear that, chat? We're both busy people with real social lives.
Yeah, very social, big social life with my mom.
I think that's big. I think you need to give yourself a pat on the back sometimes.
Yeah, I love when people.
I ain't got a social life with my mom.
Based. All right, where were we here? Where were we here?
I don't remember exactly where we left off on. I was going somewhere down the lines of like not being able to compensate for the discrepancies between the two individuals in the relationship, because one of these individuals is very unlikely to be able to actually like parse out the issues that they have with the relationship and communicate their feelings towards it. Yeah, like a lot of it's going to be revolving around like the very strongly when it comes to an age factor, kind of defaulting to the individual as like a form of
So what could they have communicated in regards to this dynamic? What could they have communicated here that you feel like they wouldn't have been able to
I don't think that they could have. I don't think that they could have communicated out the power dynamic is what I'm saying. I'm saying that's why it's like a morally important relationship. In the same way you can't communicate out a power dynamic between like a 15-year-old and a 40-year-old.
Pretend this
right, like as you like have these large age gaps, is just like, or like a 20-year-old and like a 15-year-old is probably like you probably can communicate out that dynamic.
Yeah, so pretend for a minute like this is a 30-year-old. What are they gonna have here? What would they be able to communicate here? They're
gonna have a. Oh yeah, no, sorry, go on.
No, I was just gonna say, what are they gonna be able to communicate here that the 18-year-old wouldn't be able to?
Yeah, so they're going to have a better understanding of their psychology as it pertains to their own emotions, right? Broadly speaking, people are not going to be able to, like, just as like an example, broadly speaking, people aren't even able to understand they have like most mental disorders you don't understand until you're like at least around 19 years old. For personality disorders, it's around somewhere around 25. As far as it concerns to the normalities of a relationship, they're not going to be able to understand the way that this is like not not normal in concerns to like the other ways they've interacted with people, or they won't be able to understand which parts of a relationship have a negative effect on their psychology to the same degree. Whenever they're talking about like parsing out individuals like motivated reasoning, we're talking about the individual's ability to like understand the way that their feelings affect their abilities to reason about the ways that they see individuals within their head. And you're talking about things like broadly speaking, their ability to like in comfortability with laying down sexual boundaries with individuals, laying down their needs and wants as it concerns to a relationship like this, and making sure that that relationship is healthy for both individuals. Right? They're all things you have a better understanding of as you're older and you had more relationships. Right? Like individuals who have just been in relationships in the past, like you can identify that. You can identify that within yourself. At least I hope. I hope that you're like maturing through your relationships. But yeah.
Yeah. So sure, you'll always throughout life, your understanding will always be better. I guess what I was just trying to figure out was like how this person's lack of an understanding would be so substantial they couldn't consent to the nature of the interaction. But I guess my question now would be.
Yeah. Did that not answer it? I feel like that did answer it.
Yeah. My question now would be, let's pretend Shud is 18 years old for a minute, and nothing changes about these DMs. He's 18 years old. What would be the fundamental difference? And like
what would be the fundamental difference?
In the outcome,
Chud was just 18 years old.
Yeah, and the outcome.
That the individual would be less likely to defer to Chud logic as it concerns to things like a relationship. They'd be less likely to defer to things like their reasoning capacity. And broadly speaking, I think the relationship would be less serious. It would progress in a much more cautious manner between both individuals. They had similar relationship experience. I think that like, I'm sorry, you want to interrupt?
Yeah. Were they asking, like when you say defer to Chud about a relationship, were they asking him questions about like how relationships work?
You don't have to ask something directly to be deferring to somebody. Right, like I know I've had relationships in the past where somebody just has more relationship experience than I do, and I defer to them as for like what's normal in a relationship, or what's like the types of ways like flirtation occurs, the ways that like relationship boundaries progress and whatnot.
But it doesn't seem like there's any deferring like when you say you defer to them.
Deferring can happen internally. You understand? Like it does happen internally. Individuals who are younger, they're going to be deferring to people who are older.
So, okay, so what you're saying is,
like you have an understanding, like just a second, like if you are a younger individual who's engaging in a relationship, right? You understand to some degree that this other individual in the relationship is going to have a more developed brain and a better understanding of all of these things, which all factor into the ability for a relationship to succeed. Like all the other things that I had previously mentioned.
Okay, so pretend. Okay. So
these are like just the same issues you have with any large age gap as pertains to like somebody who's like has very little social experience.
Yeah, they're looking for them to lead the way, looking to them for guidance. It seems it seems like
lead the way of the relationship.
Sure, but it seems
that Chud logic is kind of leading the sexual interaction.
Sure, but couldn't you agree? Yeah, sure, but couldn't the argument be made for anybody who's sexually inexperienced of like any age? Couldn't I then make that argument that we just shouldn't fuck virgins? But then actually nobody would have sex. Like, couldn't I then make the, like, what would
I said, there are many things which all play a factor into their ability to have this type of relationship. And whenever you are engaging that type of relationship with somebody with more experience, you are more cautious, just as it is. Because you care about the person. You don't want to see that person hurt.
Okay, so let's say I'm an 18-year-old, because this probably address every factor except the age. And the age here, it seems like we're diverting to like, you would defer to this person to lead the way for a relationship. But wait, hold on. I just want to say, let's pretend I'm an 18-year-old, huge fan base. I fucked my way all through high school, fucked my way through middle school. I'm Mr. Sex. I know everything about sex. I've been in 800 relationships. I know everything about relationships.
I believe it.
I'm going and meeting an 18-year-old. She's a total virgin. She's a fan of my channel. What fundamentally changes about the nature of the interaction here?
What fundamentally changed? I mean, if you're an 18, you understand if you're an 18-year-old, your psychology is much different. Like, we could just like point to things like the development of the prefrontal cortex if we really want to get like super fundamental with it. If you're looking for something like that, or you can look at the development of the prefrontal cortex, you can look at the development of somebody who has concerns to their ability to understand their emotions, communicate them. Like,
of course, 25. I know.
As you exist in the real world and you have more power and more influence, like we let you make more decisions for a reason.
Sure. Yeah.
Right? Okay. Oh.
No, I'm saying no. So what, like in this circumstance, right? I know like the age, the fucking.
Yeah, those are the things that change. Those are the relevant.
Develops
things
at 25, but why? Okay. But then why would you be able to consent? Why would the 18-year-old virgin be able to consent to like 18-year-old Mr. Sex with a big fan base?
Because they are able to understand, hopefully, both individuals are engaging about the relationship in a positive way, that this person does not have all of these things leading up to them being like somebody who's going to be more experienced with these types of relationship. They have a larger brain development. They're better at parsing out their motivated reasoning as it concerns their emotions. They're better at communicating their emotions whenever it comes to
I'm saying both are 18.
Broadly speaking, their ability to reason.
I'm saying both are 18.
These things are not present. These are things that are not present.
Why? Yeah, so why? No, but why would but I'm saying with the 18-year-old Mr. Sex.
To some degree, there is a power dynamic.
Would 18-year-old Mr. Sex be a predator?
Compensated for to some degree. There's like a gradient as it concerns these things. This is far past the gradient. This is like far past the area where you have that like arguable gradient.
Okay, but would 18-year-old Mr. Sex be a predator?
Will they be a predator? Not necessarily, no. If they like started pushing those types of boundaries with if they suck, like imagine this, they like suck out people who were specifically inexperienced with the relationship and engaged in ways that they thought were like incredibly aggressive with pushing boundaries or something like that.
And make it seem
that would be a bad thing to do. That'd be a bad thing to do. It'd be morally wrong.
But let's say they're Chud. Let's say all the DMs are identical in Chud's position. Would there be anything wrong with that?
Like if all of the DMs were whether all the DMs are identical or not doesn't have anything to do with like the psychology of the individual. You understand there's like a psychological aspect of this. The way that the DMs play out are in relation to the individual psychology.
The way
right, it's in relation to the way that they're thinking about the relationship. It's in relation to
when you say the individual, the recipient, or like the like Haley, the 18-year-old Mr. Sex, like which individual are you referring to here?
So on both people's ends, there's an existent dynamic between the two. You understand? Like, let's just, for example, imagine somebody like Chud Logic, and imagine if they like tried to compensate for all of these things. At that point, you're nearly trying to think for your partner, which is an incredibly, incredibly large emotional toll to put onto somebody, and not something that they're really capable of doing.
Okay. So, but okay.
But you're not able to think through somebody else's psychology and what works for them in relationships and like read their mind or something like that.
Yeah.
There's a certain degree to which dynamics are okay between individuals. Like in most relationships, in every single relationship, I say there exists some power dynamic, and that's not necessarily a bad thing. Whenever it becomes to the point where somebody is going to be really incapable of trying to assert these types of boundaries, like yeah, that's where you have these types of issues.
But any psychological factor you mentioned, like playing relevance to this, I feel like would be just as applicable for somebody who's like just inexperienced with sex or relations in general. Like I feel like
you think that like the development of somebody's like just the existence as a human being, like period, right? Their ability to exist over a longer period of time allows you to introspect. Do you understand that?
Yes.
Like just at a very base level, we're gonna be like really fundamental with it. Okay, so you're able to introspect into yourself. You're able to take a look at the way that you've interacted with things in the past, and you're able to see how your psychology changes over a longer period of time. And specifically, when we're talking about somebody who is 18 years old, they are just now having this like pretty large leap. They're just now getting out of puberty, right? They're very, very, very much so for the first time in their entire fucking life.
18 as a
they're
girl?
not a goddamn retard. They're not a fucking idiot.
Are they just getting out of puberty 18 as a girl? I don't think that's true.
Around, yeah. What do you think the later stages of puberty are?
Okay. The like for late bloomers.
No, like real shit.
Don't women start going
like
through
for a girl? Let's just say, what do you think on average women end puberty? At this point I'll just grant it to you. Whatever you want to say, put it wherever the fuck you think is reasonable.
I was gonna say like
I'll grant it, and you'll see exactly where my argument is.
Well, I was gonna say it probably ends at 15, but I'm looking it up. It says 14. Generally around 14.
So if it generally
That's
ends
4
around
years.
14,
That's not just
they
going
have
through puberty.
4 years. They have 4 years of which they are able to experience themselves as an individual.
Yeah,
You understand?
that's pretty
And all those 4
substantial.
years are within fucking high school. It's not within the outside world where they're able to make all of these own decisions for themselves. They can't even determine where they're allowed to be. And from given points of the day, they're demanded to be in a specific building at a specific time. They're told where to go and what to do. As we're concerning to somebody understanding their psychology, then being able to act and interact with the world as an adult, like a full-grown adult, for 15 years, that person's going to have a far greater understanding of the psychology. There's the difference that exists between these two.
When you were in high school,
you understand?
Yeah, when you were in high school, you didn't have like freedom of movement. You couldn't like if you were like dating a chick, you
to some
couldn't
degree
sneak out to
You
her
have some
house and go
degree of
fuck.
freedom of movement.
Yeah, so
you have some degree of
sure
freedom of movement,
during
but
the
between
school day
hours,
itself,
like no, I'm sorry,
you could
the
ditch
state
school
demands that you are there.
Yeah, okay, sure, but like going to
if you ditch school too much, they eventually
true
come and get you.
Well, actually, that's not even true. At 16, you could drop out. But so
yeah, with your parents' consent.
Well, yeah, okay. So let's say
yeah. So your parents have to consent. There you go. That is my point.
No, you could get
Your parents have to
emancipated. No,
consent
you
to
could
it.
get emancipated.
You can get emancipated in some states.
Yeah, and you don't need a parent's consent to get
Not in my
emancipated
state.
and then drop out of school.
In some states, you're going to have to go through a prolonged legal process of which a judge is going to be able to determine whether you actually are able to be emancipated. It's not something you can do on your own. It's not autonomy that's given to you.
You can start the request on your own.
Other
and they can be
individuals,
approved.
adults, yeah, you can start the request, and then an adult, somebody who has better understandings of the world, has to sign
Well,
off.
it's a legal decision.
There's
So
my
judges sign off on legal decisions, even if you are already an adult. So any legal decision
to
is
be
signed
clear,
off on by a
you're
judge.
You're already an adult whenever you reach 18 years of age, right? A judge doesn't have to sign off on that.
Well, yeah, but any like
There's a reason,
any
right?
legal ruling after the age of 18 needs to be signed off on by a judge.
Surely at some point in this conversation, you're like understanding where the argument is. You understand like part of the argument.
I mean,
these individuals are not given these social freedoms. They're not given these social freedoms for a reason, and them not having these social freedoms, not having the ability to interact with the world like this, is very important. Especially whenever one of these individuals has many relationships, has gone through a fucking marriage and divorce.
Okay.
That's bad. Like internally, some part of that has to feel bad.
Okay. When you say like
level with me, like real shit. Just like think about it.
No, I'd argue. Okay, if they were dating, yeah, I would probably be more sympathetic to your position. I think a temporary
so
flirtatious exchange.
What's fundamentally different between these two things? Like, because it's it's a temporary flirtatious exchange as it concerns to like a relationship which was developing.
Sure. So typically when you're dating, and this is, by the way, we could talk about e-dating. Your average relationship occurs in person though, doesn't it? Typically when we're talking, typically when we're talking about dating,
it might not be true anymore. Actually, we might be cucked. We might be like owned as a society, but
I know it's more significant, but I still don't think it's like the majority. But typically when we're talking about dating, where influence each other has on like their day-to-day lives is like much more significant. The advice and knowledge, like did Chud even know this person's full name? Like you could, if you're like interacting with the family, you could say,
that'd be a
your
point
family's toxic, get away from your family.
That'd be a point I'd give against
Isolate
Chud
them.
Lies. He knows very little about this individual, and yet there's a 15-year age gap, and there's all these things playing against them.
Well, yeah, but I'm saying
you're very little able to you're very, very, very limited in your ability to compensate for this type of power.
But with the
dynamic.
power
You have
dynamic,
very little understanding of this individual.
But with the power dynamic you're talking about, with like a committed IRL like dating relationship, the 33-year-old would be able to exert that dynamic in such a way where they could bend the 18-year-old to their will in a way that just like wouldn't, I feel like wouldn't be present.
Yeah,
like,
they can do things to intentionally like use that power dynamic, but as it exists in the first place, right? Surely you would understand that like you can't say it's the case that like an individual who is like fucking, I don't know, like 25 can interact with a 15-year-old so long as they don't intentionally assert that power dynamic. They don't intentionally use it.
No, but I don't think
right. Like to some degree, it already exists.
I don't think a
15-year-old, the individual who's younger. There's a reason this person is like that. This person very well could, on average, would be in high school.
I don't think a 15-year-old, I don't think the vast majority, I'd say like 99% of 15-year-olds understand like the meaning, nature, or potential negative outcomes of a relationship, sex, romantic, whatever, and therefore cannot consent to it.
At 18. I think you fucking barely understand that. And by comparison to somebody who's like 33 years old, I think that
I think by 18 you know how to flirt.
Let's say that somebody's been in relationships before as like 13 and 14 years old with people their age. You wouldn't say that all of a sudden it's okay for them to get engaged with somebody who's much older than them.
I think by 18 you know how to flirt, and I think by 18 you know what flirting means.
By 18 you know how to flirt? This person's a virgin.
Okay, you can flirt.
They're like flirting incredibly awkwardly in all of the messages. Like for this individual, probably not. But even if it was the case they knew how to flirt, that doesn't mean it's the case they know how to assert boundaries when flirting.
This could be somebody.
Doesn't mean that they know how to identify the problems with the relationships for them.
This could be. This could be somebody. The virgin. Okay, this is somebody. Their nature with Chud occurred over like internet communication. So this person could be a virgin by nature of the fact that their relations occur over internet communication, and they're not meeting up with the parties involved. So this person could have a history of e-dating, e-sexting.
Have engaged in
the way
they're not.
From
what I'm reading, Chud is calling them shy.
Sure, they're shy, but they're not.
Chud's calling them shy. They're bad at asserting.
They're not typing like someone who's never flirted before. I don't think
they're typing like somebody who's very new to flirting. I agree. It looks like they're trying to flirt. If they're very new to flirting, I mean, kind of. Look at the fucking messages, right? But fucking, whenever we're talking about broadly speaking, the way that this person interacted with the given interaction, just because you know how to flirt doesn't mean that you actually understand, broadly speaking, the ways of like which relationships work.
Well, with the 15-year,
doesn't mean you understand the way that things have an effect on your psychology. There are things that your partner can do which have an effect on your psychology, which you might not know about until you're fucking like 20.
I don't think they're
23, 24, 25.
I don't think they're like
it's gradient. It's a gradient that you certainly develop over time. And as it concerns to an individual who's 33 fucking years old and has been through many of these things, and an individual who is in high school, there's a very, very, very large power discrepancy there. It feels really bad, like thinking about the concept of somebody who is, even in just the case of like, just the case of having a sexual relationship, say they're like just hooking up or something, or they're just flirting and fucking around, the idea of somebody texting from high school, a 33-year-old person, is disgusting. It's like a vile thought in people's heads. It's a vile thought for a reason. Those moral intuitions have reasons behind them, and whenever you draw out those reasons, you realize that they apply.
I'm not disgusted. When I was 18,
well, that's fine. You've never. So
when I was 18, I had a hot teacher. If given the opportunity, I would have fucked, and I would not regret it today.
This is literally like fucking. Oh my god! Where was this teacher when I was a kid? Type shit. Like genuinely, think about it. You don't have much experience with these types of relationships, right? I think that you should be defaulting to people who do have experience in, like, at the very least, understanding the psychology behind these types of relationships. Well, and whenever you do default to those people, you'll find that they do not agree with you.
There's no better way to get experience than trying it out. Test run, trial and error. Hey, this didn't work out. I'm gonna note this for next time.
With a 33, yeah, that's why we let them do it with people their age.
Based on these DMs,
in ways that progress.
Based on these DMs, I don't think there would be any like substantive
without the power dynamic.
If all DMs occurred the same and the other party was 18 years old, and still had all the attributes like of a fan base,
If
sexual
all the DMs
experience,
remained
like
the
Chud,
same,
I don't think
the
anyone would
dynamic
change.
wouldn't be existent. I think this person probably would have been comfortable asserting themselves.
You
If they
can't-
weren't comfortable asserting themselves, then you can learn with somebody who is of your age and not with the doubt sowed in your head of this person is a fully developed brain and far more experienced in this field than I do.
You can't see an
like surely you understand that sows doubt in somebody's mind about their own psychology. These things are complicated. Aiden. You said that you've never had a sexual relationship before. I'm telling you, I'll tell you directly that these things are very complicated and things that you have to learn over time.
I've flirted before. I've never had sex, right? Like there's a difference. There's
okay. And so if you flirted with people before, have you ever flirted with somebody who was 15 years your senior?
Not 15 years. Up there.
Okay. So I think
I'm sorry,
gonna pitch you this.
Ricky's
I think
mom.
you're
I'm sorry.
Smarter. I think you're smarter than your average person. Right? I'll give you that. Right? There's a very level baseline there. I think you probably have more ability to engage in a relationship with something like that. But broadly speaking, if you had engaged in a relationship and there was something that wasn't working for you, do you think you'd be really good at identifying problem with the relationship and growing as a person if the person had far more relationship experience than you did, you were just working through your emotions, and this person had much experience whenever it came to that field, and also they were a better communicator within the relationship, and they also had that type of dynamic of a content creator on you?
Yeah, if we're
don't you think you like look up to them like a little bit?
If I looked up to them but we're flirting and
like,
I'm
surely you look up to them like a little bit and that would show doubt in your mind that they're doing something wrong to you. If there was something wrong in the relationship or just something that didn't work for you. And that's why you see these things bearing out within the data.
Sure. Okay.
These are the mechanistic explanation behind that.
I think the data you're referring to refers to like long term, like my feeling is it's relationships involving like commitments, like we're talking like IRL.
Yeah, generally, that's where the data is. It's involving commitments between.
But I think there are variables.
However, the mechanistic explanation remains the same. And whenever you take a look at what psychologists have to say on concerning this matter as it pertains to broad relationships, these things remain the same. These are the citations that are used when talking about things like sexual relationships, and they're citations which are used because they are evidence in favor of the view.
It seems
Right?
psychologists
Something that's expected on the view that I have, and not expected on the view that you have.
It seems like psychologists acknowledge that there is a substantial dynamic that exists, but I don't think by virtue of a substantial dynamic existing, the relationship itself is problematic. That's like I agree with the what?
To a degree. To a degree, but then whenever you actually take a look at like how substantial that dynamic can get, there are thresholds of which you see the significance trying to bear out in like poor ways for individuals. You see places where these dynamics become unproductive for individuals, and when we're talking about this individual, it is far past the line you'd be drawing whenever you're talking about the general psychological.
Because she's a virgin.
Because of many factors, one of which being that she's a virgin, but many other factors as well. The other ones that we've discussed.
Like the fan base, et cetera, et cetera. I just don't. I
like the fan base.
This is my problem with the. This is my problem with the
one
Call
of
Me
the-
Carson
yeah.
shit. This is my problem with the Call Me Carson shit. People bring up the age, and then you'll make an argument around the age, and they'll describe dynamics that exist that they'll accredit to the age that only exist
Well,
because
these things that track with age. But
Yeah.
age is like in itself.
Yeah,
some
but the
form of
dynamic they're
in
arguing in regards to
virtue
the
of
age
fact
is
that,
actually
like,
a dynamic involving like the fact that said person is a fan of another. So then you'll bring that up and they'll be like, okay, well, it's about the power dynamics of being a fan of another.
I'm certainly not been like switching these things around. I can show you my research notes, as I've said. I can show you the mechanistic accounts. I can show you the testimony. These are all things which play a role in relationships. Many things play a role in relationships. Many things play a role in a power dynamic, and that's why it's so fucking difficult to compensate for such a thing, and why you see these types of relationships.
Yeah, but in an interaction,
like if we're taking a look at the reality of things, I think this individual, they're probably, as they were saying themselves, they weren't good at asserting their own boundaries. They weren't good at asserting things like that. That's fucking weird.
They weren't okay. If this is like for example, okay, they weren't. Wait, they said they weren't good at asserting.
Like it seems. Do you understand why? Like from my perspective, it's like super strange to lambast the fuck out of this person, lambast the fuck out of Noah Samson, and not have any criticism of.
Well, didn't
logic
Noah Samson
whatsoever?
straight up call him a pedophile?
Yeah, and corrected himself right afterwards. Just showing that, like, yeah, this guy instead was flirting with somebody who's like 15 years their junior. Your average person doesn't have much of a problem with using that term like that.
Okay, what about like 40 and 25?
Like, there's like a little bit of discrepancy there, but like if somebody was flirting with like a 17, 8-month-old, nobody would have a problem with calling him a pedophile.
So
what about what? What other point?
Wait, so 40 and 25, you don't think would be like a problem?
40 and 25, I think that it would be certainly less of a problem. I think that it would like certainly be less of a problem, yeah. I think there's a lot of things that play into that.
So do you think in general, Just in gen, like
what's your again? I'm just gonna like cite the paper that you've already read off.
So okay, so you're just talking. So
these dynamics become more significant as you see the age decrease of the individual in question.
Okay, I think there are like situations where the dynamic would be substantial due to other variables, where it would be like equally as substantial like power dynamic disregarding age. Like I could see a situation where there's just as great of a
I agree with you, but like if there's like a disregarding of age, I could say this individual is like well developed and they have the ability to understand the dynamics that are at play, at least to some degree much greater than that of the individual that we're talking about. This individual is not going to understand dynamics very well, right? Like it doesn't seem like most people really have an intimate understanding of why these types of things don't work. They have like a taboo around and they have a moral disgust feeling around it. And whenever you take a look at the people who are actually like putting in the effort to research into these types of things, like there's a reason, there's a mechanistic account for it, but people aren't going to be able to give that to you on their own.
Okay, well these
things are complicated. They're hard.
Yeah. So okay, well, I guess what do you think the outcome of this should have been? Do you think Chud should have like what? Let's say assume your position. What happens to Chud now?
What happens to so personally, if it was me personally, I wouldn't fucking interact with the guy. I wouldn't want to fucking associate myself with the guy. If you want to do that, that's fucking, it's all on you, okay? You take that stance, you mark it the fuck out for yourself. I'm not here to say what the fuck should happen to Chud Logic. I just want us to have a fucking reality check. No, this is something morally bad to be doing. It's very clearly morally bad to be doing. Right, it's morally bad to be doing. The normal people's intuitions surrounding this have the intuition that it's like a gross thing to be doing. It's like a moral disgust that invokes within people's heads.
Maybe I don't have that intuition.
For which you can take it like, yeah, you might not have the intuition.
I'm not
right?
disgusted.
Pulling data on the intuition. I'm just giving you that. Right, there's many things that to play. If you don't have the intuition, you can take a look at the researchers who have like put their time and effort, and the actual experts as it concerns things like psychology and what they've said concerning things like power dynamics and relationships.
I'm sure polling data was.
And you'll find that they actually do agree with my position on that type of thing.
I'm sure polling data would have been similar for homosexuals in the 1950s. Views on homosexuality in the 1950s. I'm sure we would have gotten similar polling data on
yeah, and you presumably have it's not just the polling data on its own. It's not the polling data on its own. I'm saying this is the general intuition surrounding it. Here's the research which backs up that general intuition surrounding it. Here's the arguments for why it's morally the case.
The research.
And I'm giving you all of these things. I think it's insane for people to be so upset about me calling this out as a morally wrong thing whenever we've burned people at the stake for far lesser age gaps.
Okay, so it seems like but it just I don't know. You keep saying we burn people for far less. I guess I don't know what you're referring to.
You can't think of a single age gap which is lesser than this?
That we've burned people at the stake for?
That we've criticized the fuck out of people for?
Can you give me an example? When you say we, who are you referring to?
Just generally within the commentary community. People have done far less egregious things than this. Even not just concerning age gaps, concerning just general practice on YouTube.
Okay, do you
like if you can't come up with a single one in your head, I can list off some for you.
Yeah, can you list one off? Just one.
Yeah, can I list one off? Yeah, like the Dr. Disrespect stuff?
I didn't think that was a huge deal.
You don't think that's a huge deal? We can go down things like most of the I'm Alex stuff.
What was the
lying about your friend? Yeah, lying about your friend I think is a lot less bad than something like this.
No, okay, but when you say we burn people for far less, it seems like you're talking about like relational dynamics.
Promoting things like gambling to kids.
Okay.
Well, we're talking about dynamics within relationships specifically. People willing to burn the fuck out of Cammy at the stake whenever they thought it was a 4-year age gap.
Okay,
think about it. Just like real shit. Think about it. Think about all the things that have happened. Do you think that if it was somebody that we didn't like, that we would give them this much charitability?
If it was somebody, yes, yeah. I don't see any like comparable situation with Cammy.
You think that if I gave similar arguments to somebody else, you think that people would be like, "Oh, that's fucking crazy. That's some absurd shit."
I mean, in this community,
I think the reason that intuition might exist is because they heard things like the "Call Me Carson" shit, where a bunch of people made a bunch of really retarded arguments surrounding age gaps and power dynamics. Whenever you take a look at the actual, they just take a look at the research concerning.
I think the double standard point.
I can send it to you.
Sure, I think the double standard point is retarded. Let's bring up the examples. Promoting gambling to kids. You want to talk about expect utility? The nature of this like relation.
Do you want to just pull up some commentary YouTuber shit? Do you want to pick someone?
Well, no, you're the one that's asserting we burn people.
Do you want to pull up Chud Logic's channel?
You're saying we burn people for far less. I don't know what he's.
Oh, okay.
Burning people far less.
This is what we're doing.
Yeah, you're just like making a double standard point. But like for Cammy, like
yeah, no, I am making a double standard point. You're right. Like if the double standard point goes through on your views, you like agree. Like yeah, certainly people have banned Lambastic for less. Like that's sick.
I guess I don't
cool,
necessarily agree. I think if this was anyone else, we would still
there was
probably
like crazy.
There
was crazy attack against like Dream. Do you remember that during the John Swan stuff?
In this community, for what?
Yeah.
For doing what?
For posting the Reddit post. For having like lied about John Swan.
Yeah, so
Certainly from his view, it was like a reasonable thing to have posted, clearly. Even if John Swan's story was true, it was a reasonable thing to have posted.
I think the expect utility...
People still went after him.
Sure, because...
People went after people like TwizFizz. What has TwizFizz done that's even close to this level?
I think there's a... Okay, I think you're like conflating making moral claims between mocking people for like content and making money.
Okay, so here's a moral claim. This is a moral claim in itself, and I'm mocking them. And for some reason, this person's off limits. This is too far because we like them.
No.
You understand where my issue exists?
I can't think of a case that exists in this community ever where it was a relation between two people over the age of 18 and just by virtue of the age, we burn them at the stake over it. I
agree. I gave you the reason for that intuition.
Sure.
I think the dynamics between somebody who's like 18 years old and somebody who's like 4 years younger than I think it's a much less of a dynamic between those two. Just purely on age alone. If we were talking about the original Cammy allegations, yeah, it's like far less of a dynamic that was accused of.
Yeah, but the whole community...
Like clearly, like trivially.
The ending conclusion of the whole community was that this was probably okay.
Yeah, eventually whenever it was pointed out, that, oh yeah, oh shit, they're actually wording this document in a really, really deceptive way. A deceptive way that very specifically is trying to make it seem like Cammy is older than he is. The gap is larger than what it is.
Sure,
but whenever people thought the original gap was the case, they were totally willing to do so. Cammy was willing to dip the fuck off the internet because of it out of shame.
What you're conflating is...
Like, surely you remember this. We worked on this together.
Yes, no, but what you're conflating right now is people's opinion.
And so, if we're able to mock all of these other people for content,
hold on.
For these things that they've done wrong, what is wrong with this child logic?
Your equivalence doesn't work when what you're conflating right now is people's opinions relating to their misinterpretation of a situation, like without the proper facts, versus people's interpretation of chud logic with the actual facts of the situation.
Let's assume the case that the original facts were true. If we assume the case that the original facts were true, we can still get the opinion of people, broadly speaking, as it concerns this type of thing, and we can see that it doesn't bear out the same. There is like very clearly a double standard.
That he had taken advantage of her and manipulated her and et cetera, et cetera. Yeah, if I believe somebody had manipulated somebody, assuming all of that is true.
Yeah, taken advantage of in virtue of the fact that they had done what? That there was a gap that existed there that was large.
No, but she was but in the original doc, wasn't she like making claims that he was like pressuring her to do things? Wasn't there like allegations like of pressuring to do things she didn't want to do? That kind of stuff.
Pressuring of doing things that she didn't want to do? Where was that citation for it?
I don't have the document in front of me, but wasn't there a lot more than I was 15, he was 18?
Suspend. I'm willing to throw that the fuck. I'm willing to grant that to you, okay? Throw it the fuck out. Sure, absolutely. I'm
pretty sure that's what happened.
We're totally willing to mock people and rail against people for far less moral crimes, right? That's totally okay to make content out of. But the second that you say that this is morally wrong, now it's a really big issue. That's some crazy shit to be saying.
Once we have the actual facts,
you understand the point?
Once we have the actual facts of that situation, we're all defending him.
No, I'm saying that I'm willing to grant that to you. I'm willing to grant to you that he was lied about, right? I'm willing to grant to you, let's just throw the case out entirely, say I'm completely wrong on that, okay? Even if that is true, right? Even granting that, there are other examples. If you just look down, if you just look at fucking that Chud Logic's content, there is allegations. He's making content mocking people for far less.
Okay, Chud, but okay, we're asserting
he's willing to make content mocking people.
But you're comparing mocking to like serious moral claims, and people did mock Chud in this community.
These are serious moral claims. They mock Chud to this day. Them off of this moral claim.
You realize penetrate shyness is like memes in his chat. He's still mocked over this to this day. So yes, the people still mock him over this. If the point is we mock people, we still mock him. We mock him as well.
If we agree that we're totally okay with mocking and attacking Chud Logic for this, is there a problem with the morals of the situation? Do you have a problem with any of the moral arguments I made?
No, I don't think Bowblax did anything morally wrong by getting in a fucking dress. I don't think Bowblax did anything wrong, but we're gonna make fun of him for it.
There you go. I think that is there a single thing you have issue with then?
I don't agree with your
You don't have a
conclusion.
problem with the moral claims,
I think
and you don't have a problem with the. So my conclusion is that it's morally wrong.
I think
that's my conclusion.
Yeah,
it's deeply morally wrong.
I think what you've argued. I think your argument has led me to the belief that there is a substantial dynamic that exists, but that's a belief I already had coming into this conversation. For like
it's a substantial dynamic that exists, and so let's just.
I don't think the 18-year-old had the inability to consent to a.
Let's say it was the case. Let's say it was the case.
Can I just say something real quick? I don't think an 18-year-old.
Yeah, no, I'm sorry. Go on.
Had the inability. I don't think the 18-year-old, based on what I've seen, I don't think the 18-year-old had a fundamental inability to consent to like a flirtatious exchange.
Okay. That's fine for you. We'll grant that. Now, let me bring up the case of, let's say this person was 17 and 8 months old, right? And it came out that Chud Logic was having these exact messages with somebody who was 17 and 8 months old.
Yeah.
What would your moral intuitions around that be? Would you think that's egregious?
Hey man, I think setting it at 18 is like a press.
Would you think that's morally egregious?
Egregious? That's like a loaded term.
Would you say that that's morally wrong?
I'd say it's wrong. Yes.
Very morally wrong.
Yes, and I can tell you why.
Okay, and so you'd say that that's very morally wrong, and presumably the thing you think that's morally wrong about fucking around with a 17-year-old is not on majority the violation of some social standard which doesn't even apply to him. Right?
With my answers a fault, I'd say it's morally wrong because even if if 17, 8 months was like Mr. Sex or whatever and emancipated and whatever, right? Even assuming that, I would say it was morally wrong because I think that this is a good place to set the gap because judges can't assess every relationship ever. So I think setting the age of consent reduces harm.
We're not talking about legality. We're not talking about which
the legality directly plays. If the law reduces overall harm,
what is really morally wrong about this case?
The
case that exists with the 17-year-old. If it was the case that the age of consent was 17, like it is in many places, or 16, like it is in many places in Western countries, do you think it would be okay, or do you think it would still be kind of egregious?
No, because I think the social standard should also be 18.
So you think the social standard should be 18? You think that that's where the standard should be?
To minimize harm. Yeah, I think setting it at 18 would minimize harm. Yes, and I think skirting that for temporary pleasure.
So if that's where the standard broadly should be, right? Let's just okay, I think that we should broadly have a standard that you don't fuck around with people who are less than 18 years old. I don't think that the thing that is really morally wrong about the 17-year-old case, and maybe you can correct me if I'm wrong, it is that there is some social boundary which is violated. I think the thing that's wrong about it is the effects that it has on the individual. I think that's the thing that's wrong about the majority of these relationships. There's something to be said about things that indicates about somebody who does cross those social boundaries. But the thing that's mostly morally wrong about that is the effect on the individuals. Now, if we agree that there's not a large gap in the cognitions of the individuals between 17 and 8 months and 18 years old, then the actual effect, the big thing that's morally wrong about this remains the same.
Listen.
It's very similar.
I think sometimes the public would be more receptive to what you had to say if you use more like brevity in the way you talk. Personally, it's just a bit of a friendly feedback because you do tend to yap a little bit. But what about
that was yap? I've had to re-explain the same things over and over and over again. I understand. I'm trying to explain it to you.
Hold on.
I think that broadly speaking, it'd be a lot easier for you if you just kind of directly went to the question.
Okay, so
you had a direct answer to them.
So, for example, on your stream on your Queen Debate stream at timestamp 1 hour and 1 minute, when Queen was asking you what the difference was between 33 or what was it, a 60-30 relationship and an 18-33 relationship, you said the ability for the individual to understand the expectations of a relationship, to understand how to communicate their feelings in a relationship, go about a relationship in a healthy manner, conduct themselves in a way that is actually good for that relationship. Also, for individuals to have a relationship that is incredibly prosperous with the two individuals.
They need all things. It's a complicated thing. Relationships are a complicated thing. You ask complicated questions, you get complicated answers.
Three of those things were the same thing. You could have combined all of those into one sentence. Healthy.
Which three of those are the same thing?
Sure. So I think going about a relationship in a healthy manner and conducting themselves
the other individual
and conducting themselves in a way that is actually good for the relationship mean the same thing.
So you think that those mean the exact same thing? That's fine. I can grant that. Now, what's the problem with the fucking argument?
I just think the audience would be more receptive if there's more brevity to the way you talk.
Okay, so you have an issue with the way that I talked on my very first stream back. That's super sick. But the argument remains the same. The argument remains on attack.
Okay.
Right. What I care about is not this optics cucking of well, what is the very much so the most possible? what is the thing that I could have said that would be the best possible thing to have said in that situation? Yeah, I'm sorry, dog. Whenever you're debating people in the moment, it gets kind of difficult. You can go back on anything. You could say like, oh, I would have said something different. But broadly speaking, I'm sorry. The thing that I care about is being correct on the fucking argument. And as far as it concerns the argument, I was fucking correct. It's on attack.
But I'm saying, if you believe that
like you don't have a good attack against the argument. I think you know that you don't have a good.
No, I do. But I think if you believe,
what's the good attack line?
Sure. So the good attack.
Stop talking about the completely unrelated shit. Start talking about the actual attack line that you have. It's like silver bullet.
Hold the phone. We're looping, and I think I wanted to give you some genuine fucking advice because if you have a position that you believe to be like morally correct, you should want to win more people over to that position. And I think
I agree. Brevity, I'm more critical of my own debates than you're going to be critical.
So I think
of them. I know more of the fuck ups that I make. Whenever we're talking about the debate that
so
I have,
I'm giving you advice.
Every single point. Listen, Aiden. With respect, I don't need your debate advice.
I think you do.
You think that I need your debate advice?
Yes.
Okay.
I don't think your main audience is receptive to what you have to say at all. I don't think
my main audience is receptive to what I have to say.
What you had 60 people in chat all shitting on you. Today came
let's
back.
Actually talk about there's a lot of people on the internet who don't like me. There's more people who like Queeman than like me. If I'm shitting on Queeman, people are gonna have a problem with it. I'm sorry.
When you
he has like 1K, he had like 2K viewers last night. Yeah, no shit. I'm a smaller content creator. If I go on and talk to fucking Destiny, people are gonna shit on me in his chat. People might come into my chat and shit on me. Yeah. I'm sorry. What I care about is the actual fucking argument.
So
what I care about is tailoring my rhetoric to normal fucking people.
Yeah, but wouldn't you want to win over the 60 that are like in your chat to your moral position?
There are some sets of people who are just, broadly speaking, the way that you're going to win them over is by having them pissed off. There are people who will attack things that you have to say without actually listening to a damn word of it. A lot of people have tried to attack things that I say, and I can see that a lot of them didn't fucking pay attention. This is things like what, you're gonna play video games? Didn't you say that playing video games is morally wrong in the Queeman debate? There's a lot of people who don't pay attention to debate. There are a lot of people who just get upset whenever they hear something that they don't agree with. Well, they don't actually track the argument.
The video games
I'm sorry, Aiden, I understand that there are things that could be done better in given debates. I understand that. What I want to hear is I want to hear your argument.
Yeah.
Into the actual attack line against the things that I have
to
say.
we've been doing that. But I guess now I want to...
Okay, so let's go back to doing that. Let's go back to this silver bullet argument I have not to you. Yeah.
Listen,
Let's go back to the silver bullet.
Listen, you're welcome for the advice, but the thing that I would bring up now is when Queeman brought up the video game point. Hold on, where is it? Essentially, you were like, it seemed like your argument was.
So do you not want to debate me on Chud Logic? No, we're going to talk about Queen. Yeah, we can talk about Queen Man. Fuck
no,
it.
but this is related to.
If you don't want to go on to your silver bullet of the argument,
no, this is I'm relating the whole. Can you let me? I've let you yap for so. Can you just let me finish? Just one point, please, sir, please.
I've let you interrupt me many times throughout this conversation, Aiden.
You're right.
You're gonna go back and watch this, and you're gonna realize, oh yeah, no, I interrupted fairly frequently. I was just let to.
You're right.
I'm saying that we just had this conversation. I feel like we've been kind of normal with the conversation.
I'm the master of interruption. So right here. What? So I'm the master of interruption. Master being like, master of interruption. So
or I just let you interject because I'm like cool with you interjecting into my
No,
sentences.
I'm sorry. I know. I've interrupted a lot. I'm sorry, man. What I was going to say. Okay, my follow-up here would be.
What were you going to say?
Yeah, so what I'm saying now is you said in your debate with Queeman, I'm relating this back to Chud. Queeman brought up the video game point, and you can correct me if this wasn't your point, but then we brought up like procrastination. If procrastination was morally wrong, is this a positive expect utility? And you're saying, you were essentially saying that like, if your willpower, your response was that your like willpower only goes. Procrastination doesn't mean you physically can't do something. Your response was your willpower only goes to a certain extent, as though like you're not as though like you're not morally culpable if you use all of your willpower and still can't achieve an end, right?
No, you're not. You're not morally culpable if you use all of your willpower and still can't achieve an end.
What if Chud knew?
No, you're not morally culpable for.
Sure.
What?
Sure, no. So my follow-up would be, what if Chud knew that he shouldn't be messaging this 18-year-old, but she was just so fucking hot that he used.
Do you think that's the case?
Tried to fight all of his will. I think that's the case.
Is nobody else fucking on him?
Is he that repulsive? I think that's the case for rapists.
You think he's that repulsive?
No, what if he just found this?
No, I don't think that's the case broadly for rapists. I think that broadly speaking, you have those types of thoughts beforehand, and you certainly can get help. I think that certain people do get help. I think that some people, for some subset of people, yeah, that might be true. It might be true that they're like, let's say somebody's like fucking schizophrenic and they have like absolutely no control over their will. Yeah, then they're not like culpable for this like thing that they were born wrong with. Yeah, I'm sorry. Like, if a fucking schizophrenic guy goes around and like shoots at people because he's seeing fucking demons, no, they're not morally culpable for that as a failing. They couldn't do otherwise.
Okay, so it's like a.
This is just like really well established. If you want to talk to me about philosophy, Aiden, this is not the place you want to pivot off to.
Okay. Well, if procrastination is like, I'm just trying to learn here, buddy. If procrastination.
Oh, okay.
If procrastination.
I'm just waiting for it to tie back into the Chud logic point. But.
Yeah. Well, I just did. I'm talking about.
Well, no, you said like, what if things were different? Yeah, like what if they were different?
Wait, no. So Chud.
What if things weren't the same?
So Chud himself acknowledges he doesn't agree with these type of dynamics. He probably is well aware that.
There we go.
He's probably well aware that social sentiment would be against it, right? I'll grant you that. Most people would be like, yeah, you shouldn't do this, right? I'll grant you that. But he goes and does it anyway when there are other fish in the sea. Why? Maybe it is his inability. It is inability to fight in his own will. Just like a procrastinator who believes they need to. Do you think it's really that different from a kid?
If you think it's the case that Chud Logic cannot fight his own will to not sex people he shouldn't be sexting, then why the fuck are you promoting him?
Because.
Why the fuck are you giving them a position?
Should I not promote procrastinators?
No, you are procrastinate. Yeah, if the way that they procrastinate is fucking around with people they should not be fucking around with, no, you shouldn't.
I think procrastinate.
No, you shouldn't, Aiden.
I think.
Yeah,
many procrastinators.
I don't think you should promote people of poor moral character
for the outcomes.
No, I don't think you should promote people who are unable to control their own actions in such ways. If you can't stop yourself from doing an egregious moral wrong when you have the ability to do something large, I don't think you should make it larger.
Okay.
That's my position, Aiden.
I don't think the outcome of
tying this back in to what I said doesn't make it look better for you.
I think that we
can keep doing it.
You're right. Chat's flaming me. I think that the potential.
No, I'm sure that chat really likes you. I'm sorry. Like, I understand the take's gonna make people upset. That's why I say it.
I'm a popular guy.
I wouldn't want to say things that everybody else agrees with.
I'm a popular guy.
That'd be like a waste of my fucking time.
I think that like for the potential negative outcomes of like a flirtatious relationship, even if we're not talking about like his moral culpability, like the potential outcomes of the situation on its own, for like a temporary flirtatious exchange, 18 and 33, I think would be maybe like comparable to like the guy that's procrastinating on his math homework. I'm serious.
You think that those are comparable, and you think that Chud Logic. So broadly speaking, what do you think is the So Chud Logic, on your view, this is like your real shit view. It cannot control himself, and like whenever it comes to sexual urges like this, he just can't do it. It just passed him.
With people he believes to be adults, then I think that it's probably fine.
You think that it's probably fine? And going back to the arguments we've had earlier, right? The majority of the things that are bad onto the person who is being sexted with, like imagine that you found out somebody was like going around sexting people who were like fairly young, right? Like somebody who was like 17, 8 months old. You wouldn't be okay with promoting that type of person. You'd surely give them some kind of ridicule, right?
No, because
you won't associate with that type of person, the type of person who can't stop themselves from doing that.
Because are you familiar with the paradox of vagueness? Like with
no, wait, inform me on the paradox of vagueness.
You don't know what the paradox of vagueness is, really?
Yeah, inform me on it. Go ahead.
Okay, so let's say
I have no idea. Go ahead.
Okay, so you have like a heap of sand, right? And you keep removing a grain of sand. If you remove one grain of sand from the heap, it's still a heap. If you remove another grain of sand from the heap, it's still a heap. So at what point do we remove enough grains where the heap of sand is no longer a heap, right? So the solution, one of the argued solutions, which I tend to agree with, is we quantify heap in some way, so we can distinguish a heap of sand from a non-heap. And if we don't set a hard line like 18, and we just go like 17 and 8 months, you could say, okay, well then what about 17 and 7 months? Okay, well what about 17 and 6 months? Okay, well what about 17 and 5 months? You have to draw the sharp line somewhere, because you can just keep removing the grain of sand. And sharp lines the sharp line reduces harm. So 17, 8 months, still bad because we should.
So this doesn't address what I just said. You understand, but no, I'm familiar with it. I'm sorry. I've already given responses to this type of argument. They exist on my channel.
Oh.
Yeah, it's just a problem with semantic vagueness. As far as it concerns to individuals, yeah, you might not be able to exactly place where that threshold is for a given individual. What I'm saying is, when this case, if we're taking two moral cases, and there are a set of things which make one case morally wrong, and we're taking a look at what actually makes it morally wrong, what the things that are really bad in that case are, we're taking a look at the comparisons between the two. We should be able to identify the given traits which are not true of the second case that are true of the first case. Right, and in the case of the first case, right, there's a bunch of things which are the big things that make it morally wrong, which apply to the second case.
Wait, what's the second? Okay, one of the cases is the Chud
The case of a 17 and 8-month-year-old and an 18-year-old. Right,
Yeah.
the big thing that's morally wrong there is not the violation of the law. If the law was different, you wouldn't say that this is no longer morally wrong.
Yeah, so on its own, it wouldn't be substantially.
It's not like a catch-all response to people asking you questions. I'm sorry, at some point in time, the grain of scanned becomes a heap.
No, yeah,
right? And we could test that differently between different people.
Yeah.
I wouldn't say there's a broad definition for that,
this-
because in given individuals, there are different ages, there
this-
are different ranges of which they would be able to place the grains of sand
So
as a
thi-
heap.
so
And there's
this-
going to be some place of which the general consensus exists towards like this distribution, right? There's like some sort of mean distribution that exists there. Whenever we're talking concerns to things like age or other forms of things, are you familiar with fuzzy logic? Do you know how this is used as an argument in favor of fuzzy logic?
No. What?
Okay, so fuzzy logic is just the instantiation that there is a certain there's a certain degree of which things are true, right? So here's an example that might be given, like a case of vagueness. So here's an example of a case of vagueness which is used in favor of fuzzy logic, right? But let's say at what point does a woman become old? Right? What point is somebody an old woman? What somebody who agrees with fuzzy logic would say, what somebody who instantiates that over classical logic, is that there is some given threshold of which there's that they are more so. There's this truth value that moves towards it being true. There's somewhere in between something being true and false. It denies the idea. It denies the law of the excluded middle as it concerns to classical logic, one of the three laws. As it concerns to, broadly speaking, how we actually test people for this type of thing, individuals are going to have a place where that threshold is met, right? Generally speaking, there's going to be some homeostatic property cluster, a set of properties which all actually relate to a given threshold, which is eventually crossed in the given vagueness case. Now, for the individual who we're talking about in this case, when we're talking about the morals and the ethics of these given situations, there is vagueness as far as it's slightly less morally bad. But whenever we take a look at the things that make it morally bad, they instantiate in both cases. Right? You would not be okay with promoting that type of person. You wouldn't be okay with promoting that type of person, not because the laws are a certain way, not because the social norms are a certain way, because there's something that's wrong. There's something that's wrong there exists onto the person who's in the young individual in the relationship.
Yeah. Yeah. You know what? I didn't think about it like that. I didn't think about it like that.
Well, I mean, listen, if you're gonna bring up paradoxes of vagueness, I'm sorry, you're gonna have to you have to understand what these are used for.
Listen.
Right. There's not you could say that there's a given point of which people will start calling it morally wrong. But that's a semantic dispute. There's not actually a dispute about the morals.
I got you. All right. Well, we can come back to this. I think it's safe to say you won. Dude, that is a funny orangutan. I think it's safe to say you won. We can come back to this. But I agree. All right. Thank you. For the debate. Let's do it again some other time. Goodbye. Ah! All right. I can't take it anymore. I tuned out. I don't know anything he said in the last part. Did I win? Did I win? Did I win? Chat? Did I win, chat? Did I win? You lost? I think I won when I pulled up funny pictures of orangutans. Aiden, don't let others dominate you with yapping. I'm probably gonna have to do this again some other time. I am a little tired. You did fairly well, sort of. Not the end, though. I thought the end was my best performance when I pulled up funny pictures of orangutans. All right, well, the deal was if I won, we hit goal. So give me 1,000. I wish you would have been mean at the end. So do I. I mean, so do I. Take the Andrew Wilson course. I just couldn't. Like, I stopped. I have ADHD, and just like I just wish he would like condense what he was saying, so I could like follow it a little more. Cause he just like says a lot, and I like tune out. I like totally tune out. Completely tune out like midway through. This doesn't really happen with other people. This is how he beats me. I said I probably wasn't gonna win because he talks. I don't know what I stopped listening. Next time, that dude was annoying. Never bring him on again unless he pays you. True. I guess, like, my thing was, like, I feel like he adequately argued the gap exists, but I don't understand, like the person's understanding of their own psychology, for example. Right? The person's understanding of their own psychology. I don't understand, like, why that would be different from, like, an 18-year-old. Another 18-year-old that's, like, very, or, like, why they wouldn't, like, take situation A, change the variable of the age and the age alone, and make the person 18, everything else stays the same. Messages, power dynamic in terms of the one's a fan of the other, etc., etc. One's sexually experienced, the other isn't. I don't understand what potential bad outcome would occur in situation B that wouldn't, or what, I don't understand that, like, what potential bad outcome would occur in situation B that, like, wouldn't be present, or what bad outcome would occur in situation A that wouldn't be present in situation B. Like, the gap exists, the dynamic exists, but, like, I feel like the same could be argued for, like, not being able to vocalize your boundaries in a relationship. Couldn't that be used for, like, anyone who's, like, sexually inexperienced or has never been in a relationship? Or, like, I feel like the big... I guess, I don't know. I don't understand, like, what would substantially change if you were getting just another 18-year-old that was sexually experienced like Chud and one was a fan of the other like Chud. I think you've won me on your position, Aiden. Based? Yeah, the gap in physical attractiveness. Like, I could totally see... I'm serious. I could totally... Like, I don't know if... I think we should leave age out of the argument and just, like, the like, for example, 15 and 40 is not bad because 1540, it's traits that are inherent to a 15-year-old in almost all circumstances that would not allow them to consent. So if we just disregard the 15, let's just talk about the traits, right? And if we're just not assessing age, I feel like age isn't the, like, we talk about the age, but I don't think that's the problem. Like, if you want to argue the power down, I don't know if that's the I don't know what I'm saying, dude. Aiden, did you get the sense Bunk has a deep-seated personal issue with Chud? I think I'm pretty sure they all do. That whole, like, crowd. Like, I'm serious. There are some 30-year-old women that I could take advantage of and manipulate and exploit in a flirtatious dynamic, probably. And not, like, just mentally disabled ones. Just many in general. Right? I think it's there's, like, multiple, like, experience, maturity, etc. And whether or not those things are being utilized to get someone to consent to something they wouldn't have otherwise consented to. To prove my point, should I try and groom a 30-year-old to prove my point? All right, everybody, if we hit gold today, I will groom a 30-year-old. $3 TTS, Streamlabs. Make sure to like, subscribe. Aiden sounds like Destiny 2.0? How? Do you think what Chud did was morally wrong? I mean, wasn't that the whole thing I was just arguing against? It's not a moral... Like, I think it has the potential to be. I don't think... Like, the argument is, by its nature, it's wrong. I think it has a likely... it could have a potential to be. I just didn't see that argued for. Like, I think the likelihood of everything Bunk's talking about occurring in an 1833 relationship is heightened, but I don't think it's inherent. Right? Everything Bunk said could totally be the way she feels it, or could totally be possible in an 1833 relationship, but it can also be possible when somebody who's sexually experienced is fucking a virgin. But then the rules shouldn't be, don't fuck virgins, right? So I don't think by its nature it's moral, but I think it's reckless. It's such an asinine conversation to have in the first place. I don't know, he just hates... Well, I think they hate Chud because of, like, his anti-trans stuff. That would be my guess. He'll probably deny it. You know, I like Bunk. I like Bunk. I do, but I think that it's probably related. I think that it is probably related to... I think that it is probably related to, like, anti-trans stuff that Chud has propagated. Why what? Aiden, he semi-admits it in the clip I sent you?
Apparently he's also... This child lied. He's apparently talked shit about me since I've been kind of MIA and whatnot. I've been told. I just find it funny that he's talking shit on other people with the skeletons. I just think it's funny as fuck. Like, what the fuck are you doing? That's literally all I know about it. I do think it's pretty morally abhorrent that it got leaked. Just like, regardless of who did it, that just is like, if you know that, that's not something you use to make fun of somebody, in my mind. If you're like a decently moral person.
Not to these people.
Right?
Not to these people.
No, let me clarify. I think Bunk believes what he's saying, or has talked himself into believing what he's saying, or the conclusion he's drawn from this, but I think this conversation wouldn't be occurring without the anti-trans stuff, or shit-talking Bunk. It is one of the two.
And
then a week later...
Especially us. Apparently he's also... This child lied. He's apparently talked shit about me since I've been kind of MIA and whatnot. I've been told. I just find it funny that he's talking shit on other people with the skeletons. I just think it's funny as fuck. Like, what the fuck are you doing? That's literally all I know about it. I do think...
Oh! Great topic. Ladies and gentlemen, I almost forgot this. We've got Kino in store. So, for those of you who don't know, I hope you would know this, Vladimir Putin is the president of Russia. He is arguably one of the most divisive leaders on the world stage within the last, 2 decades. And they're now making a biopic about him. A Polish film studio. Hold on. So the budget, it's made by Polish people. The budget for this film is $15 million. So this isn't $15 million goes a long way in Poland. This isn't some like student film. Let's see the trailer for this biopic, everybody. I'm obviously no fan of Putin's, but hold on. You need to see this. I saw it. I thought it was. You need to see this. This is insane. I thought it was like a fake like fan edit or something. Hold on.
This is my son. He's someone special. Please treat him well.
Get him! It's better to die standing than live on your knees.
And the results are in for the presidential election in Russia.
Wait, you have to see this.
Vladimir Putin has won with...
So, they've used AI to make him...
53.44% of the votes.
Hold on.
It's an embarrassing result.
What would have been the satisfactory result, Mr. President?
100.
It just
Olivia, what will you do in this brave new world?
I can work as a cabbie.
What kind of driving is that, you idiot?
She's my new wife. I am erasing
it just looks like a fever. It looks so bad.
you from the history books.
We are living in strange times when we can stuff our faces with delicacies. But there's no toilet paper in Russia?
Where did he get that? He forgot to ask. What
This isn't a comedy, by the way.
I want in return. Anyone who does not accept the deal must leave.
Okay, like, look, I can tell. Look.
Anyone who does not
They didn't. I don't think they used AI for this. That's like Boris Yeltsin, right? That's obviously Boris Yeltsin.
accept the deal
Get an actor.
must leave.
This isn't a comedy film. This is a real film.
Let's start this party.
Ready, set, go.
You'll be the most powerful man in the world.
What's your strategy?
Our plan is to bring them back to the Stone Age.
It's like the voice, dude. The voice acting. They got some guy to like do your best Russian accent. What is your strategy, dude? It's like me trying to do a Russian accent.
How can his kingdom last?
Hand your power over to me. Only I can save you.
Okay, so like I think this is a good idea for a but like get somebody that looks like Putin. First of all, second of all, the plot is like comedic. Like Putin has done a ton of fuck shit. I don't think he kidnapped a bunch of Playboy bunnies and hunted them in the woods with an AK-47. This is like ridiculously like you can make a good anti-Putin biopic just by virtue of like the shit he's done. I mean, having like all of his political enemies like fucking die under strange circumstances, the invasion of Ukraine, Georgia, Crimea, whatever. But instead, you're like making him into like Bane, making like showing like a bunch of dead baby strollers, fucking what is the other one? Like hunting Playboy bunnies, bringing toilet paper into me. Like this is like I don't like to say anti-Putin propaganda. This is you can make good unironic anti-Putin like a good unironic anti-Putin movie. This is just propaganda. This is insane. And why you have a $15 million budget? Why not hire someone who actually looks like the guy?
She's my new wife. I am erasing you from the history books.
We are living.
Okay, it's like comically evil. This is so bad, dude. This is like hilariously bad. I don't think this is a comedy, is it? No, it's a biographical film. It's a biographical film. It had a budget of $15 million. A groundbreaking aspect of the production is his use of artificial intelligence to alter the facial features of the lead actor to make him look almost identical to what? It's so obviously AI. Almost groundbreaking stuff, everybody.
I can work as a cabbie.
What kind of drive?
Like, instead of getting some, like, just get, at this point, like, he doesn't look human. At this point, just get somebody that looks kind of like Putin. He doesn't need to look identical. What is, this is like a deep fake, like, this is like meme deep fake shit.
She's my new wife. I am erasing you.
Dude, this is how I break up with women.
She's my new wife. I am erasing you from the history books.
We are living in strange times.
And the acting, too. The acting is just horrible, dude. This is going to be like Eastern... This is going to be on around one of like the top 10 movies in Eastern Europe, probably. Because, I mean, they just... A ton of insane shit comes out of Eastern Europe. But yeah, this is ridiculous, dude. This is totally ridiculous. Like, even the thumbnail, like, dude, look at this. A groundbreaking aspect of production is its use of artificial intelligence. The technology used in the film was specifically developed by the Polish studio AIO. This marks the first instance in cinematic history where AI was used to digitally transform the lead actor's appearance for an entire motion picture. Is that even true? After Paul Walker died, didn't they get his brother for the Fast and the Furious? And then, like, deep fake his face? He looks like you. Okay, good one, buddy. Like, yeah, get Daniel Craig. I mean, this is like some shitty Polish studio. So, like, I mean, even like the star doesn't even have his own Wikipedia page. We have this guy. I mean, who is he playing? Okay, this guy was like a collaborator with like the communist secret police. Dude, this is just like a horrible film. Yeah, why are they speaking English? Dude, it's like bad English too. It's like they made the movie in English and it's like people that barely speak English. Like, yes, baby, I am the Putin. Let's do the sex. Let's do the sex on the night, baby. Dude, it's like, just speak Polish and do subtitles at this point. Unironically, Downfall in Germany, great film, great movie. They didn't need to make it in English. It was good in German. They did subtitles. It was good. It was a good film. It's like you don't need to get these actors that barely speak English to speak English for the film. It's like there's another wildfire in LA. True. Baby, what are we in? Some kind of Putin? Titles roll. Title cards roll. Oscar worthy. Oscar worthy. Did Lisa Harvey upload? English speakers can't read Downfall's a great movie. I suggest you all watch it. It's incredible. It's my favorite foreign film.
Is there with Jesse Lee during this process?
We love you, Lisa. 87 likes. Oh, this is from a year ago. Wait, this isn't her newest. Who the fuck is Lisa Harvey? Lisa Harvey is the next rising star. Lisa Harvey is a commentary channel. She is commentary's next rising star.
Here, because this has got to be the most unhinged video that I've ever seen.
Unironically, this video is like 100 times better than anything Kinetic Kel has ever posted. The new Xylee, do not compare her to Xylee. Do not compare her to Xylee at all. Would you rather have somebody with a refined, posh English accent or like, hey y'all, I like to keep it real on my channel. I'm not old. Why are you calling me old? Just because I sat in the back of class next to the Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him, doesn't mean I'm old, guys. I tell you what, my parents are cousins. Dude, versus like her, I take her any day. Take her any day. This Lisa Harvey is going to single-handedly dismantle the cabal. Lisa Harvey is going to dismantle the cabal. H3 is covering Destiny? Don't care. Sounds boring as fuck. This is like we need to make a rule. I will not cover in topics for more than 1 day. I hate when a big drama happens. It's entertaining for 2 days, but then it's all everybody talks about for a month. I hate it. I can't stand it. I don't know if it's you guys. I don't know if it's my like ADHD brain, but like I just want to move on to a new topic. I can't. The Destiny shit is good. Obviously, like good to cover. Horrible thing to happen. But like if this is gonna be the thing we now cover for like the next 3 months, I'm not doing it. I can't. And then Sunday is gonna be like, very interesting that you have time to cover the Putin movie, but you're sweeping for the butt plug wearing fucking sex freak. It can't be the only thing we talk about. True. When are you getting a haircut? If we hit goal, I'll get a haircut. Turkey Tom's covering Nicholas Dior's leaked nudes. It's like Mr. Beast. It gets boring. And then the other problem too is, this is the other problem. I'm gonna make a rule. Unless it's like something that genuinely fascinates me, if it's been covered already by Chud, Lerix, Diorio, Queeman, and everybody else, I'm not covering it. I'll cover the Putin movie. If it's been covered by I'm not, because you guys watch all the other people. Why do you want to get on my stream and then go and listen to me cover like fucking Mr. Beast? You don't. I don't think you want that. I don't want that either. It's so boring. I don't want to rely on like trending topics. I don't want to. Oh, by the way, remember that Jerry Springer thing I was talking to you guys about the other day? I want to show you guys that. In like the 70s, Jerry Springer, talk show host, he was the mayor of Cincinnati. He was the mayor of Cincinnati. And while he was running, he got caught downtown soliciting a prostitute. And wait, where is it, dude?
Quiet, down-to-earth beauty who shied away.
So he gets on national TV. They think he's out. He's going to lose the election. He gets on national TV. This is the most Giga Chad. Is this?
Jerry Springer had it all.
Wait, where is it, dude? No, it's not, dude. The most Giga Chad move in history. No, it's the. I need the commercial, dude. Where is it, dude? Yeah, here it is. This is it. This is it. This is the most Giga Chad move in history. Look at this. He gets called with a prostitute. They're like, there's no way he's going to stay in the race. Look at this.
It's been 2 years now since I first said, I'm Jerry Springer, and I want to be your governor.
Or governor.
Now, after sharing some specific solutions for our unemployment and education problems in this state, it looks like the nomination is finally within grasp, which makes what I'm about to tell you even more difficult. Some 9 years ago, I spent time with a woman I shouldn't have, and I paid her with a check. I wish I hadn't done that. And the truth is,
that's soy.
I wish no one would ever know. But in the rough world of politics, opponents are not about to let personal embarrassments lay to rest. Perhaps like you, I'm not sure what any of this has to do with being governor, but maybe my talking to you about this makes a point. Ohio is in a world of hurt. The next governor is going to have to take some heavy risks and face some hard truths. I'm prepared to do that. This commercial should be proof. I'm not afraid, even of the truth, and even if it hurts.
Dude, that's the most Giga Chad PR move in history. This thing that was supposed to destroy him, he spun it to be like a pro for his campaign. That's like the most Giga Chad move in history, dude. That's fucking sick. I'm gonna do some shit like that one day. When I get caught like murdering somebody, I'm gonna like spin it to like, listen, I'm ashamed of my past, but unlike others, I'm willing to own up to it and learn from it instead of sweep it under the rug, just like I did with that woman's body. And then like everyone's like, dude, he's so honest, based. Lumpy Willie wants you to cover the SML drama. Listen, unlike you, I won't cut the truth. I won't cut the narrative into convenient parts, just like how I cut up that woman's body. He's Destiny 2.0. Who's Destiny 2.0? Oh, Jerry Springer? True. True. All right, what else do we have on the docket? If you're enjoying, everybody, we only have 109 likes, 159 watching. Everybody who's watching, fucking like this. Sub. Donate. If we hit goal, I will groom a 30-year-old. $3 TTS, link above and below. Join the Reddit, join the Discord, AG4L. I'm never covering the SML drama. I'm banning the term from chat. All right, I had another topic here. Goal to show hole. All right, ban the guy who said don't like the stream. All right, let's open this up. What do you think about the Silk Road pardoned by Trump. I mean, didn't the guy try to murder 5 people? Sure, he wasn't charged with it, but that's only because, like, there are some murders that they don't go and charge serial killers with because they're already doing life for other crimes. So they didn't charge Ross with like the 5 murders he tried to contract because he was already going to do significant time. Hold on. I have another topic for us to bring up. This one is going to be a little bit anti-trans. As you know, I am the only member of the commentary community left that isn't transphobic, but I keep it real, so I'm going to have to talk about this. I am not transphobic. If you want to change your gender identity, if you're a guy and your gender identity aligns with a girl, it's fine. You know, I'm trans rights, but today we're going to cover some trans wrongs. Sex and gender don't have to mean the exact same thing, but they're both still changeable. And the idea that gender can be changed, but sex is the one you were born with. We sold to cis people to make them more comfortable around trans people. It kind of sucks now, in my opinion. The distinction has meant a lot to... So I've always been on board. The distinction has meant a lot to many groups in the past. It helped feminists point out the existence of gender roles in the 70s, and helps intersex people today. But too often, I'm seeing it thrown back to call trans women biologically male when this just isn't the case. Sex can be changed just as much as gender. It's simply another generalized category based around typical forms of expression. Usually males have this and that, but after years of hormone replacement therapy, you don't fit neatly into that box anymore. This is retarded. Do I need to tell you why it's retarded? This is delusional. The notion that gender is a social construct that can be changed, that logically follows. And if it's going to reduce your distress due to your gender dysphoria, I'm all on board with it. But the idea that you can change biological sex is outright delusion. Outright delusion. And I get that a lot of these people, like, I'm biologically female and tired of pretending I'm not. This is wrong. But I get she's probably saying it because this is like a way to cope with her dysphoria. But like, this is just fucking retarded. Just because you take hormones like stimulate the growth of breasts, increase estrogen in the body, doesn't change your like biological marker, doesn't change your genetic markers, doesn't change, you're still like a, you're still a biological male, biological female. Gender-wise, you can be a woman or a man, but in terms of your sex, no. You cannot change. You can't, like, this is like territory that's just nobody's gonna be able to agree with because it's not true. It's retarded. Like, why deny reality? I think it's helpful to like correct people and say, you're right. Biologically, my sex has not changed. But due to the social concept of like gender and like presentation that's congruent with one's sex, or my social presentation and like social identification doesn't align with my sex. It's not congruent because I have gender dysphoria. So I'm choosing to reduce my distress to present, to identify as another gender and present as the opposite sex. That makes sense. That makes sense. This does not. Sex is an immutable characteristic. Sex is an immutable characteristic. If I get a fucking tan, start speaking Spanish, and wear a sombrero, and immerse myself, start eating fucking salsa and tamales and fucking enchiladas and burritos and shit, I don't become Mexican. Well, I guess Mexican. No, if I get citizenship, I become Mexican. No, that's not a good example. It's not a good example. If I can't become Chinese ethnically. I can't become Han Chinese. You can become Mexican. Mexican's not an ethnicity, right? I can't become a Mexican. Or no, I can become a Mexican. I can't become a Han Chinese. Let's say you force an infant on HRT for the rest of life. How is their biology any different than a female whose male chromosome didn't activate? Wouldn't there... Okay, first of all, I don't think that experiment's ever been conducted, but, like, wouldn't there still be, like, differentiation in, like, wouldn't there still be differentiation in, like, the markers of their chromosome, they'd be more predisposed to certain types of cancer. They'd be more predisposed to certain types of cancer that the opposite gender is not predisposed to. They would still have the biological parts, unless, artificially altered. But even then, it wouldn't be like, you wouldn't have a period. You wouldn't have a period, you wouldn't be able to reproduce, like as in bear a baby, because you wouldn't have a uterus. You wouldn't. What else is there? Your chromosomes, the diseases, and I said the diseases, types of cancers you'd be predisposed to. Yeah, those things would all be different. Right? No, you can technically, even if you're born a male, you can still produce titty milk. It is possible. It is absolutely possible. Through the Newman-Goldfarb protocol. I don't know how I feel about that one, but it is possible. Yes, men can produce, and Queeman actually argues that it. I have no position on this one way or the other because I haven't read anything about it. But Queeman argues that this type of milk is okay to eat for children, or for children to consume, because apparently it's the same as like the type of, there's like studies indicate it's like nutritionally the same as like milk produced by a biological female. Which I think he might be correct on. I don't know how I really feel about that one, but. Man, I didn't know that, and I was happy not knowing that. No, it is possible. There was a streamer by the name of Nominally Naomi that got into controversy a few years back because she had like apparently adopted a child or whatever, and she underwent the Newman-Goldfarb protocol to produce milk and like gave it to the kid and took pictures of it for everyone to see. I think it was sufficient nutritionally, but not exactly the same. Yeah. So yeah, it is possible. But yes, there will always, even if a baby is born and you give them estrogen or testosterone, or whatever, they're still going to have biological differences congruent with the sex they were born as. I'm not showing you this video, but thank you. Dude, Nominally Naomi made only... Yeah, I think for Naomi it was some sort of fucking fetish. Or, like, less about, like, meeting the nutritional needs of the baby, and more about, like, reaffirming her gender. Because I saw... There was this weird one I saw, where this, it was this couple. It was a trans couple. And one of them was born a female and is the dad, and the other one was born a male and is the mom, female. And when the baby was born, she like had a breakdown that she wasn't listed legally as the mother of the child. She had like a total breakdown, and then she tried to breastfeed the baby, but she didn't undergo the Newman-Goldfarb protocol, so she was just letting the baby latch to her. It wasn't even a breast, the nipple. And it was just bizarre. Like, it seemed like this person wanted to reaffirm their gender as opposed to like doing it for the sake of the baby. That's an isolated example. Most trans people are not like this, where they're bringing in a baby for the sake of reaffirmation. But it happens. These people probably suffer from some other mental disorder, besides dysphoria. Is dysphoria even recognized as a disorder anymore? I'm pretty sure it is, right? Doesn't make them like less, valid or whatever, but it's, I don't know. People in the commentary community don't like that I'm pro-trans. I am, but as Chud says, I am the worst ally that ever existed because some of my biggest content has been getting Jalen to punch a wall. So, would you do that, Aiden? I would not. No. I would not personally know. If the Teen Titans hero cyborg is his Robocop replaced by a Technogina, since it was originally electronics, and most people would say he has a sex, would that change his sex? Well, he's a cyborg, right? So he would he's part human, so he would have blood. His genetic markers would still be indicative of the sex of his sex, and he would still be depending on what parts of him are machine and what parts are human. The difference between like the artificial genitalia is not what like determines biological sex. That may determine like the presentation or mimicry of parts associated with one's biological sex, but that is not the like thing that determines biological sex. Yeah. He's born with... Okay, do you want to call in? Because it seems like you're trying to make... Do you want to call in? Cirque Akimvent? It sounds like you might take issue with my position. Do you want to call in? I can't tell if you're a troll or not. No? Okay. Alright, what else do we have to cover here? If I have to call in, then I'll stop. I was just asking a question. Alright. Can we get Jake Weddle to debate Bonk? It'd be incredible. Would HRT fix male pattern baldness maybe check to be saved? I think there are other ways to save that. You have finasteride, minoxidil, right? I will debate Bonk. I got this. Thank you, Nathan, our strongest soldier. Should I end stream? Hold on. No, entertain you? Okay. Any other, hold on. Anything else to cover? I mean, the only way to save your hair is to become a woman? Okay, good one, buddy. Alright, what else do we talk? I think I have something else here. I think I have a reserved topic. Hold on. Where is it? Oh, here we go. I think it's right here? Where the fuck is it, dude? Oh yeah, the fog is back. The fog is back. Let me, I'll show this to you guys. How's fixing your sleep schedule going? It's going. It's going. It's going right now. So, you were talking about eating a pepper? I'm eating a pepper if we hit goal, and we are close. We have not hit goal in a single stream in a week. If we hit goal this stream, I will eat a hot pepper or do something. I don't know. I don't have any ideas. Mods, shill. And if you can't donate, that's fine. Like, sub. If we hit goal, it would be based. Like, sub, join the Discord, support AG4L, donate to our war chest against Lerix. Yeah, so the fog is back. This woman tweets out that the fires, right here, the fires very suspiciously align with the high-speed rail system that hasn't made any progress despite billions of dollars worth of investments. Billions in investments. So they have permission to build it. So how are they going to build it? By lighting shit on fire. That's what these people are claiming. And just so you know, the path of the fires actually does not align with the rail system. Like, these are like distinct, these are different I checked. These are different areas. That's besides the point. So they're claiming that this was all a conspiracy with lasers to build the rail system. The maps, they don't even line up. And someone brought up, where is it? Fuck. People were bringing up that this had something to do with the fog. Your rail system is like our... yeah, we don't have... Hold on. Are you like British or something? Yeah, we don't have... California... Like, San Francisco is really good public transit. LA public transit is shit. And we don't have high-speed rail. It's really bad. And then, we get a reply. Could this have anything to do with the recent fog? If it's flammable, drop it at night where you want fire and wait a few days. It's dry and there's heavy winds. Why would you need to create fog to do that? You just would light something on fire. Perhaps the fog was a drying agent, allowing the fires to start and spread. And then I think he deleted it. I quote tweeted. Yeah, here's, I'm in Washington State near the coast. The fog was so heavy here one night that it set off my motion sensor. It looked like a heavy snowstorm at Tahoe. Fog on the Washington coast? Fog on the Washington coast. Next, you're going to tell me it's snowing in Alaska. Isn't it funny how, like, the fog, the government created, like, fog to, like, poison everyone, only occurs near the ocean? Could it not be, like, the marine layer? Could it not be condensation? Like, these people don't fucking think. These people absolutely do not think. This, like, they've been...
AIDS gang represent, okay?
Whoa!
I am coming to get you.
The fog, tip 10. I'm coming to get you. Well, you're welcome, fog. Over halfway to goal, ladies and gentlemen. Do we hit it? Can we hit it? Based as fuck. Thank you for the 10. Give me an idea of what to do if we hit it. I'll promote it. All roads lead to Rome. Everything is a conspiracy. Yeah, if you're looking for... like... These... It's good to be skeptical of some things. But these people are, like, skeptical of everything to the point where it's, like, mass schizophrenia at this point. I mean, I showed you this before. Tom Hanks was run off Twitter because these people believe that he is killing children and eating their adrenochrome. Like, 10K likes. Look. They've just decided he was a pedophile. The face you make when you run out of adrenochrome. Pedophile. Yeah, you better leave our... Do they have proof? No. How's the island, nasty man? What have they got in common? Pedophile... Like, they have no evidence. They have zero evidence. This QAnon, like, we need to, like... put these people in mass mental asylums, dude. Like, you could just be over... They post this graphic of that claims in 20-something there was a video shared with the police called Frazzle Drip of Hillary Clinton and Huma Abedin torturing and killing a child. The police officer who had to investigate it killed himself. And now everybody references Frazzle Drip. Of course, this never happened. There was no police investigation. The video does not exist. Nobody's ever seen it. There is no video like this that exists. But they fall for it. They believe it. It's a cult, dude. It's just a fucking cult at this point. It is a straight up cult. Yeah, let's just assume every rich and famous person is a pedophile. Yeah. Except the ones I like Donald Trump. He's not. How many photos with Epstein? He's not. But every other like, dude. You'll talk about this cult, but not DG. What do you think we did? You were retarded, dude. What do you think we did the whole beginning of the stream? What do you think we did the whole beginning of the stream doing? What do you think we did the whole fucking beginning of the stream doing?
AIDS gang represent, okay?
Whoa!
Which slur can I say?
Why do you need my permission to give you a slur to say? Are you asking me? Are you asking me? All of them? Time T to pet. I don't have one on me, but I will. I said I'd do it in another stream. I said I don't have a pepper on me. Do you want me to just manifest a pepper out of nowhere? I said I'd do it next stream. I'm not ordering a pepper right now. I'm about to end. You live in Cali, go find one? I'll do it next stream. All right, well, we're out of topics anyway. To make it 2 peppers, you're insane. Okay, you're actually insane. You're crazy. All right. Scammed? Wait, I'm not scamming you. I'm doing it next stream. There's no scam. Lerix would never scam you. You guys donated to have me unbanned, and he didn't bring me back on. He disregarded it. He just totally disregarded it. No, Draft, I'm sorry. You can donate again saying whatever slur you want. I'm answering you. You can donate again saying whatever slur you want. I give you permission, my child. Dude, the commentary community has not been the same since Musty went on vacation, dude. The commentary community has not been the same since Musty went on vacation. How much for you to be unbanned in Lerix stream? He's not going to take it. He's not going to take the money. He's like genuinely terrified of me. He's actually terrified of me. He is like, he fears me. Nothing makes him more mad. Go and ask Lerix. Bring Aiden on his coast. You will never get a more angry, visceral reaction. Because he knows that I'm just more entertaining. Musty's giving me money. Can I? Yeah, you can donate and say a slur. Sign the treaty, Lerix. True, we drafted it up. He refuted it. We gave him a listen. I sent him another message the other day. Where is this? An official statement. An official statement drafted by our press department. Drafted officially by our press department. He ignored it. He ignored it. Don't be surprised at 8. What did I scam? I said you could go rewind it. I said next stream. How much talk about the SML drama? If you donate 100 now, I will dedicate a whole segment next stream talking about the SML drama. If you donate 100 now, I will dedicate a whole segment next stream talking about the SML drama. It has to be now. I'm giving you approximately 5 minutes on the clock. This is the only chance. I'm never opening a Dono Gold to talk about the SML drama ever again. Last chance. Or else I will never say the words SML again unless he, like, kills somebody. Where is it? 5 minutes on the clock. I didn't ask him to sign it. This wasn't the treaty. This was a message. This was a message. Here it is. Wait, let me show this to you. What if SML wants to collab? Well, I don't know what he did, but sure. How much to... Okay, good one. You can't say shit like that when you're my fucking mod, dipshit. When you're my fucking mod, you can't say shit like that. Find out updates about the school? There are no... People are dead. Nobody came back to life. I'm sorry. It's an unfortunate tragedy. It's a very unfortunate tragedy. Alright, we're probably gonna end it there. Thank you guys so much for watching the stream. If you enjoyed, make sure to like, sub, and until next time, peace out. AG4L.